This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously.
Well, a very good morning. You probably heard a seagull before you heard myself and Dave Bradley. And to be fair, the seagull is probably more interesting.
We'll have an early morning competition. Would you sooner hear us two or the seagull?
I think they would rather hear the seagull. However, you're lumbered, I'm afraid, with myself, Adrian Harms, and Dave Bradley.
I am.
From BBC Hereford and Worcester. We're here on another lovely sunny day. It's almost like we're living in Australia, isn't it? The weather is so fantastic at the minute.
Beautiful.
Not a cloud in the sky. It's really warm, actually. Even sometimes down on the coast, you get a bit of a sea breeze, which keeps things a little cooler. But I've got to say, there's not much breeze around today. Just getting out the car, it is hot.
No, I was out early for my morning walk, and it was a bit chilly up on top of Southwick Hill. But got back down to street level. This is unusual. The Worcestershire players are out there before the umpires.
They are. They were very keen, weren't they, the Worcestershire boys? We want to give you a quick resume of where we are in this game. Sussex leading by 297. They've got 4 wickets in hand. Tom Alsop is on 67. Jack Carson is on 52. I spoke to Finn Hudson. We'll check. We're going out loud and clear around the ground. Julian is doffing his cap. Julian's got his white floppy hat on today instead of his blue Brighton and Hove Albion cap.
You assume it's his white floppy hat. It's something white that he's waving. As long as it's not something that he's just got out the washing machine.
Yeah. Julian tomorrow will be sitting up there with his diary and he'll be penning out the football fixtures, which, can you believe, are out tomorrow at 9 o'clock. There is no break.
Will he be up there tomorrow when there's no cricket?
Of course, he won't be. No, all right, he'll be at home. Yeah, sorry, bro. Yeah,
you can come if you want him.
Yeah. He'll be at
It's
home.
free to get in tomorrow. You can watch the grass grow.
Adam Finch is going to open the bowling. I spoke to Finn Hudson-Prentice last night, who batted very nicely. But I'll tell you what he said after the first ball of the day, which is Adam Finch coming in lovely sunshine and driven by Alsop down the ground to mid-on, and there is no run. And I said to Finn, what about tomorrow? And he said, well, for us to win, I think we might have to take a risk. And he said, I think the boys feel like they're going to go for it. So I'm thinking here that Worcestershire may take 4 wickets in the first 2 overs and declarations are out the window, but I think Sussex will be quite bold with the declaration today.
Yeah.
I don't think we're going to get sort of 450 chase in sort of 40 overs. In comes Finch and bowls, Alsop is forward, plays to mid-on, and there is no run. I guess initially, Bradders, Sussex might be thinking, well, they don't want to lose 4 wickets in a tumble here because Worcestershire might fancy knocking off 300 in a day.
297 at the moment. They won't want to do that. They'll want to use up a few overs as well to make the equation a little bit more difficult.
Yes.
I'm going to just pop off and I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Okay, dokes. Bradders nearly fell over. Dave's going to give his update. Ariana Dowse is with us today as well on this, the last day. Ariana was here on day 2 as in comes Finch and bowls. And field of his own bowling is Adam Finch. Coming over a quick natter for a couple of minutes, Ariana, while Bradders is doing his update to the listeners on BBC Hereford and Worcester. A lovely sunny day here at Hove. Much to talk about today. Hello, Ariana.
Hello, good morning, everyone.
This could be an exciting day.
Yeah, day 4, this is where it all happens, isn't it?
It is where it all happens. All 3 results still a possibility. A win for either side, a draw, maybe a tie even, so maybe even 4 results. In comes Finch and bowls and clipped away by Alsop. through square leg for a single. So Tom Alsop is on his way. He goes to 68. There is applause around the ground. Have I missed something there, Ariana? Have I missed the 100 partnership? The 100 partnership is up between the two. So the applause alerted me to that. So someone's very quick on the draw this morning.
More on it than us so far.
Yeah, so well done, Jack Carson and Tom Alsop, because they came together on 260 for 5 when Finn Hudson-Prentice was out, at which stage the lead was just 197. So these two have done really well. And Jack Carson on 52, his second half century of the match. And Finch runs away from us in and bowls, up on his toes, plays down the onside of the track. There is no run. So you weren't here yesterday, Ariana. What were you up to? Were you practising, or were you at nets, or what were you doing?
I went and did some coaching, actually.
Did you?
Yes.
Where were you coaching?
At Backer with the Sussex under 16s to 18s development side.
Right. Was that inside or outside? Or?
Outside, it was a lovely day there.
Yeah, brilliant.
Did get cold towards the end. I did put on a jumper, but it was lovely, and I was in shorts and t-shirts.
So how many people were you sort of coaching down there yesterday?
There's not many people there away with exams, so there's only 6 of them.
In comes Finch and bowls, and Carson on his toes plays the ball down the track. There is no run. End of the opening over of the day, and Sussex are 360 for 6 with Tom Alsop on 68, Jack Carson on 32. Live cricket on the BBC. We'd love to have your messages throughout the day. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk, or you can tweet Bradders at Bradders BBC or at BBC Sussex Sport. And from the far end of the ground, it is going to be Joe Leach who's going to bowl for Worcestershire. He's bowled 20 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 78. You might want to comment on this over, Ariana, because I think I'm going to cough.
Yeah, sure thing. I've woken up with terrible hay fever as well, so if I sound a little different.
Yeah, well, the pollen count is ridiculously high.
As Leach comes in, bowls, and it's just defended off the legs for no run down to mid-on.
So we'll get Bradders in at the end of this this over. Bradders just done his update to the listeners on BBC Hereford and Worcester. So when you were coaching yesterday, what was that, a variety of skills, or what were you doing, Ariana?
It was just a standard session, a little bit of fielding, a game to warm up with, and then just bat versus ball at this point in the season. That's what the girls need.
Yeah.
Leach is running in towards us here as it's defended again nicely there by Alsop for no run.
2 slips in place. There's a point cover mid-off for mid-on, deep mid-wicket and a fine leg. As Bradders was saying, I thought there might be a few more people here today, not least because it is half-price admission. Our friend who was sitting in the stand yesterday, I reckon he's back in the same seat. I have to get Bradders' view on that. He had a white shirt on yesterday, but he's had blue on. Sitting all on his own.
This is ball driven, but cut off there by the mid-on fielder. Mid-off, even because it's a lefty.
Yeah, prevents a single. Yeah, there was a guy sitting in that stand yesterday, the furthest stand to the right-hand side, and he was all on his own up there all day. And then a few other people came into the stand, and they left, but he stuck it out all day. And I'm wondering if that's the same guy who's up there.
Well, it's a lovely day to be stuck in a stand.
It is. Now we've got a delay. Oh, they're not looking at the ball. Oh, please. We've only had, what have we had? 9 balls this morning. And already, oh yeah, here we go. We're having a change of ball. Honest to goodness. So Brenda Lowe's comes out of the pavilion. So this ball is only this ball is 14 overs and 3 balls old, and already we're changing it.
Made of plasticine.
I don't get it at all.
Ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. Brenda's come out with the box of balls, so we've got a delay here. We've got to find a new ball. Someone was talking about the cost of cricket balls. Bradders probably knows is better than mine. About 80 quid a pop of cricket balls.
Yeah.
So I'm sure if they go out of shape or whatever, they're used for nets or whatever. But honest to goodness, you shouldn't have a cricket ball going out of. And now we've got a long break in play because the umpires now need to make sure that the ball is of similar hardness and colour and shine. The only good news is here, and well done to Ben Gibbon, who's trotting off with the box of balls to Brenda. Brenda looking resplendent over there today. What do you say? That's a purple jumper she's got on? Or purple blouse?
It would definitely not be a jumper in this heat.
No, she thinks a blouse. I think she might have a cardigan on, Brenda, this morning. Is she sitting in the shade? Not quite. She's going to be in the front row. She'd have been first in the queue this morning. Anyway, after a delay, the ball has been changed, and it's going to be Leach again.
And Leach is in bowls, and it's punched off the back foot straight to the fielder. Extra cover there for no run, as we continue a very tidy over so far from Leach.
Yep, a bit of fielding by Ben Gibbons. So Sussex just adding the 1 run this morning. 2 balls left in the over. The Worcestershire over 8 is still showing as -1. I mean, now generally, and I would say that is where they're at. So generally speaking, I thought at the end of each session these days, what is on the scoreboard is what the penalty would be in the event of a slow over 8. So at the minute, Worcestershire would be docked a point, would be my understanding.
As Leach is in, it's left alone there by Allsop, and it's fielded by the keeper.
So no sort of mad thrash from Sussex this morning. And as I say, probably they're thinking, well, with a lead of, 298 now, Worcestershire, if they could pick up these 4 wickets quickly, would certainly have a dip at chasing them down. Bradders was saying that. So we'll just have to see how this unfolds. But I think once Sussex they can pick up a few runs here, they'll be looking for a declaration.
As Leach bowls, and it's defended again for no run, and that's the end of the over.
It is indeed. So we'll bring Bradders back in, and Ariana will be back with us after 11:30. Now, today is a momentous day, the 14th of June, 1758. Dave Bradley got married. I'm only joking. Dave Bradley got married on the 14th of June. So I thought I'd have a look and just see what also happens on the 14th of June. So did you know, Bradders?
I'm probably going to find out.
It is National Flag Day.
Oh, right, okay.
It's Army Birthday. It's National Strawberry Shortcake Day.
Oh, lovely.
It's World Blood Donor Day.
Okay.
And National Bourbon Day. I don't know if that's Bourbon whiskey or Bourbon biscuits.
Meanwhile, it's Adam Finch. Runs from the CM bowls. Lovely shot off the back foot, cracked away. No point in chasing that one. And Carson, who got 60 in the first innings, goes to 56. 364 for 6. So the lead over 300 now, 302 here for Sussex. Yeah, as I said earlier, it's my wedding anniversary today, and remarkably, I spoke to my wife this morning. It's her wedding anniversary as well. I was like, hell of a coincidence. Here's Finch comes in and bowls and pushed away on the offside, no run from that one. I think the thing here is that Sussex will, I know it sounds daft, they'll want to use a few overs up this morning as well, won't they?
They will. No, they will. Yes, definitely. Did the Harrods vehicle arrive with the bouquet of flowers from Mrs. Bradley?
I've told her sadly she's got to go to a funeral this morning on her wedding anniversary. I've told her to leave the front door unlocked. So if there's any burglars around in WR14 postcode, their front door's unlocked. Next ball is short, pulled away, not convincingly. I think could have gone anywhere, but I got plenty of bat on it. Looking at the toe of his bat here is Carson, but he's got another run. He's gone to 57.
Did you know, Bradders, on the 14th of June 2002, a large asteroid just missed the Earth?
Did it?
Yeah, it did.
Right.
Yeah, a 73-metre lump was 3 times closer to Earth than the Moon.
It's still about 10 million miles away, isn't it? They say they're close. It's not as if they're sort of somewhere off the coast of Senegal. They're millions of miles away. Here's Finch in bowls, and this is down the leg side. Good stop there by Roderick, diving across down the leg side.
In 1949, Albert II became the first monkey in space, apparently.
Albert II?
Yeah, that's right, yeah. Or, it says Albert II on here.
Oh, didn't he marry Queen Victoria?
In 1919, on this day, Alcock and Brown took off for the first non-stop transatlantic flight.
Good lads. They land in Ireland. No.
They began their journey in St John's, Newfoundland.
That's right.
And reached Galway in Ireland less than 16 hours later.
Yeah. Here's next ball, which is pushed down the pitch, and Finch tries to field it himself, goes over his head on the bounce, and D'Oliveira fields. Yeah, because there's a thingy in the middle of a field in Galway.
Right.
Alcock and Brown landed
Been there, Brad?
Yes, lovely place, Galway. Low lie the fields of Athenry, which is about 10 miles from Galway, I think. Athenry, lovely.
I've not been to Southern Ireland. That's on the
Mate.
It's on the bucket list.
Well, it is Southern Ireland, but it's in the north.
I've been to
lovely.
Northern Ireland. My sister-in-law comes from Northern Ireland.
Here's Finch in bowls. That's short, pulled away down towards fine leg. Leach will field. They'll only get one though. I think probably Allsop was open for a few more off that if he could have split the square leg and the fine leg on the boundary, but he didn't. So he gets one, and so Sussex move on to 306 for 6. 366 for 6. A lead of 304.
Well done, brothers. So that was Alcock and Brown. A month earlier, Albert Cushing Reid, he flew across the Atlantic, but he stopped in the Azores.
Oh, right.
So that didn't count. Just a few famous birthdays on this day, Bradders. This momentous day, the 14th of June, as in comes Joe Leach and bowls. That go outside the off stump by Tom Allsop, there is no run. Steffi Graf.
Oh, yeah.
Born in 1969. Boy George.
All right. Okay.
Karma Chameleon.
Oh, what was his real name? George
O'Dowd.
George O'Dowd, that's right.
And he brought out an album that was called Colour by Numbers, and I've got that up in the loft somewhere.
Right.
Yeah. Some good tracks on there. So Boy George, born in 1961. Rowan Williams, who was a Welsh bishop, and the Archbishop of Canterbury, was born in 1950 on this day. In comes Leach, and also drives down the ground. A former president of the United States was born on this day as well.
Oh.
Who do you think it was?
How long ago, President?
He was born in 1946.
That would be... Oh, no, it wouldn't be him.
No, it wouldn't be.
Obama.
It's actually Donald Trump.
Was he?
Yeah.
I try and forget he was president.
1946.
I blotted that from history.
On this day, in comes Leach bowls, all sort of works into the offside, there is no run. And Emmeline Pankhurst,
Oh, yes.
the British political activist and suffragette. You know, a few years ago I was sent by the radio station up to Epsom Downs because there is a memorial up on Epsom Downs because of when, I think it was Emmeline Pankhurst. Was it Emmeline who ran in front of the Queen's horse?
No, it wasn't her.
Who was it who ran in front of the horse?
I used to know, but I don't know.
We'll check it in a minute. In comes Leach and bowls and punched 3 mid-wicket. A nice looking shot by Tom Allsop. He's going to pick up a couple of runs to... in fact, he's going to pick up 3 runs. It's good running between the pair. And Sussex go to 369 for 6. Nice applause around the ground. With Tom Allsop, who moves on to 72. Jack Carson on 76. And Sussex moving along this morning without losing a wicket of 369 for 6. That's a lead of 307. Radders is furiously looking up who it was who ran out from Tattenham corner. In comes Leach. Bowled shot from Jack Carson, who does look a far better player than the number 9. He was due to come in at number 9. He actually came in at 8, but he's played that beautifully away through point for 4 runs, 373 for 6. Carson goes to 61.
Emily Davison.
Emily Davison.
The 1913 Derby.
So 100 years ago.
Yeah.
And in fact, Brad, this is a true story. The radio station sent me up there. I can't remember if it was her birthday or the anniversary of when it happened. To do a little report from the little memorial there is up at Tattenham Corner.
Yeah.
Up on Epsom Downs. And I was just standing there doing my report, and a car pulled up. Comes Leach and bowls, and Carson drives without timing into the offside. There is no run. Is the end of Joe Leach's over? His figures are 22 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 85. So at the end of the over are 373 for 6. It means the lead is 311. And the car pulled up, and a lady got out with her daughter, and she had a bunch of flowers. She laid it at the memorial, and I said, "Oh, are you related?" She said, "No, I'm not." She said, "But I bought my daughter." She said, "I think it's so important that women realise what other women did to give them the vote."
Yeah.
And they laid the flowers, and they just stood there for a minute. I thought it was really. Wasn't expecting that at all, Brad. It was a really nice touch.
Yeah, that's what people did to get you the vote, so don't waste it.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Here's Adam Finch bowling from the C end, right arm over in bowl to left-handed Allsop, who comes forward, plays the ball down the pitch. Allsop now has 72. Fine innings this from the Sussex skipper. He got in there yesterday because they were in a bit of trouble, 178 for 5 at one time. That was a lead of just 112. And if he hadn't hung around a bit, Finn Hudson-Prentice came in, played a few shots, but Allsop, I think, has been the key to the Sussex revival.
He is. He's been the glue, Bradders.
He has. Yep. Yeah, and it's his responsibility to decide if they are going to declare or not, or maybe won't get that far, but there doesn't be anything much in the pitch this morning. Pushed away off the back foot by Allsop to Jake Libby, who's a cover point. It's a bit of a conundrum.
You and I played a similar standard of cricket, Bradders. Did you ever play in a match where you declared?
Oh, yeah. Oh, I remember this. When I was captain of the Sunday team, and we played at a village called Blakedown, which is just outside Kidderminster.
That sounds nice.
They had a decent side, Blakedown. Here's Finch comes in and bowls. Pushed down the pitch, no run, and it was a proper game. It wasn't 40 overs or anything, and so getting towards tea, and we got a good score, and I declared, and two batsmen carried on. Yeah, they completely ignored me. Go on, lads, all right. No, we're going to carry on. Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
Do you know, I had to explain to somebody the other day who's fairly new to our form of cricket that we play, because it's all leagues, it's all overs, everything's overs. Midweek league is overs cricket. Finch is coming in, bowls to Allsop. Allsop comes forward and defence pushes away on the offside, 373 for 6. And I said, we're going to play this game. How many overs is it? Oh, it's not overs. What do you mean it's not overs? Well, the one team bats and gets some runs, or they're all out, and you get to tea and they normally declare, and then but how many overs? It's not overs. No, the overs don't come into it.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
So this is some, I mean, if you come into cricket within the last, 5-10 years.
Absolutely.
You wouldn't know anything other than overs cricket. Apart from this, of course. Finch in bowls and Allsop drives down the ground. It's work for Waite coming across. D'Oliveira, as ever, slides in behind Waite to make sure that nothing untoward happens.
And to be honest, and we were discussing yesterday that the cricket that but often a draw was a good game of cricket. So Bradder's team would get 150 for 7 in there. Between 2:30 and 5 o'clock, they would have tea, then we'd go out again, and we might be on course, and then we'll lose a couple of wickets, and then we shut up shop, and then you bring on a spinner to open the game up, and there was all sorts of different tactics in the game.
Yeah. Here's Finch, bowled short, pulled away. Once again, Allsop doesn't get all of that, and it goes down to fine leg, where Joe Leach is the fielder. Adam Finch has bowled 22 overs and taken 2 for 79. I think he's bowled virtually every over up the slope as well. So
he's done very well, Bradders. He really has.
I spoke to Matthew Waite yesterday evening. I said to him, because he bowled a fair bit yesterday at both ends, and he said that there is quite a difference, especially on a day like yesterday when it was really hot. You don't want to bowl uphill for too long.
No. We've had an email in from Adrian Dawson here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. Adrian Arms, Dave Bradley, Ariana Dowse, third member of our commentary team today. Sussex 374 for 6. So the lead, which I'll give you in a minute, as in comes Leach bowls to Allsop, who plays that through the offside. Ben Gibbon got a hand on that cover, and he's prevented the ball going all the way to the boundary, but they'll come back for a couple of runs. Tom Allsop, he goes to 75. Is that going to click over to Bradders? No, it's not. 73. Well, that hasn't gone up, is it, those runs? There we go, 75. 376 for 6.
My correspondent says he feels Sussex will take no risks in terms of a declaration because a draw will keep them 8 points clear in second.
In comes Leach bowls, that go outside the off stump by Allsop, no run. I think Sussex are unbeaten in the Championship this season, so they've won 1, drawn 6. If this was to be drawn, I think the feeling is you've got to win some games, and at some stage you're going to have to take a risk. Now, I guess with Worcestershire being in third place, perhaps that would being a bit more cautious. There's still a lot of cricket to go, but you've got Durham, who look like they're going to win again. In fact, Glamorgan have lost a wicket this morning already, 162 for 5, still trailing by 78. So there's Durham look like they're odds on to go up, plus another. Leach in and bowls. Also takes his hand off the bat. He got wrapped on the fingers then. All played into the offside. There is no run. Adrian Dawson is listening down in Plymouth. He says, I'm listening to the commentary with a real excitement that Sussex could push on to a win today. I even have confidence that we will take 10 wickets. Is my confidence misplaced? It doesn't feel like a day for bowling, says Adrian from Plymouth. Thank you for your email, Adrian. I hope the weather is as lovely in Plymouth as it is in here. At Hove, in comes Leach and Bowles, also plays it down the onside of the track. There is no run. Well, Brad has made the point that it's very hot here today.
Yeah.
The pitch is baking. It still looks a good pitch. And Finn Hudson-Prentice said to me last night, it's still a very good pitch for batting. So it's going to be a tall order to take 10 wickets here today.
Yeah.
And maybe the best way of taking the 10 wickets would be to dangle a carrot to Worcestershire.
Yeah. But then if they lose 5 wickets and they're not going to go, they'll want to block it out at the end.
I'm sure they will. There's no sign that the pitch is turning square, although James Coles did get one to turn on the second evening. In comes Leach again, Bowles all sort of drives firmly down the ground to mid-on. There is no run. Some
Worcestershire news. Well, it's come from New Zealand. Michael Bracewell is out for 8 to 10 months.
Oh dear, that's bad news.
Cruciate ligament injury, I think it is. Anyway, he's out injured. So Usama Mir, who Worcestershire have signed for this game, who played 3 T20 games before Mitchell Santner arrived from the IPL, is almost certainly going to be signed up to play in the Blast as well.
It's bad luck for Bracewell as in comes Leach and Allsop plays 2 at mid-on. There is no run, just the 2 runs coming off the order, so no signs here yet of Sussex really putting their foot to the pedal. 376 for 6 at the end of the over. Tom Allsop on 75, Jack Carson on 61. That's not bad. He's made 120. Did he make 61 in the first innings, Jack, or was it
60?
Yeah, 64. So he's made 125 runs in the match, which isn't bad for a number 8/9. Thomas has been in touch. He says, morning all, this is what cricket is all about. Another beautiful day and all results possible. Come on Sussex, says Tom. I'm sure there'll be someone else saying, come on Worcester.
Yes. No, there will be a few. Here's Finch in bowls, whipped away out through mid-wicket. Azhar Ali comes off the boundary to field. One more to the Sussex. Total goes to 377 for 6. In fact, he's ruptured his right Achilles, as Michael Bracewell. And Cricket New Zealand says 6 to 8 months.
Oh, it's, that sounds painful.
I believe that Usama Mir has got a contract in the 100 with the Northern, whatever they're called, the Northern Lights. After playing 3 T20 games for Worcestershire, people have seen him playing for Pakistan, obviously they have. So, well done to him.
Yep.
Here's Allsop awaiting the next ball from Finch. Allsop drives, doesn't go where he wants it to, but they're going to go for a quick single here. He's driving through extra cover, I think is the direction of his bat, and it ends up at mid-wicket. A good pick-up and turn by, I suspect that's Adam Hose there. Misses the stumps anyway, and the batsmen, I think, were safely home. 376 for 6. 378 for 6.
Yeah. Martin's been in touch. He said, this is a proper digging effort by Allsop. No bad ball here. I wonder if this sort of innings will even exist in 10 years' time with the way things are going.
Away goes Finch, bowls short down the leg side, goes through to the wicket-keeper. I'm sure Brett D'Oliveira is just scratching his ear there, but it looks as if he's on the phone. You see, look, mid-off. I'm sure he's rubbing this. I thought, the bowler was running. I thought, looks as if he's on the phone.
Isn't there a funny story about was that Ian Botham and Alan Lamb where they didn't they give a mobile phone to Dickie Bird?
Yeah, Alan Lamb gave his phone to Dickie Bird in the Test match, and then Botham rang him up and said, "Tell Lamb to get on with it." Allegedly. Here's Finch's next ball to Carson. Carson gets it short. He's going for a big wahoo there. And through it goes, misses the top edge to the wicketkeeper.
Martin says, I think Sussex need to score quick runs, then declare at noon. We shall see.
It's the overs, isn't it? Rather
Yeah,
than the time.
it is. Yeah, I mean, because whatever happens today, we can have no more than 96 overs.
Unless two spinners get on and bowl.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true, Brad.
But no, we can say 96 overs, can't we?
Yeah.
And we've had, how many have we had of them this morning?
This is the 7th.
7th, it is indeed. Here's Finch's next ball, which is loud appeal and not out.
I wonder if we got a little nick on that, 'cause that looked a good shout.
He may have done.
Did look a good shout.
Adam Finch is still stood with his hands on his head. I wouldn't say he's fallen out with the umpires in this game, but he's probably not. He's got taken off from bowling because he ran on the pitch.
Yeah.
There was a no ball against him yesterday, which, to be honest, I thought was not a no ball, but no matter what I think, for height, because it certainly didn't pass over the batsman's head.
No, and. Well, he certainly won't be on the Christmas card list, will he? But he'd have to fill out a customs declaration anyway to send the card, Bradders, from county to county. That's the new rule.
Here's Finch in bowl short. That's a good ball. That's a really good, fierce bouncer. Through to the wicketkeeper, I'll go off and do other things. With Sussex on 378 for 6.
Tremendous game of cricket at Chesterfield. You know, Chesterfield was 17 for 4 in their second innings. They were trailing by, I mean, they made 111 in the first innings. Yorkshire scored 393, so that was a lead of 250. And then 17 for 4 were Derbyshire in their second innings. They went on to make 453, and Yorkshire are now 172 for 7, needing another 40 wins to run. That could be one of the great wins of all time for Derbyshire. In comes Leach and bowls. Alsop is. He's run that one down to third man. I lost the flight of that delivery momentarily. There's only one slip in place. The third man is relatively wide and also picks up a boundary. He goes to 80 off 200 balls and Sussex to 382 for 6. Good morning again, Ariana.
And again, good morning.
So no breakthrough here for Worcestershire yet, and Sussex just showing one or two signs. Certainly Jack Carson has been quite aggressive. He's moved on to 62. He was on 52 overnight. Tom Alsop was on 67. He's on 80. So in comes Leach and bowls, and he beats Alsop outside of the off stump, taken by Roderick, and there is no run. So a couple of big run chases going on around the country. Surrey needing 501. The leaders of the county championship to beat Kent at Canterbury are 277 for 3. So we'll keep an eye on that one throughout the day, because that could be all sorts of records in terms of a run chase if they do that. In the second division, though, we're interested in Glamorgan 166 for 5, still trailing Durham by 74. So you'd think Durham are odds on to win that game. And heading for a draw at Bristol, I'm fairly certain, as here comes Leach and bowls, and also off his forward plays to mid-wicket. And there is no run. In fact, that's a no ball signalled by umpire Debenham. So Sussex will benefit by another couple of runs. But like a front foot no ball from Joe Leach. Yeah, down at Bristol, they lost pretty much the whole of the first day and some of the second to rain. Can you believe that? Rain. And I don't think we've had a drop here for... Well, we had a couple of spots of rain on Monday, to be fair. Gloucestershire made 368, Leicestershire 350, Gloucestershire 23 for 1. So difficult to see a positive result there. As Leach is in bowls, also hammers that away. Lovely shot. Beautifully played by the skipper outside of the off stump, and he just belted that away through point for 4 runs. What did you think of that, Ariana? Just a little too short from Joe Leach?
Yeah, a little bit too short, but then again, Alsop pounced on that one. He put a short one into a batter on 84 now. He's going to punish it, I believe.
He did, and he moves, as Ariana says, moves on to 84. He was on 67 overnight. And Leach is on his way again, bowls, and Tom Alsop is forward, solidly plays to mid-on, and there is no run. So the field, there is a slip, a third man, a point cover mid-off, so no protection on the cover boundary, which is the shorter boundary of the two. There's a mid-on, a straightish mid-wicket. There is a deep mid-wicket and a fine leg. Matthew Waite down in front of us going through a bit of warm-up in his green cap. Can't see too many sun hats. Yes, there is a sun hat. Jack Haynes has got one on at first slip. There's Leach is in bowls and also works this one into the offside, fielded by Ben Gibbon, and there is no run. So the lead here for Sussex is 324. This is going to be the equation that matters here, Ariana. You'd think Sussex are batting themselves in a position whereby they could be looking at a declaration, but they've got to allow themselves enough time to bowl out Worcestershire. By the same token, they don't want to leave so many overs that Worcestershire knock off the runs and win. It's a balancing act, because in comes Leach and bowls, and Allsop is forward, plays to mid-on, and there is no run. If you were advising, we've got a change in gloves, Jack Carson's just trotting off the field. I mean, good wicket, quick outfield. I just wonder how many an over Worcestershire might fancy chasing down here.
Well, when I was last on comms on Monday, that session after tea where the batters just got away. They started
they did.
Lots of runs, and
they did.
That makes you think a little bit. Will Sussex be on the safer side and make sure the run rate's over 4 or even 6 and over?
Well, you're quite right. That's a very good point, because Adam Hose and Jake Libby, you're right, were rattling on at about 7 and over, weren't they, at that stage? And without really taking too many risks. I don't know how long you could... But that might well be something that's in the back of Tom Allsop's mind. Sussex certainly won't want to come out of this game with just the bonus points that they've accrued so far, which is 5.
Yeah, it will definitely be a matter of when they're going to declare.
Yeah. Over to you.
As Finch is running away from us at the seaside end in bowls, and it's flicked off his legs there, but fielded by the deep backward square fielder for 1 run. Carson moves on to the 63.
Yeah, I mean, the advantage you have as the fielding side, if Worcestershire were to suddenly look like they were going to get these runs, there's no fielding restrictions, of course, so you could put a lot of fielders around the boundary and try to protect the run chase in that way. But as I say, I think the feeling of the Sussex camp was last night that they've got to start winning some games. They've won 1 so far.
As Finch is in bowls, and it's driven to mid-off for no run there. As it's fielded by a white for none.
So just, if you look, we're doing an update to the listeners on the radio in a couple of moments' time. So I'll wait for that to come across, and I shall do that. Shall I just take over just for a second, Mariana?
Yeah, sure thing.
Just to do this update. I heard a bit of music. Did you hear a bit of music in your ears? Yeah,
yes.
So did I. Finch runs away from us. In and bowls, also up on his toes, plays that to backward point. Fielded throw comes in. In fact, it misses the stumps. And I think Jack Carson might have been struggling there, It was played to backward point. And it was fielded there by Adam Hose, who got in the throw, but it missed the stumps.
Black box and right on time. Sarah Gorrell.
So I think we are going to get our
2 o'clock this afternoon. Loads of people.
cricket update in a couple of moments' time.
This is from Jenny in Farnborough. Says, "Morning, Sarah. I've just looked up my records and I started donating blood."
So there's a slip, a third man.
Very sadly had to give up in 2014.
Backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket on the leg. It's a fairly packed lakeside field here. 5 men on the leg side, 3 of them on the boundary for
anyone to try donating, because once
Jack
the needle
Carson.
And the nurses are very gentle. There's
Here
nothing
comes Finch, bowls, and that's short, and Carson thought about hooking and then pulled out at the last minute, and the ball rattles through into the gloves of
Jenny. Loads of you getting in touch about
Gareth Roderick.
More stories on the way the next half hour.
He's certainly setting a trap here, Ariana.
Weather now, and
Definitely, definitely.
over the
Testing
next
that
couple of days,
shore.
sunny, lovely.
I mean, does Carson just call his bluff and play everything into the offside here?
To stay like that pretty much. The
Well,
possibility.
there's a nice
of
large gap
a
there in the
little bit
field
of
for
rain
him
at
to try and do that.
times.
But
Yeah.
is the trap that he has set up here.
3 men back on the leg side.
And top temperatures 25
Here comes
to 28 Celsius.
Finch over the wicket, bowls to Carson, who does play into the offside. There's a big gap between cover point and sort of mid-off extra cover, and Carson played the ball into the area. 392 for 6.
Remain above the seasonal average, and combination.
And the field now changes
and
for the
cricket really says it's summer.
Cricket update.
And let's find out what's happening in Hove with the cricket with Adrian Harms.
Yes, thank you, Sarah. It's another absolutely glorious day down here at Hove. Not a cloud in the sky, and we could potentially be in for a very exciting day. Sussex are still batting. They're 391 for 6. Tom Alsop, the skipper, is on 84. Jack Carson is on 64. In terms of the state of the match, Sarah, it means that Sussex lead by 329 runs. So it could well be there could be a declaration soon, and with Sussex can either bowl Worcestershire out, or indeed whether Worcestershire will score the runs they need to win. 87 overs left in the day, so a good day's cricket here. Half price admittance as well if you fancy coming down to watch. Meanwhile, down at Canterbury, Surrey chasing down a record, what will be a record, 501 to win against Kent. In their second innings, they're currently 280 for 3. They need another 221 to win. Dominic Sibley is still there. He's 70 not out. As Leach comes in, bowls to Jack Carson, who absolutely hammers that away. I think that's gone into the top deck of the Spain Karma Pavilion. It has. Julian has just gone up the back to try and find the ball. He's found it. I think that's Julian who's retrieved the ball. There he comes. There he is. It's his moment of fame. Well done, Julian.
There we go.
Where we are. So Julian, who's our correspondent up there, has fielded the ball. What a shot by Jack Carson. He goes to 70. 397 for 6. Was that you, Julian? Yes, it was. There he is. Fame at last. He'll be in the local paper. Fielding the ball. It almost went into the scorer's area. Big hit. Why didn't you catch it? In comes Leach running it over the wicket bowls. Carson's at it again, you know. He's hammered that one away straight down the ground. Has that gone for another 6? No, he's gone for 4. So I think we were wondering when the charge was going to come from Sussex, and I think we've just had the answer. 10 off 2 balls. Jack Carson goes to 74. His highest first-class score is against Worcester at New Road. A couple of seasons ago. He's never made a first-class century. I suspect that they're going to have to... he won't today either, only because it's going to take another 26 runs. I guess if he carries on like this, he might. But I think Sussex will then perhaps have too many runs. We'll see. In comes Leach, running towards us. Bowls to Carson, who's solidly forward. That's a model forward defensive shot out into the offside. And there is no run.
Seems to be a little bit of chat there.
Oh yes, a little bit of chat between Carson and Joe Leach. Well, he won't like big. No bowler likes to be hit for a 6 and a 4. So Sussex 401 for 6. It means the lead now is 339. My guess is that they're going to declare with a lead of 350. And that would leave Worcestershire, we'll lose 2 overs between the change of innings, sort of 350 and 80 overs, that sort of equation. In comes Leach and bowls, and Carson is caught behind. Is he? No, he's not. I thought he was. He had a little play at that one outside the off stump. I thought he got a little nick through to Gareth Roderick. Leach appealed, and the appeal was a sort of appeal that made me think, there we are, you've hit me for 6 and 4, but I've got you out. But he didn't get a nick, and it's taken by Roderick. There is no run.
No, but it's very much a mind game, this sport. Whatever was said obviously had an effect there between the batter and the bowler.
Just shrugged his shoulders then, Joe Leach, as he was chatting away to Brett D'Oliveira, who's fielding at mid-on. Leach in again, bowls, and hit away by Carson again. He's going to pick up 1, and that's all he'll take to mid-wicket. The throw comes in from Ben Gibbon. Over the top of the stumps, taken by Gareth Roderick. And it's 1 more to Jack Carson, who goes to 75. 402 for 6. I think there's something in what you said, Ariana, actually, in terms of the way that Adam Hose and Jake Libby batted, because this still looks on day 4 to be a good batting track, and there was a lot of talk that there was a bit in this for the seamers, but I guess in 3 days and a bit, we've had 26 wickets in the match. And Sussex are talking about getting 10 in a day. In comes Alsop, flicks that down to fine leg, fielded by Matthew Waite. Alsop goes to 85, the total to 403 for 6. So Bradders, who has got these high-powered binoculars that he uses as he's trekking across the Malvern Hills, looking out for a rare whatever it is, and that's a good spot actually, Bradders, because Sussex's best chance of winning this match is that they set Worcestershire a target that Worcestershire feel they can get. And indeed, that is Worcestershire's best chance of winning this match, because they might think, actually, that's generous, we'll have a pop at this. And that could make today a really entertaining... I just feel that the declaration probably isn't that far away.
We've got a change of bowling this end. Is it, how you say his name? Mr. Amir?
Zabamir, yes.
Amir, yes. So a bit of spin. Try and have the breakthrough here this morning at Sussex. Alsop to Faith, who is on 86 of his 210 deliveries. As he's in bowls, it's just flicked off the legs for no run as it's fielded by mid-on.
Yorkshire needing 20 more runs to win at Chesterfield. They're now 192 for 7. What a terrific game of cricket that's been up at Chesterfield this week.
Mid in bowls, and he's come down the track slightly aerial, and this is all the fielders there going for a boundary straight over mid wicket's head for another 4 to Alsop, who moves to 90.
Well, it's a terrific shot. It's been a terrific innings by Tom Alsop. If he were to go through to his 100, it would be his 10th first-class 100, and it would be his 6th in Sussex colours. He's been a terrific signing as Tom Alsop.
It's mere bowls, and it's cut through the offside. The fielder there at cover has just gone around, and they'll pick up a couple there. And that's a lovely arm into the keeper.
Yeah, Azarali, who was kept very busy yesterday out on that offside boundary, was charging up and down the hill all afternoon. And he'll have a big part to play when Worcestershire come to bat.
As Mir's in bowls, and it's defended strongly off the legs, and mid-wicket comes across to cut that off for a dot, as mid-on has been pushed back slightly after the first delivery, just in reply to that boundary. Mir's in bowls, and it's defended to backward point for no run.
Well, I think Tom Alsop is definitely looking to get down the pitch. He likes to use his feet as the Sussex left-hander. The long on his back, which just maybe checking those attacking instincts a little.
As he's in bowl, full toss, beats the extra cover, but deep cover's coming round. Will they get 2? They're running the 2, and there's an appeal, and it's given out. It's given run out.
Well, they were coming back, was Jack Carson for the second. Umpire Newell looked like he was in a good position. Good bit of fielding down below, as we were saying how well Azhar Ali had fielded. But Jack Carson racing back for the second, and I wonder whether that's going to prompt a declaration for Sussex. I'm not sure that it is. A towel or a drink has been brought out for Tom Alsop. That's a shame for Jack Carson, because he batted really nicely. He'd made 75, but he's now on his way. And a partnership between the two of 140 between Alsop and Carson. He's run out in unfortunate fashion. Selfless, really. He was batting for his team. He was coming back for the second run. We've got no idea from here, but it just looked the way that Jack was racing back as fast as he could, that he knew he was struggling, Ariana.
Yeah, it was very clean bit of fielding there, and it was straight into the bowler's hands, so it did look quite close if it was. But yeah, the end result is a run out for Sussex here.
Yeah, now this is slightly concerning for Sussex, because Henry Shipley has come in at number 10. Now, yesterday, Nathan McAndrew was due to come in at number 8, and he didn't. And a few guys in the press box thought maybe that was tactical. I wasn't quite so sure. So it could well be that Nathan McAndrew was maybe nursing some kind of an injury. We'll try and get some clarification of that. But that would be maybe another reason for Sussex delaying this declaration, you know.
News from the balcony.
Go on.
Somebody else is padding up. Another batsman.
Interesting. Thank you, Bradders. So I just wonder whether, if Nathan McAndrew is, and we can only assume because he hasn't come into bat, there must be some kind of an injury. In comes Leach bowls to Shipley, who's forward down the track, and there is no run. So we don't know. It may well be perhaps he's unwell, or perhaps they're holding him back to bowl just a few overs. But if you're a bowler down, that might well affect just how bold Sussex can be with this declaration.
Yeah, bowler down, they'll probably look to score a few more runs then, if that's the case.
Well, could well be. Yeah, might well be. Is it you or me, Ariana?
I believe it's you.
Leach in bowls, and Shipley drives nicely through the onside, picks up runs here, does Henry Shipley. He might even get 4. Tolavera chases back. What a good fielder he is. And in fact, he's restricted that to just 2 runs. Very good indeed. Gets in the throw on the bounce to bowler Joe Leach. Henry Shipley is on his way. So it's to 412 for 7. Now that does make the lead 350. I said they might pull out at 350, but I'm just wondering here whether if Nathan McAndrew is not going to bowl or not bowl as many overs, whether that might be impacting the decision. In comes Leach, bowls, Shipley plays off the edge. Good bit of fielding in the slips by Haynes. That prevents the ball running down to third man boundary, although Matthew Waite I think would have probably cut it off because there was a third man in place.
He was there, he was ready.
He was ready. So what have we got now? 84 overs left. We would lose 2 for a change of innings. So if Worcester needed to chase 360 and 80, I'm trying to make the maths easy here. 360 and 80 overs, that would be what, 4.5 an over? Comes Leach bowls, and Shipley is going to get runs down to fine leg. He goes to 3, total 413 for 7. Tom Alsop on strike. He's on 93, Tom Alsop. His first time captaining Sussex. I would imagine it's probably the first time he's captained in a first-class match. He's been there for a long time. I'll get his statistics up in a moment. 93 in 216 balls. Leach is in bowls. Alsop plays it onto the onside to mid-wicket. There is no run. He's hit 10 fours. He's been in for 290 minutes, so that is, Brad, it was the best part of 5 hours, isn't it? Is that right? Yes, 6 5s are 30. So he's not far off 5 hours. And he's had to see Sussex through a couple of crises in this innings, not least when they lost 4 for 4 yesterday. Leach in again, bowls. Alsop clips this one onto the leg side as well. Good placement by Tom Alsop because he knows that the fine leg is reasonably fine and there is a fielder at deep mid-wicket. There was a gap between the pair. Alsop comes back for a couple of runs. He goes to 95. Sussex to 415 for 7. The lead is 353. So we need some maths being done here. 8 fours are 32. 8 fives are 40. Yeah, I guess 80 overs to get 400 sounds like that. That sounds unlikely to me. I think that's a big chase, 5 and over. It's possible.
Well, they'd have to score quite a few runs there to get it to 400 off.
Yeah, they would. Yeah, another
47
in the next 4 overs, if indeed that was the case. But you've got to give Worcestershire some sort of bait here.
Smith in bowls, and it's just punched off the back foot straight back to him for no run. And Shipley is now on 3 off his 5 deliveries. And the field is quite spread, ready for the attack from Sussex here, as Mid bowls in. And it's driven this time, but skews it there a little bit as it's fielded by mid-wicket, who is nice and close, ready for the catch. And Sussex look to charge here, I reckon. They're in bowls, nicely driven down to long off for 1. That brings Alsop back on straight on his 95.
Do you mind, Ariana, if I just take the comment just in case Tom hits a 6 here
Yes.
to get through to his 100? He hasn't hit a 6 so far, but you never know, he might do. Zamamir is running in from the C end. He comes in and bowls to Alsop, who cuts this one away to backward point. There is no run, footed by Leach. And we've seen Jack Carlson hit a couple of big 6s, haven't we, into the top deck of the Spenkarma Pavilion. Fortunately, Julian's up there to make sure there's no damage to anybody. As in comes Mir and bowls. Alsop is forward, plays to mid-on, fielded by D'Oliveira, and there is no run. So it's 83 overs left, is that right? 83 overs and 1 ball. But they will lose 2 The change of innings. Also drives using his feet down the ground. Good stop by D'Oliveira. Never run on a misfield, they say, but that was a comfortable single taken by Tom Warsop, who goes to within 4 of his century, pinches the strike as well. He's on 96 of 221 balls. Sussex are 417 for 7. The lead is 355. If Sussex were to declare after this over, Worcestershire would have 80 overs in which to get the required runs, and that sounds to me like a good equation. 80 overs to get 360. That's a declaration that gives everyone a sporting chance.
Yeah, most likely.
We'll see. Alsop's 4th of his century. Let's see what happens. In comes Leach around the wicket, bowls to Tom Alsop, who's no ball again by Joe Leach. That's the second one he's bowled this morning. Sussex benefit by 2.
Down the slope here this morning, Leach, isn't he?
He looked rather ruefully at the crease there, didn't he? Matthew Waite is warming up down below us. So we'll have to see what the plan is for him. The lead increases by 2. Leach in. Bowls to Alsop, and Alsop plays this onto the leg side. They've taken 1. They'll come back for the second, I'm fairly sure. Matthew Waite is round. Throw comes in, but Tom Alsop is safely back. He goes to 98, Tom Alsop, and he's now just 2 runs away from what will be his 10th first-class century. And his 6th in Sussex colours. He made 4 last year. I'm skippering the side, and I'm sure it'll give him an immense amount of pride. And now we are going to see Gareth Roderick's going to stand up to the stumps, and I think that's good tactics by Gareth Roderick, putting a little bit of pressure on Tom Alsop as he approaches his 100. Leach around the wicket, bowls to Alsop. He's in on bowls, and Alsop plays that into the offside. They've taken a single. So Tom Alsop will go to 99. I'll hand back to you, Ariana.
Slight hesitation there on that single.
There was, wasn't there? Yeah.
It was a quick one, but it was quite safe. But as you say, Tom Alsop now moves to 99 and has to wait his turn again.
Top score of 182 not out this season, Tom Alsop. That was in the game at Leicester.
There's the right-handers on strike, everyone moves round, and now Leach is in, bowls the ball from the far end, and that's a lofted drive there over mid-wicket, which scurries away for 4 in the end. It was pursuit, but it was just to go fetch the ball at that point.
Well, he looks a useful cricketer to me, Henry Shipley. He can clearly bat. I spoke to him after the first day, and nice fella, but we said, you bat higher than 10, and he clearly has batted higher than 10. But he gives Sussex a couple of options a little bit down the order.
Yeah, it's always nice to have that almost backup plan at the end of the...
Indeed. 364 is the lead now.
As Leach is in, bowls, and it's almost punched, and it's hit the stumps. They look for a single, but that would have been...
That was really interesting, wasn't it? It looked to me like Joe Leach deliberately let that go through his legs.
Yeah.
And the ball hit the stumps. Knocked the bails off. A bit of fancy footwork there from Joe Leach.
I think that's just his awareness there, isn't it?
Yeah. Now, whether he thought the ball was straight and it was going to hit the stumps, maybe he got a little instep in on it. I thought, well, if Tom Alsop is out of his ground, he'll be run out. But then, much ado about nothing.
As Leach bowls, and it's again flicked over mid-wicket there. The boundary rider's going around, but no, it's another 4 there for Henry Shipley. A round of applause there from the small crowd this morning.
Yes, I'm surprised there's not a few more in. I will also be very surprised if Sussex don't declare here soon, because the lead now is 368. And after this over, after this ball, it would mean that Worcestershire would have a maximum of 80 overs in which to score the runs.
As Leach is in, bowls, and it's stopped there by the keeper as it went down leg for no run. It's the end of the over.
It is. I doubt that Tom Alsop is going to declare when you're on 99. That would really be playing for the team, wouldn't it? If you're the captain, you say, right, that's it, we're going to declare I'm on 99. So it's not going to happen. 430 for 7. So the lead is 368, and there will be There's 82 overs left. We will lose 2 overs. I keep saying that, so that would leave 79 once this over gets started. But no Nathan McAndrew on the field for Sussex, which is a concern. We'll wait to see what happens. In comes Azama Mir, comes in a bowl to Tom Alsop, who's forward, plays it onto the leg side, and that's 100 for Tom Alsop. And he gets a standing ovation from those in the top tier of the Spenkarma Pavilion and his fellow Sussex players, and also some applause, very sporting applause as well, from the Worcestershire players. That's always good to see. Tom Alsop's 2nd century of the season, his 6th in Sussex colours, the first time that he's skippered Sussex, and what a way to mark that occasion by going through to the 10th first-class century of his career. Sussex 431 for 7, Tom Alsop 100 not out. Mir is in, Shipley tries to reverse sweep, the ball bounces behind and Roderick collects, there is no run. Take over, Ariana, that's fine.
Sure thing. I didn't even think the ball got behind it. Bounced a bit funnily there and almost in front of the stumps. So Mir is in, bowls and it's back foot punch, just a backward point there for no run.
Still another batsman padded up.
Yeah, interesting. I can see him there, Bradders. I can see him at the top of the steps, Harry Carvalhos. It looks like he's ready to come in any minute, doesn't he?
He does look very eager there at the top of the steps.
He does.
He padded up. And Samir is in, bowls,
Shot.
driven straight towards us, aerial. That's a huge 6 as it hits the sight screen.
That's a big blow by Henry Shipley. I'm wondering how. I mean, maybe I don't know what Bradders thinks. We'll ask him when he comes back on. But I think 400 seems a lot of runs to score in a run chase in a 78 overs or something like that. That just feels like it's, if you lose a couple of early wickets, that maybe you're not going to bother. You're not going to try and chase that down. Not when you've battled away hard. You're not going to want to throw away the 8 points for the draw. So. Please don't say they're going to change the ball. No, they're not. Good shot there by Shipley. He's very quickly on to 18.
Sam Ramirez in again, pulls aerial there, and another 6 is hit as that goes straight over the wicket's head, and the boundary fielder just stare and look.
He's gone for a few, Azama Mir, hasn't he, during this game? He's gone a little too short. Yeah.
Henry Shipley's a tall man with long levers. He won't miss out on that kind of stuff.
No. 4:43 now for 7. It means the lead. Sorry, is that 4:43? Yes.
So there is in, bowls.
There's another one.
Again goes for it. Not as much on it this time, but the boundary fielder misses it and it goes for 4. 4 more to add to the total.
They're going to declare here.
That looks like the end of the Sussex innings.
They have. That's an over that went for 12, 16, 17 off the over. Henry Shipley has scored 28 off 16 balls. With some lusty blows. We thought the declaration might come, and Tom Alsop, the skipper, runs off. Well batted Tom Alsop, he finished 100 not out. So Sussex have declared on 447 for 7. And that means that the lead is, I think, 385. So Worcestershire will need 386 to win. And I think that's going to be in 78 overs. We'll wait for a confirmation. I think that's a tall order. 385. So 386 to win, Worcestershire will need. And I'll just wait for confirmation of whether that's 78 or 79 overs. Well, entertaining stuff this morning, Ariana, and Henry Shipley looks like he's well, I have to say, he's in the side primarily to get wickets, that's why he's here, but he looks like he's handy with the bat.
Yeah, definitely. Batting in the situation he is, he had the freedom to go out there and get some runs quickly for Sussex.
He does. So we had this morning 108, we were 93 overs, so we had 15 overs this morning, in which Sussex have added, and I shall do a little sum here. Thank you, Bradders. I think it's a bit more than that, actually.
There's 81 left on the board, I lose 2, so 79.
Thank you, Bradders. 70 minus 9 is 8. I think Sussex added 88 this morning of those 15 overs to set up this declaration. So we're going to have a little breather and a cup of coffee. Bradders will do his update, and at about 10 past 12 when they come back out, Bradders will be joining Ariana. Right.
This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity.
Welcome back to Hove, where the players are making their way towards the middle. The umpires out there first, although bizarrely this morning the Worcestershire fielders came out before the umpires. But they're all out there and we are ready to go, and 385 is the target. It's still got 81 overs remaining on the... What's it got on the board, Ariana? You're right, 79. That's better, yeah.
Do you want me to pass you your binoculars?
The online thing. No, I'm all right now. I'm just spotting people coming off. I can't see that scoreboard if I was stood next to it, I don't think. So Worcestershire need 386 to win off 79 overs. So it's going to be... It could well be a very interesting afternoon, or it could be let's go to sleep. Shipley is in bowls, and Gareth Roderick goes forward, plays the ball to backward point where Finn Hudson-Prentice is the fielder. 4 slips, cover point, extra cover, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg somewhere down there. Yes, there he is, doing some extensive stretching exercise. He's doing that high kicking. It's a bit like Basil Fawlty did.
He's getting quite high there as well,
He is getting high, yeah. Here's the next ball. Shipley plays, covers up here, Roderick. Indicates there, after he's played the ball, that he did a bit. Goes for quite a long walk off to square leg. Mumbling away. It's interesting to talk to Ali Orr yesterday about what you do in between balls, you know, what you think about, and then you sort of reconcentrate. You know, the bowler's turning, so you reset your mind.
Yeah, it's a game of minds, isn't it? So
it
you
is.
need to find a time to switch off for a bit.
Yeah. Shipley in bowls, and Roderick turns this on the on side. And there is no run. As we were saying earlier, I think Sussex might be a bit disappointed with the crowd today, because it was half price to get in, and a good game looks in prospect. The one man in the one-man stand has now got somebody with him. Well, not with him. He's about 15, 20 seats away, but someone has invaded the one-man stand where the one man is. Shipley's the bowler, 4 slips, crouch. Roderick turns away. The scoreboard is on its way for Worcestershire as he turns it down to fine leg, 1 to the total. A mere, I forgot how many it was now, 385 to win. It's funny, the outfield, looking at the top end, there's 1 or 2 little patches where you think, I don't know, maybe the groundsman might do a little bit of crafty watering one night, because it's just beginning to go that yellowy brown colour. It wasn't at the start of the game, but the sun's been on it, the wind's been on it for 4 days. Shipley in, bowls flicked away by Jake Libby down to fine leg. Libby, whose last 2 scores here were 215 and 198. It's only downhill from there, isn't it? Let's be honest.
Hopefully not.
Let's be honest. If he gets 100 here, it'll think, well, he got 215 last year. Worcestershire had 2 without loss. 1 apiece to Roderick and Libby. Gareth Roderick it is to face the last ball of the first over of the Worcestershire innings. Shipley in bowls. Roderick lets it go by outside the off stump. That is the end of the over. Worcestershire 2 without loss. If you've not been with us this morning, Sussex batted on in some style actually. Carson made 75 before he was run out going for a second run. Skipper Tom Allsop, a fine 100. He opened up a bit this morning, but yesterday he really got stuck into it and got Sussex out of a hole when they were 178 for 5, leading by just 112 then. Shipley a bright 28, a couple of lofty blows from him, and that meant that they could declare on 447 for 7, 386 to win off 79 overs. Now 78 overs.
We've got Ari Carvalhas.
That's interesting, isn't it?
From this end, yeah, just as we were speaking about Nathan McAndrew, he's in, bowls from the seaside end, and it's short, wide, cut away through cover for 4 there by Libby.
Well, he hit that in front of cover, didn't he?
Yeah.
Which gives you the impression that it stood up nicely and it wasn't going at express rate.
No, it's also it might be that it almost tennis bounced a little bit, where when it goes shorter into the pitch, it just balloons up ready for the batter to smack for 4, as he did.
He certainly did.
Right, at the top of his mark, reset now. Here we go. There's Ari Carvalhas is in, bowls, much better line length there. Nice shout from the slips, but it's gone past the point fielder there and it's racing away, and it will be 4 more to add to the total there. And to Jake Libby's score.
I'm just looking round. I don't think Nathan McAndrew is on the field. If he is, I can't see him.
We're all looking now at the fielders.
Well, I would have thought he would have opened the bowl in. He's not on the field. Thank you, Adrian Arms. Bertie Foreman is on, who to me, as the next ball is played defensively. Sorry, I nicked you over here. I do apologise. I was getting excited by Bertie Fordham. Bertie Fordham, is that right? Foreman. Bertie Foreman. I think he's the bad in an Agatha Christie novel. Bertie Foreman. I mean, it's a sort of name, isn't it?
George Foreman was the rumble in the jungle.
He was the rumble in the jungle. Yeah. There was a great joke about George Foreman at the time, which I will repeat a bit later.
As Carvalhas is in, and it's just defended there, straight back to him for no run.
Because the George Foreman grill came out.
Yes, I remember that.
Yes, and at the time it said you can buy a George Foreman grill or a Frank Bruno toaster, but the Frank Bruno toaster only does 2 rounds. Oh, that's ancient, that is. Oh, how can I remember that? But I don't know what I had for breakfast yesterday. Sorry, Aaron, you carry on, mate.
It's all good. Keeper crouches as the bowl's in, bowls, and it's just defended there, but quick movement there from a slightly wider mid-on means no run.
Yeah, so that probably came into the thoughts of Tom Alsop when he was going to declare if McAndrew was not going to be out there to bowl. He's a bowler short, which would explain. Some people might say it was a tough decision to make, but left Worcestershire a tough task. But one can see why, really.
As Ari Covell lost it in bowls, and it's just punched off the back foot straight to the fielder for no run, and that's the end of an over that was recovered a bit there after 2 boundaries at the start of the over, back to back, and then all the rest being dots.
1 or 2 people in hostility today, away to Outright, but not overpopulated.
4.88 is the...
4.88, thank you very much. Mr. Adrian Arms. Coming with the information.
In my mind.
I knew you did, yeah. That's why we could smell wood burning from this distance, because you were working out in your mind. Here's Shipley coming down the slope from the Cromwell Road end. He's in and he bowls, and this is scooped away by Roderick down to fine leg for a single. I say scoop, it turned off his pads more than a scoop. A scoop now in cricket means something totally different. There's a man in a bright yellow shirt walking along the top of the stand over there. We don't usually wear bright colours, do we, in this country? You look around, there's not too many people in pinks or yellows.
No, but we're all sensible enough not to wear dark colours.
You say, when I got a black shirt on, thank you. Shipley in bowl short, and it goes for the pull shot here, Libby, and it goes through to the wicketkeeper. You can have a look at the picture, Jake Libby. I think he feels that didn't bounce as much as he thought it was. It's only a black shirt because that's all that was left in my suitcase.
Well, he picked a good job to sit inside rather than outside in the sun.
Yeah, it's actually quite pleasant in here, isn't it?
Yeah, we've got the AC on us.
Yeah.
Nice and chill, looking at the nice sunny outside.
Yeah. Well, I say it was pretty chilly this morning. Shipley runs in and bowls, and forward comes Livy and pushes away to mid-on, and there is no run. There's a game of cricket going on behind the stand at the far end. I just saw somebody bowling behind the permanent temporary stand. There's a man in a young man in a... Is he a young man?
I do not know. I did not see him.
There's a fella in a blue hat in between the stand and the side screen, and I'm sure he just ran in and bowled. He's having a look at the cricket now. Here's Shipley's next ball to hit Libby high on the thigh pad. No appeal. He's not bowling anymore. You're not bowling anymore. He's just wandering around now. Maybe because we named and shamed him. I'm sure he was running in and bowling. There's also a chap stood right next to the end of that stand in a bit of shade, methinks.
Yeah, trying to find any shade.
Shady character. Top of the stand is well populated. Here's Shipley's next ball. Forward comes Libby, pushes into the offside. A loud shout of no from his colleague and from himself. I think goes to Finn Hudson-Prentice. And a very nice big floppy. That is a big floppy. It's more like an umbrella.
Yeah, it's a good thing it's not too windy today, otherwise I'd be flying away.
Disappearing. Yeah.
Take him with him.
Yeah, big floppies. This could be the last ball of Shipley's second over. Indeed it is. As long as it's a legal delivery, of course. Shipley in bowls down the leg side. That's gone away for 4 byes. That's I always think that's a bit rough on the wicket keeper. Come on, Ariana, you know about wicket keeping. He was never going to get that, was he? He'd have to have been twice as big as he is now, Ollie Carter, to get that. Anyway, it's gone away for 4 to the Worcestershire total, which is 15 without loss. They need a total of 386 to win.
Yeah, that one just exploded off just short of a length there, and Ollie Carter unfortunately had no chance of getting there. He needed a whole other arm to get there, if that were the case.
It's the first time the batsman had changed ends. That's because Roderick's just taken guard. I think he's not faced before Carvelis.
As he's in bowls, and it's just defended there slightly squared up there as the ball came there, but defended strongly no matter what. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 slips, point, wide bit off, wide bit on, square and a fine leg here for Ari Kamaros bowling to Roderick. As he's just at the top of his mark, ready to bowl.
All those days on the sick.
And he's in balls and he's flicked off his legs but straight to the fielder for no run.
I guess the task for these Worcestershire openers is to bat till lunch and then see where they are, isn't it? They're not going to start smacking it around, are they? And then they might well say, we'll bat till tea. Tea today's at 3:40, whatever happens. You know, see where you are then, and then they just sort of play proper cricket and see if the runs come. You don't want to throw it away.
So Ari Kamaros is in bowls and it's defended off the back foot, so there won't be any chat before going out then about chasing this down or...
No, I think they'll probably just go out and bat. There might be they might have a chat at lunchtime and say, what do we need now? What's it looking like? What's happening? Is the pitch, has it died? Is the ball coming on? That sort of a chat. But I think they'll just see how it goes. It's a 2-hour afternoon session, so you have a good idea of where you are after that.
As Kamaros is in balls and that's flicked off the legs. A diving stop there from Square, who doesn't, I think, get anything on. 5 legs come around and it's gone for 4. He can stop running. That's just raced away off the Sussex outfield here at Hove.
I think he got a hand on that.
It did seem to slow down a little bit. It was a full stretch drive though.
Yeah. It's our friend Bertie, I think, isn't it, fielding there?
I believe you're correct, yeah.
Bertie, the 12th man.
Loud cheers of motivation from the slip corner. It's always a little bit louder when there's 4 of them there, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah, try to outdo each other.
Carvallis is in from the seaside end here and it's bowled and it's just defended back to the bowler for no run. Almost pushing a little bit there, as if he was a bit early.
I'm always intrigued by conversations in the slips. I fielded in the slips for many years and we used to talk about almost anything apart from cricket. You know, if something happened, you'd obviously chat about that, but then you going back to discussing quiche recipes or where you're going on your holidays and things like that.
Yeah, just to name a few. Carvallas in balls and it's flicked off for legs, but the fielder does well there with a little roly-poly for no run. That's the end of the over. Worcestershire 19 for none, Roderick on 6 and Libby on 9.
Well, our current run rate, when we only had a few overs, they're going over 5 and over here, so Worcestershire making a decent and positive start. With the 4 slips in, there's obviously going to be gaps in the field. So it'd be interesting to see if we get to mid-afternoon, maybe there's a couple of slips in, somebody else comes out, and this could be a really interesting afternoon's cricket. As I said, it could be a dull one as well. Shipley's in and he bowls, and this is flicked away by Libby out through mid-wicket, and he's going to get 1 more to the total, which takes Libby to, I would say that's 10. 6 to Roderick, and of course we had 4 byes, so Worcestershire 20 without loss. Does it count down on there? 366 to win. Does, yes. I've sat on cricket grounds trying to work out, the edits on the scoreboard. Totally missed it. Shipley in bowls wide of the stumps. Roderick raises the bat and lets it continue on its way. Yeah, the breaks are set in stone on the last day as 1 o'clock and 3:40, unless of course there are 9 wickets down. I don't think there's going to be 9 wickets down at lunch.
No, I don't think that will be.
I suspect there might not be 9 wickets down at tea either, but you never know.
You'd hope not at this point. Unless you're Sussex.
Shipley in bowls and driven on the offside by Roderick pretty solidly. Tom Allsop at mid-off has a bit of a problem. There's some matting on another wicket there, and I think it may have bobbled a little bit over there, although the edges are pegged down.
Yeah.
If it just catches the edge of that, especially when the ball is going fairly rapidly, as it was there.
Yeah, it does look like an awkward bounce there. It does almost look like Astro, almost that matting over it, but
Yeah,
definitely won't be on this ground.
well, wouldn't have thought so.
No.
Here's the next ball from Shipley, which is short, cut away. In fact, forced away off the back foot rather than cut. Nice shot there from Gareth Roderick. He's going to get 3 for this. Allsop has a long chase out to the boundary. So 3 more to the Worcestershire total. 23 without loss. Roderick moves to 9. And Jake Libby, about to face, has 10. I will complete this over. Well, I won't. Mr. Shipley will. And then I'll go off and talk to other people.
So many people to talk to.
Oh, millions of them. Next ball to Libby, and that's beaten the outside edge. It's a good ball, well bowled. Just pulls Libby forward and just nips away. Good effort.
That ball does excite the fielders there in the slips.
It does.
Even the bowler was happy with that one, wasn't he?
Now, somebody's coming down the pavilion steps and coming onto the field. Is that Mr. McAndrew? He's bouncing a ball, as if to say, I'm a fast bowler, so I can bounce a ball. Here's Shipley in again. Bowls driven up the ground by Libby. Nice shot. Timed it perfectly. And I think it's some of the Sussex backroom staff, one of them, crawls along on hands and knees to stop the ball. Now, coming onto the field looks to me as if it's Nathan McAndrew. And this is a puzzle, but can he bowl? There's a ruling that says you can't bowl until you've been back on the field for the amount of time that you've been off the field. But whether that is in play here, I don't know. I'm going to nip off. Adrian Arms is going to nip in. Bye, brothers.
Well, go enjoy talking to more millions of people then. And we have, still at this end is Ari Corvelas. And so we're just making sure everyone's in place. Start with the over.
Well, Worcestershire need to score at 4.88 when this reply started. So we've had 5 overs, they're on 27. So they're up with the rate at the moment, Ariana. In comes Ari Carvelos, bowls and clipped away. That's 4 runs. Beautiful shot. Gets a round of applause from Ariana. Clipped away through mid-wicket for 4 runs. That was a lovely shot, wasn't it?
That was a beautiful flick off legs and just timed it perfectly in the gap. Vacant mid-wicket region and just raced away here down the slope at Hove.
Worcestershire off to a bit of a fly-up. 31 without loss here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. Adrian Harms, Ariana Dowse, Dave Bradley, and immediately there's a change in the field for Sussex. The Gully has come out, that's Jack Carson, he's come into mid-wicket, so there are 3 slips, point, mid-off, mid-on, shortish mid-wicket, square leg and a fine leg as Carvelos is in, and forward comes Roderick, plays to mid-off, and there is no run. Well, when you put it into context, you sort of think, well, 5 and over, not too bad, you know. Obviously, if you start to lose wickets, but at the minute, Worcestershire may be thinking that there's a lot. Perhaps just see where it takes them over the next couple of hours.
Yeah, it's just, as Brett said, just bat and see what the situation is later. But it's going well for them so far.
Carvelos again bowls, and that's going to be 4 more. There was a cry of catch. I'm not sure that was particularly near anybody, was it, or is that just me? But it was clipped away by Roderick. He goes to 17 and Worcestershire to 35 without loss.
Yeah, I think the cry of catch was more for the fact that it was in the air, not really
close to a fielder.
Yes.
Yeah.
But again, another boundary in this over, clipped off the legs. Maybe just need to rethink the line he's bowling here, Carvelos. He wants an early breakthrough here.
They do indeed. Carvelos in again, bowls, and forward comes Roy. That's good batting. He's played a couple of clips. If you were coaching your youngsters yesterday, Ariana, I think you'd probably say that was a good way to play.
Yeah, just nice, confident flick off legs, waiting for the bad ball, and then just work it into the vacant cover region just for a quick single. That's very well batting.
9 off the over.
Very well batting. That's a new one. Very good batting.
Yes.
Very well batted.
Very well batted. I like that. Yeah, I said something similar today and I made a real mess of it. Oh dear. In comes Carvelos over the wicket, bowls, and right in behind that is Jake Libby, plays to mid-on, and there is no run. The advantage of getting some runs early in the over as well is it just takes the pressure off.
Yeah, it puts the pressure back on the bowling side. It's always one of those that coaches say to you, not necessarily in this format, but in more T20, you want to be on top at the start of the over, put the pressure back on the fielding side, so that there's not the need for a boundary in the last few balls.
And you talk about not conceding a boundary off the last ball as well.
Off the first and last ball sometimes.
Right.
Depending on the team that you're playing for, it's usually a goal to win the over, as we'd say.
Right. The mid-wicket has gone now. There's now 3 slips and a gully again as Carvelos is in. That's a better delivery, and Libby with a model forward defensive shot plays it back down the track. And there is no run, fielded by Carvelos of his own over. So Worcestershire off his own over, of his own bowling. Worcestershire are 36 without loss. Roderick on 18. Libby is on 14. So we can tell you that Worcestershire are going along at 6 and over at the moment. They need to score 4.88 and over. They need to score 386 to win in 79 overs. I think we're having a change in the commentary box. Bradders has returned from his broadcasting duties. Ariana will be back with us after lunch. Finn Hudson-Prentice is warming up at point. 4 slips in place, and it is going to be Henry Shipley. 3 overs, no wicket for 11. He gets halfway down his run-up. I think he got a fly in his eye, or something in his eye.
Has he got a ball in there?
Well, they're annoying flies. There's nothing worse than trying to get a fly out your eyes, and then you say to some Bradders, can you just have a little look? I can't get this fly out.
It's usually the corner of somebody's handkerchief.
It is. Is that the way to get it out?
Well, then you wonder where the handkerchief's been.
Well, you do. Yeah, absolutely. In comes Henry Shipley down the hill and bowls and punched away by Roderick. Nice shot. More runs here. At least a couple of runs for Gareth Roderick, who started off very impressively. He goes to 20. And Worcestershire to 38 without loss as the Worcestershire ground staff go for a little wander around the
Coaching staff.
What did I say?
Ground staff.
What's the matter with me today?
I don't know.
How on earth can they be the ground staff, Adrian?
Well, it could be.
It could be. But Phil Pennicott has been in touch. He says, hello, Adrian and Bradders.
Hello.
I was down at Hove yesterday, slightly cursing that I'd chosen one of the 2 full price days. It left the game nicely balanced. Yes, it was free here, wasn't it, on Sunday?
Yes.
And half price today. Oh, we got an update. I'd almost forgotten about that.
Maybe jump.
In comes Shipley, bowls, clipped onto the onside, and then a nice shot by Gareth Roderick. And he picks up a boundary. It's gone all the way, Bradders.
Nice shot.
What's a shot? He goes to 20, and Worcestershire are racing along here, 42 without loss.
To 25 Celsius
in just the 7th over.
But we start to see a little bit of rain on the way.
Bit of rain on Saturday, they're saying.
Thunderstorms on Sunday, I'm told.
Glorious weather for the cricket. Let's move and to Adrian Harms.
Yes, a good game of cricket here as well, Sarah. Sussex declaring their second innings on 447 for 7. Tom Alsop making 100 not out, skippering the side this week. That's his 6th century for Sussex and the 10th overall in his first-class career. It's left Worcestershire to score 386 in 79 overs. The rate required is 4.88, and they're off like a train, Worcestershire. They're 42 without loss, just in the 7th over. So could be a really exciting afternoon's cricket here. If you want to come down, it is half price here today to come and sit in the sunshine and watch the cricket. Meanwhile, at Canterbury, Surrey are 311 for 3. They need another 190 to win. Dominic Sibley not out on 78. Ben Folkes on 48. If they get there, it'll be the highest run chase in Surrey history. It'll be 501. They've got a bit to do. They're 311 for 3.
I have a statistic for you in a moment.
Shipley is on his way over the wicket, bowls. Oh, and Roderick was struck Round about the 5 pad, the ball bounces in front of him, but no run. A stat from Bradders.
If Worcestershire were to get 386 to win, it would be their 7th highest, 4th innings total, but nowhere near the highest to win, because they got 449 against Somerset at Bath. I'm sure it was at Bath, yeah. I always remember that because Alamgir Sheriar, who was not the world's greatest batsman by his own admission, smashed a 4 and Worcestershire won by 1 wicket.
Ooh, when was that, Bradders?
Ooh, hang on.
In comes Shipley, bowls, forward comes Roderick, plays to mid-off, there is no run.
That was, in fact, in June. Almost to the day. 19th of June that match started. 1996.
Right.
Somerset made 263. Worcestershire made 194. Somerset made 376 for 6 declared. And then Worcestershire got them. Yeah.
Was that at Taunton or?
It was at Bath.
At Bath, sorry, you did say. Shipley in bowls, let go by Roderick, a delivery by Shipley, just cut back, goes through to the keeper, end of the over. 6 off the over, 42 without loss. Roderick 24, Libby on 14, Shipley 4 overs, no made, 0 for 17. So Phil has been in touch and he says, picking up on Bradder's comment, oh dear, on the younger generation's ignorance of the nuances of the time game, I'll lament its almost total disappearance. Partly for the following reason. In my teenage days in the 70s, I was a slow left-arm bowler for Burgess Hill, just up the A23, so came on first or second change. It was hugely beneficial to my confidence, especially when bridging the gap between Colts and senior cricket, to be able to bowl, say, 12 or 13 overs and get a couple of fifers. Are our lights still on? Yes, they have.
Yeah,
There's a little click there, wasn't there? Had I been restricted to the usual 8, this would have been far less likely. Your views, as ever, are appreciated. Best wishes and enjoying the stream as ever. I would agree with you, Phil, completely. I mean, sometimes in the cricket I played, you may get somebody who comes and bowls all afternoon, which can be a bit of a drag.
Yeah.
But I think when you are just restricted to 8, it is a real shame.
Yeah, and of course there is this thing with certain age group bowlers who can only bowl so many overs. If you're, I don't know, under 15 or 15 or 16, you can only bowl 6 overs, then you have to come off. We've got Finn Hudson-Prentice to bowl, which leads me to think that my theory that McAndrew can't bowl until he's been onto the field for as long as he was off the field, if that makes sense, because the obvious thing would have been for him to bowl from the sea end, I would have thought. Anyway, here's Hudson-Prentice. He of the bright pink boots comes in and bowls, pushed away on the offside, no run. Mike Hingley, thank you very much for your email, which is quite lengthy. He's not been very. I'll clean this one up and say he's not been very happy with the umpires in this game. And he said Joe Leach might be quite proud to think he bowled a no ball over the batsman's head on this wicket. Anyway.
Yeah.
Talks about player recruitment of Worcestershire, and this is the problem with a lot of counties. Forward comes Libby, pushes away on the offside, in that they develop players and then they go off somewhere else. Woody says, who went on loan to Worcestershire from Nottinghamshire, did well and has gone on to Lancashire and indeed to England. Should they try and get more experience into the team? Well, I think this is a fairly experienced team now. Certainly these two opening of and Azhar Ali, who's a Pakistan Test cricketer with about 100 tests to his name. Here is Hudson-Prentice in bowls, and Libby gets a little bit squared up here, goes out to cover point. And his final point, why did Warwickshire let Adam Hose leave? Looks like a good batsman. He does look like a good batsman. Well, he left Warwickshire because he wasn't playing any red ball cricket, so that's the reason that he left. Anyway, thank you very much, Mike, for your extensive email and your opinions, which we're always very happy to get. Just 3 slips now for Hudson-Prentice. Worcestershire are 42 without loss. Jake Libby waits, he's on 14 and he will stay there because the ball is pushed out on the offside. Tom Alsop comes into field.
Tim has been in touch.
Good old Tim.
Yep, he says, hi Adrian, a very generous declaration from us this morning. A good pitch, weak bowling attack. I fear the worst. Hope I'm wrong, but the Middlesex game last season still haunts me. Target 317.77, which they easily managed. Regards, Tim. Very good point, I'd forgotten that game.
Hudson-Prentice CN in bowls. Forward comes Libby, pushes on the offside, calls straight away as he played the shot into the shot and pushed it away on the offside and picks up a single, a gentle roll into the covers. Worcestershire 43 without loss. I kind of think, and obviously the history of the ground and that game, as you say, last year against Middlesex, I think 386 to win off 79 overs is a challenging target. But we shall see. Hudson Prentice is the bowler. Roderick is the batsman. He pushes into the covers, but a little more solidly than Libby did with the last ball, so it goes straight to Allsop. And that is the end of Hudson Prentice's over. Worcestershire 43 without loss, and they've used up 8 of their 79 overs in getting there. They needed another 343 to win off 71 overs.
I interviewed Finn last night, and I actually apologised to him. And he said, "Why did you?" We were laughing, saying, "Did I say he was rubbish?" And I didn't at all. Well, I apologise because he's gone a bit under the radar this season. I think with his batting, certainly. I'll look up his bowling stats in a moment. But when he got that half century yesterday, that was his third of the season, and he's averaging 40, or just slightly over 40 now, which I think for a number 7 is pretty decent. In comes Shipley bowls, pulled away by Libby, and I thought that was in the air momentarily, but he gets a single to deep backward square fielded by Ibrahim, and it is 1 more to the total, which goes to 44 without loss.
Yeah, he picked out the fielder on the shorter boundary there, didn't he?
He did.
A couple of metres either side.
It's been a positive, and I guess actually, Bradders, perhaps we should feel the best way here is to be positive. No he's fiddling around.
I was saying to Ariana, these two, we'll bat till lunch, see there we are, and then they'll bat till tea and see where they are.
In comes Shipley bowls and clipped away down to fine leg, fielded away to our right-hand side by Ari Carvelos.
Not necessarily these two, of course. I mean, like Worcestershire will look at things at lunchtime, they'll look at things at tea time, particularly at tea time, see where they are in the game. And we could have, 30 or 40 overs after tea today.
Oh, absolutely. Shipley, New Zealander making his debut for Sussex in this game. 3 slips go down. He's running in and bowls, and Libby plays to mid-on. There is no run. You have to say, Bradders, this still does look a good batting surface.
It does. There's very little untoward has happened since, mid-afternoon yesterday, or went a bit strange. But I spoke to Matthew Waite last night because we thought it was reverse swinging. He said he didn't think it was.
Interesting.
Because Ali Orr was uphill.
Ali Orr thought it was, and Lewis Hatchett thought it was as well.
But Matthew, who was out there, said no, it didn't appear to be.
Interesting. Shipley in bowls, Libby forward, plays then into the onside. There was a howl. If he'd have missed that, I think he'd have been pinned in front, but he didn't miss it. And he picks up a single onto the onside and goes to 17. And Worcestershire will be very pleased with their start. 46. Nearly completing the 9th over. I'm looking at Hudson Prentice's bowling figures. He's in his 7th match. He's taken 16 wickets this season, an average of 33, so a little expensive. I think if you've taken 16 wickets and 350s, I think that puts you firmly in the all-rounder category.
Yeah.
Shipley in bowls, Roderick eases that to mid-wicket, and there is no run. So after a loosish start, Sussex just clawing things back a little. The last over from Hudson Prentice only went for a single, and now 3 singles off this over. 3 slips, point, cover, mid-off. That's the offside field. The 3 men on the onside are at mid-on, square leg-ish, and fine leg. As in comes Shipley bowls, and forward comes Roderick, plays 2 mid-on. And that's a tidy over from Henry Shipley, who's bowled 5 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 20. If you've just joined us this morning, a very good morning, and in fact a very good afternoon we should be saying now, because it's 1:15. Live cricket on the BBC, every ball, every match, every county, right through until the end of the season. So thank you for joining us. You may be watching via the Sussex Cricket Club live stream. Well done to Jack who's been operating the camera for the 4 days. Good old Jackie's up there. He'll be waiting for the football fixtures tomorrow to come out. He'll be there with his Albion scarf on and his diary and trying to book some time off work. And he'll probably be saying to his boss, whoever it is, I need the 13th of September off because Brighton are playing in wherever it is.
They'll be awaiting the Newcastle first game, as far as they can get.
Yeah.
Here's Finn Hudson-Prentice coming into bowl, and forward comes Libby, pushes on the offside, all upfields, no run. Morning to Marcello, old chum of mine. Midday coffee accompanied by the commentary, the Worcestershire game in Sussex. Not many better sounds, is there, says March. Good to hear from you.
Nice coffee. You're not a coffee man, are you, Brad?
No, I don't drink coffee. I haven't drunk coffee since Methuselah was a boy.
Right, well, that was a long time ago.
Yeah. Thanks to Nick, who says, and I'll go through that one in a minute, as Hudson-Prentice in bowls, pulled away, it's going down to fine leg for 4 off the bat. He must have got a bottom edge on that, I think. He didn't really get the full blade on it, but
50 up, Bradders.
50 up, yeah. These two put on 52 in the first innings. They have now gone to 50 exactly. Nick says, why don't Somerset play at Bath anymore? The basic answer is, Nick, because it's not good enough. It's not Bath Cricket Club, don't play on the recreation. It's actually the rugby ground, back of the rugby ground. But Bath Cricket Club don't play on that, or where that ground was, as Hudson-Prentice is in and bowls, forward defensive bowler, fields himself. And the pitch was actually sorted out by the council. And the last time I'm there for a one-day Sunday game, the wicket, the pitch as we should call it, was not that bad, but the outfield was awful. It was so bobbly. It was a poor club outfield, and I don't think Somerset have played there for some years. Used to play at Weston-super-Mare as well, Somerset, as Hudson-Prentice bowls wide of the stumps, goes through low to the wicket-keeper. Clarence Park, Weston-super-Mare.
Right.
I wanted to do a game there. I think that was a one-dayer. That apparently, the story is that, the crowd are quite close to the pitch there, and Vivian Richards was getting some stick from a spectator. And they walked off at the interval, and Vivian went round the back of the stand, found the certain person, and lumped him one. So they say Hudson-Prentice in, and this is flicked away down to fine leg for a single. Total goes to 51 without loss.
Well, I think Finn Hudson-Prentice is limping.
I'm not being rude, but he does walk a little bit. He is limping, isn't he?
He is. He has got this Achilles problem, I think, Finn, which is manageable. Oh, we've just gone off air.
Yeah.
Thanks very much, whoever did that.
Finn Hudson-Prentice is the bowler. I think we're going out somewhere, but I'm not quite sure.
We are on the stream, certainly, Bradders.
Here's Hudson-Prentice in bowls and forward defensively. Comes Roderick, plays the ball back down the pitch. There is no runs. The end of the over, and 51 without loss. Worcestershire. Roderick has 25. Libby has 22. We are, 10 minutes away, 12 minutes away, 13 minutes away. It's getting high. It's like an auction.
It is.
13 minutes away from the luncheon interval.
We are indeed. Dave Bradley, Adrian Hobbs, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. You may have just lost the line briefly. We'll probably be deluged with emails of people saying you're offline and it's not working, but it is now. We have the red and the green light.
It's leaving us.
When we get the red and the green light, we know that it is all systems go. And when they disappear, it's just blind panic. But the panic is over. Ari Cavalos has switched to bowl from the Cromwell Road end. Worcestershire going along very nicely here, Brad. There's 51 without loss. They need to score at 4.88 and over. They're currently scoring at 5.1 and over. As Cavalos comes running in to bowl to Libby down the leg side. There's an appeal. They think they've got his man. Everyone's running towards the umpire, and The umpire is totally unmoved. That's Ben Debenham up there who says he's not out.
Libby went for a walk to fine leg, to shirt to square leg.
She did.
Mrs. Bradley has got the gift.
Oh, what? Can I see the flowers? What?
Yeah, there you go, mate.
Cool, that's a few quid's worth,
I'll
Brad.
tell you what, yeah, I went through a few cemeteries to get them. Anyway, she's having a good day despite having to go to a few.
I didn't realise that dandelions were that colour at this time of year. In comes Carvelos Bowles, played down the offside of the track, and there
a couple of daisies in there.
And there
as well.
is, And they look very nice. I tell you what, but Mrs. Bradley, I reckon you'll get home. There'll be a nice meal on the table tonight, Bradders.
I might have fish and chips.
You've got to go and catch it when you get home.
You should get one or the other.
Well done, Bradders. You've done the right thing. A nice bunch of flowers for Mrs. Bradley. Happy anniversary to the Bradleys on Donald Trump's birthday. In comes Carvelos Bowles, played down the track by Jane Libby. It is.
I'll have to remember that one. It's my birthday tomorrow, so I'll have to remember on the day after.
2 days of celebration.
2 days of celebration. Big party on Sunday. I tell you what, at the Emirates Indoor Arena. Well, Martley Village Hall. Same thing, isn't it?
Are you having a party tomorrow?
Yes.
Are you?
Oh, on Sunday, yeah.
Wonderful.
Yeah, all my friends are coming, so we're having it in a phone box.
In comes Carvelos over the wicket Bowles, played by Libby down the on. So it's in the village hall. So how many folks you got coming then, Brad, Sunday?
We've got about 80, I think.
Really?
Yeah, if
that's
they all turn up.
fantastic.
Yeah, free to get in.
Does it bring a bottle?
Oh yeah,
Right.
There's a raffle.
Oh, you did say there was a raffle, actually.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, for charity.
Lovely.
I'd have invited you, but you've got a game, I think.
Who's the charity, Bradders?
Prostate cancer.
Lovely, well done. In comes Carvelos Bowles, and Libby plays to mid-off, and there is no run. Excellent, what a great idea. So 80 people in the local village hall. Have you got a bit of music, Bradders?
Yes.
What sort of music?
We have.
A bit of Beethoven? Or?
No, we have a proper a chap called Luke Swatman, who's brilliant. Google him at lunchtime. He's outstanding.
Okay.
He's far too good to be singing at my birthday party.
Right.
And he does a bit of songs from the shows, light opera.
Nice.
Nessun Dorma, he'll do that.
Will he?
That'll make me cry.
Yeah, I think it makes everybody cry. In comes Carvelos Bowles. Libby is good over this by Harry Carvelos, so much so that it's maiden over. 51 without loss. Libby on 22, Roderick on 25. And Harry Carvelos 4 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 21. So if there's any sort of anyone likely to gate crash, Bradders, we have sort of a few sort of people on the door just in case.
No, we might have to throw people in, going by walking their dogs. Better get in there, mate. We're going to get some spin here. James Coles, Nessun Dorma, which is None Shall Sleep.
Oh, is that what
From
it is?
Tarando, yes.
Right.
The prince runs through the palace looking for this beautiful woman that he's met, and that's what he sings, None Shall Sleep, until we found the beautiful girl.
Are you sort of, Mickey, taking a part? Are you into a bit of opera, or is that something you're quite... Right. Okay.
I've just had to...
How come you know the story?
I've had to introduce it at various
have you?
concerts.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm not... I don't mind a bit of light opera, but not the heavy stuff. So we've got spin here. Now, this could be an interesting stage of the game.
Could.
Cole's got one to turn. He got Brett D'Oliveira out for a duck, and that we think that turned a fair bit. So if there is anything to be had there, getting him on nice and early with a hard ball as well, so that should be able to get some bounce out of it. Left arm round to the right-hander and back and across and easing the ball, got the hiccups in the middle of that, out through extra cover. It's all those cross-ons Barnes he bought me this morning. For a single, 52 without loss, which is what these two put on in the first innings. Just waiting for the sweeper fielder to come in from the sweep. This time Libby forward, pushes into the offside. Nothing to be had in terms of runs there. The bookstore's open today. It looks like there's a man in a bright orange shirt.
Oh yes, a lot of books out there, isn't there? Yeah. Lovely.
Next ball is pushed away out to mid-off. Thinks about a single for a short while there, Libby, but Tom Alsop, although he's a little deeper than some mid-offs are, he was in very quickly. He's there for the mistimed drive for the catch, no doubt. Next ball forward defensively. The bowler does his own fielding. Way in the distance, the wail of a siren. Oh, now exciting news as well. Oh. Here's the next ball from Bowles, turned away on the leg side. They're going to take a single there, just to the left of McAndrew, who goes to almost precise square leg to finger back in. One more to the total 53 without loss. There is more than one man in the one-man stand.
There is, isn't there?
6.
But there's almost a crowd.
Oh dear, 6 more. Here is the next ball, which is pushed down the ground, and the end of the over. And Carvelis, the fielder, picks the ball up because he's going to bowl with it. 53 without loss, Worcestershire. Set, if you haven't been with us throughout the day, 386 to win. Fine century by the home skipper Tom Alsop in a total of 447 for 7 declared. 386 to win in, we could say, a minimum of 79 overs.
Yes. Well, just about up with the rate. A couple of good overs there from Sussex. You share your birthday, Bradders, in 1542 with Richard Grenville.
Oh, OK.
An English privateer, explorer, politician and vice admiral. He's got nothing on your CV, mate.
No.
Born in Bideford in Devon.
Oh, good old Dickie.
Yeah. In comes Carvelis bowls. Libby catches a little low, plays it onto the onside and picks up a single just. Jake Libby, he goes to 24, which is to 54 without loss. You'll also share your birthday with Mo Salah, the very good Liverpool footballer.
Yeah, I've heard of him.
Yeah.
Egyptian.
He is, indeed. Very fine player.
Bideford, that we just mentioned. I
Yes.
was in Bideford, New Year. Not last New Year, New Year before. And I went and watched Bideford Town play Wallingford Rovers.
Ooh, was that a local derby?
Ish. Yeah, ish, but Bideford got thumped 4-0.
In comes Carvelis, bowls, and Roderick covers up, plays into the offside. I feel a funny story coming, Bradders.
No. I'll tell you that story at lunchtime because it's a little bit beyond the pale.
Is it not for the radio?
It is not for Wednesday afternoon listeners on cricket streams and things like that.
Okay. But is there anyone else really famous that you share your... There's lots of people that do have the birthday on your day, Bradders, but...
Nobody famous.
No one particularly famous. Well, they are famous, but I don't know them. In comes Carvelis bowls. Oh, he's hit on the pad. I think he was hit on the pad. Now, that looked like it did a little bit to me, Bradders, and Roderick looks suspicious. He was looking to clip that on the leg side.
I think he just got a bit of bat onto pad, maybe, and he did look suspiciously back down the pitch. Still the odd one, doing a bit.
Yeah. Perhaps just a little bit still in this pitch, as Bradders says. Three slips go down. Nice hush around the ground, coming up towards lunch. Last over before lunch. Carvelis in bowls and covers up as Roderick plays to mid off. I think it's been a good little session for Worcestershire. Haven't lost a wicket. They go into lunch 54 without loss. I mean, I still think it's... My own view is I think it's a long shot to score these runs. But they might just feel that if they get, somewhere in the afternoon and they haven't lost any wickets or only one down, let's have a dip for half an hour.
Get to tea.
Yeah, see where it takes us.
Yeah.
Because you never know. Oh, you share your birthday with Demis Roussos.
All right. Demis, the man in the cloak.
Yes, he was. Yeah. In comes Carvelis bowls, and Roderick works that one down to fine leg, and picks up a single.
Demis Roussos clears 99% of household germs.
You share your birthday with a famous cricketer, Bradders.
Oh, who?
A famous. Let's see if you can get this. Famous wicket keeper. Played Test as a batsman in 1977. That's a bit random. He played his cricket at Leicestershire.
Roger Tolchard.
Well done. 10 out of 10, Bradders? Yeah, Roger Tolchard, you share
He
your
was
birthday.
a master at Malvern College for all.
Was he?
Yeah.
There we go.
Nice chap.
In comes Carvelis bowls, let go outside the off stump by Jake Libby. So there we are. It is indeed lunch here at Bradders. What on earth's the matter with me today? Here at home, it is the end of the over. And Worcestershire are 55 without loss. They need 386 to win this game. They need to score at not far shy at 5 and over. As we go off for lunch, they are a little bit behind the rate, but not much. 4.88 per over they need to score at. They're almost there. I think it's a tall
This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Ho for the afternoon session on the fourth and final day of the championship match between Sussex and Worcestershire, and building up to what could be an outstanding afternoon's cricket. The word there, I think, in capital letters is could. If you're not been with us this morning, 386 to win. Worcestershire was set off 79 overs. Sussex declared on 447 for 7. And at lunch, Worcestershire were 55 without loss. And guess what? They still are. Libby 24, Roderick 27. We're going to watch the first over after lunch. I'm Dave Bradley. Ariana Dowse is alongside me, and Adrian Harms will come shuffling in a little bit later. Hudson Prentice to bowl the first ball post-lunch forward defensive is Gareth Roderick. It's hot out there, Ariana. It's hot.
Yeah, well, when we went to get lunch, it was a decision. Hot lunch, cold lunch, what do you pick?
I think I picked wrong, actually. But there you go. Yeah, I was just thinking I got a long journey home. But there you go. I believe there are things called motorway service areas where one can stop and buy food if one has a second mortgage. Here is Hudson Prentice, right arm over to the right-handed Roderick. Roderick pokes at this one and gets it away, though. Backward a square on the offside. He's not going to get a boundary. Good chase down there by Jack Carson. Hauls it in, and the scoreboard is moving post-lunch. Worcestershire 57 without loss. Roderick goes to 29. I can see when the yellow numbers on there, I'm all right. Once it goes to the grey numbers, Libby has 24. I can get that. I think it's just the angle that we're at, but I find it difficult. Two slips are the close grabbers. Roderick waits and dabs away on the offside again. This time, straight to extra cover. James Coles, but one over of spin, didn't we, before lunch? Didn't see it do much, but we're probably not at the right angle anyway. Our commentary angle is over mid-on. In fact, McAndrew is at mid-on, and he's directly between myself and the batsman. Go, oh no, the ball cannot be out of shape. Surely it is not out of shape. And this is the second time they've gone to the umpires with this. We've had 13 overs and 3 balls, and the ball is out of shape. Well, it's crazy, I know the wicket's hard and the bats are hard, but if a ball is going out of shape, well, we assume it's gone out of shape unless it's got something. If it's got something furry on the seam, they're looking at it, so they're trying to see if it's gone out of shape. I think it's just crazy. As Armsy was saying, we used to play village cricket, and you'd play 3 games with the same ball. Yeah. Well, we didn't hit it very hard. We didn't hit it very often, but. Anyway, the umpires have said, get on with it, lads. So, yet another hold-up in the game.
Wouldn't have changed that much after lunch, surely.
That's very true. Well, yeah, we've had 3 balls after lunch, so the shape of the ball has changed suddenly. Good point, well made. Here's the next ball from Finn Hudson Prentice, pushed away on the offside. Hudson Prentice looks as if he's struggling a bit to me. He stopped. He didn't really go through with his follow-through there. Maybe he got his foot in the wrong place on the footholes, which the ground staff would have filled in at lunchtime, I assume. They normally do. So he's kicking away at that. So maybe his feet didn't land right, and that's what caused him to not run through as per normal. A few fluffy clouds. Simpson clouds we'll call those. If you've ever seen The Simpsons. If you haven't, you would wonder what on earth I was on about. But they're floating across the ground. Hudson Prentice to bowl, pushed away on the offside by Roderick. Walks away. He goes quite a long way to square leg, Gareth Roderick. He goes, probably about 7 or 8 metres, yards, call them what you like.
Yeah, that's one way to get your steps up, isn't it? It's about
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, get your Fitbit on and wander off there you'll be doing about at least 50 metres every over if you go wandering over there. Hudson Prentice to finish the first over post-lunch. And this time driven away through the offside. Nice shot by Roderick. It looks as if it's going to race away for 4. The outfield is lightning. Once you're past the infield, you can gratefully accept a boundary. Roderick has 33. Libby has 24. Worcestershire 61 without loss. And they need a total of, I have to keep looking at this, 386 to win.
Yeah, so at the start of the innings, the run rate was at 4.8, and they kept about that for the first 13 overs, but slowly creeped up to a required run rate of 5 now.
What are we doing there? Well, the umpires, they're not looking at the ball again, are they? This idea, the 2-1, well, both the umpires were stood in the middle. And I don't know. You do wonder sometimes about cricket. You know, we've invented a competition with 100 balls, but in the county championship, let's just stroll around, lads. It's a hot day. Don't rush yourself. Anyway.
The bowler from the fine will be Ari Carvolas, coming down from the corner road in. 3 slips in place, ready for the first delivery from the far end. In he comes, bowls, and it's worked down leg, I believe. Yep, giving us 4 runs to the batter there.
He got bat on that. I thought maybe he did. He got it slightly wrong and he'd gone whizzing past the wicketkeeper, but obviously a very fine leg glance from Jake Libby.
Yes, still out of reach of the diving attempt from Ollie Carter, the keeper, but was another boundary for Worcestershire here after lunch.
4 off the first ball. Kind of takes the pressure off a bit. I know it's not a limited over game, but...
As Carvolas is in, defended off the back foot from no run as it's gone to the onside. Yeah, just a looser one to start with. The boundary in the first ball of the over does help the batter's mindset no matter what format it is.
Yeah.
After that, I believe one slip has come out there and gone into sort of a short mid-wicket, ready for a catch. And Carvolas at the top of his run that's coming in, bowls, and it's just a back foot defensive shot there from Jake Libby, who is on 28 still.
He's going mad. He's lost his drink now. He's going on his arms. He's had 4 days. He's had 4 days with me. It's sent him crackers, which is entirely understandable.
I have no idea where he would have misplaced that can.
Oh, he probably never got one in the first place, but, you know, let him wander off. He's happy in his own little world.
Carvolas is in, bowls a slightly shorter one, and it's pulled. Will the steep square leg, he does get round, so the batter will only get 1 run for that pull shot.
It's pretty much 4 or 1 over there, isn't it? You know, if it's near enough to the fielder, he's going to get there. If he'd got that a bit straighter, it would be 4.
Yeah, it's a slightly shorter boundary out there, so you're not wrong. It's either fielded or completely a boundary.
Good afternoon to Ian Marshall, who's listening in Reykjavik this afternoon. What's the temperature in Reykjavik, Ian? Welcome.
As he bowls and it's defended there. Nice little cry out from the slips, but for no reason as that was solidly defended.
I don't know if somebody was winding me up, but they were saying that you can go to Iceland or anywhere inside the Arctic Circle and play all day because it doesn't get dark. So I don't know whether anybody's ever done that or if you can.
I believe it is true, it stays light there all day there. I'm not sure anyone's played cricket all day though. As Carvolas is in, bowls his back foot punch, just an extra cover for no run. And that's the end of the over. Worcestershire 66 for none.
Highest temperature in Reykjavik today is 12 and the lowest is 7. So that sounds, well, it's not going to be freezing at night. You'll need your big coat on, but yes. Thank you, Ian. Good to have you with us. Tell us if anybody ever has played a 24-hour game in Reykjavik. Went to Iceland once. Bought a pack of frozen burgers. Here's Finn Hudson-Prentice. on his way in, and just pushed away off the bar. Oh, that's a nice shot. Originally I said pushed away. That was timed beautifully by Jake Libby. No great backlift, and he didn't whack it, but it went straight between cover point and extra cover down to the rails for 4. Lovely shot. Worcestershire has 70 without loss. Libby has 33, and they've both got 33. Away goes Hudson Prentice, and once again off the back foot, punched into the covers, but he can't get the ball past James Cole's fielding at that extra cover position. Now, Nathan McAndrew is on the field. Now, I was trying to find out at lunchtime if this rule still exists that you can't bowl until you've been back on the field for the length of time you were off. But I would have thought he's been back. In fact, he's doing some exercises now. I would have thought he has been back on the field, or on the field, since the length of time he was off. Laws of cricket, eh? Hudson Prentice bowls, Libby drives again. If it beats the field, it could well race away for 4. There's a chase down towards the boundary. They're not going to get there. 2 of them after that one. And again, beautifully timed by Libby. Just leant into it. Again, didn't really smash it. He just played the shot. So, 8 off the over so far. 74 without loss, Worcestershire.
Yeah, it just runs free-flowing right now after the lunch break for Worcestershire here.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to get the spinner on. I think, or the 2 spinners. I think it could well do a bit. Libby waits, and once again off the back foot plays into the cover area. A tumbling, diving, rolling stop by James Coles. Gets up somewhat gingerly. He's fielding just on the edge of he's fielding on the practice wickets there, so that's probably a bit dusty and a bit dry, and he's got long sleeves on, so he's probably got a little bit of skin left on his elbow. And now he's doing some warming up as if he is going to come on and bowl. Libby waits for Hudson Prentice. Is this the last ball of the over? No, it isn't. There's 2 to go. Hudson Prentice bowls. Libby drives down the ground, thinks about a single, but it's straight to Allsop, and that would have been suicide, particularly as Allsop's throw is bang on the stumps. He's uprooted the, let's see where this goes, the off stump. Good throw. So.
Yeah. That was a very interesting look for one there. Came almost halfway down the wicket.
It was. Well, Gareth Roderick sent him back because Roderick was aware that he wouldn't have got halfway, I don't think. So this is defo the last ball of the over. Worcestershire on 74 without loss. Libby waits. That's very short from Hudson Prentice, and Libby just kind of leaves his bat there and ducks out the way. Through it goes the wicket-keeper. That is the end of the over. And at the end of it, Worcestershire are indeed 74 without loss. Now, have we got a 12th man coming on, or is the 12th man just going off? I think it's our friend Bertie from the Agatha Christie novel. He's coming at square leg. That's him, isn't it? I'm trying to see who's come up with his.
We're just waiting to find out. There's another over here from Ari Carbolos at the far end. And he comes in. Oh, and it's wrapped on the pads and it's given out OBW. A loud appeal from everyone, and the umpire at the far end puts his finger up and sends back Roderick for 33 off 44 deliveries. The first breakthrough for Sussex here this morning, with Worcestershire 74 for 1 now after lunch.
Yeah, he seemed to be just poking half forward there, Gareth Roderick. Haven't got the replay up at the moment, which strangely has just disappeared. Just when I wanted it, it's just disappeared. But yeah, very important wicket that. Those 2 going well. 33 or 45 balls for Gareth Roderick. And a vital one to get, I would have thought. Got the feeling if those 2 had been together for another half an hour, they could have been racing away.
Yeah, the last over went for 8, which is way over the 5 required run rate, so nice replay on the screen, not there. Definitely a bit pad before bat if there was any bat involved.
Should be Azhar Ali coming in now for Worcestershire, who he was got in the first innings, got to 25, and went to the bowling of Shipley. See if I can get my feed back up. This is the feed, not more food, but the feed from the match centre. The feeds have improved a great deal in recent times. The original ones were a bit sort of a camera at one end and didn't follow the ball. But they're a lot better now.
Technology does advance in all kinds of ways.
Oh, yes.
Right, Azhar Ali just making sure the ground in front of him is ready as he does a bit of fast footwork. All 3 slips, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on and square as Carvelos is in again. Wraps him on the pad, another large appeal, but no movement this time from the umpire. And it's this dot ball to start Azhar Ali's innings as it wraps him on the pads. How's that replay looking?
Yeah, I think it hit his back pad. He was sort of half across, and yeah, I think that was a spot-on decision. Well, it doesn't matter what I think, does it? You know, you're out, so you're out. Get off, mate. But Gareth Roderick looked disappointed, but you do when you get out.
As Carvelos runs in from the far end and it's flicked off for legs there. Very square, but fine leg will get round for that just to make it a single. Azhar Ali is now off the strike, 1 of 2. Which brings back on strike Jake Libby, who's on 37 now. That was a nice little partnership they had going, and yes, as you said, runs were coming. It would have been very interesting if they didn't take that wicket just then.
Yeah.
But Sussex did get the breakthrough. The LBW did go their way, and now a few tactics here. The 3rd slip comes out and goes into mid-wicket. Square leg is coming up here.
Yeah, he has pulled at least 1 through mid-wicket in the air in this innings, Jake Libby.
Bowls in, bowls short and wide outside off, and that's cut through the covers there for 4. A lovely shot.
If there's one place you don't bowl to Jake Libby, it's short outside the off stump.
Especially with the field they set that up for a short delivery, but unfortunately it was too wide and got punished for that. Started off the over well with a wicket and now leaking a boundary at this point. Let's see how he comes back from this. Harry Carvelos in from the Conran Road end, defends it, looking for a quick single but not as mid-off comes in.
I'm going to shoot off and do something else. Well, it'll be cricket, but it'll be something else.
Something more interesting, I'm sure. We have 1 more ball left in the over, then we'll have a slight change. Harry Carvelos is bowling, comes in, and it's just defended there for no run by Jake Libby. That's the end of the over, 79 for 1 Warwickshire. 16 overs, 17.
A seamless change in the commentary box. Brad is off to do his update to the listeners in Hereford and Worcester. Just checking the progress there at Worcestershire with that wicket of Gareth Roderick. Eric Carvelos, who does bowl this very nagging line and length, pitching the ball around about off stump and getting his due rewards. So 79 for 1. Jack Carson into the attack for Sussex. So from a Sussex point of view, I think good to see spin into the attack nice and early.
Yeah, Brett was saying he was looking forward to hope 2 spinners coming on.
Yeah, I'm just trying to work out. Oh, that's good actually. So the runs to win are shown at the bottom, 307. So I'm pleased about that. So 307 needed in 62 overs. So let me just see what that works out to. Calculation-wise, 307. Can't even do it on my phone. 307 divided by 62. 4.95 and over. In comes Jack Carson to bowl to Azhar Ali, who's forward, plays to Carson straight back down the offside of the track. There is no run. The field, there's a slip and a short leg of the close fielders. Backward point cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, a deep mid-wicket, and a short fine leg, almost a backward square leg, to be honest. 6 men saving the single. No one out on the drive. Which I think is good. In comes Carson bowls. Ali drives slightly in the air to mid-on, fielded by Nathan McAndrew, who is now on the field. Now, we understand Nathan McAndrew has got a minor injury, but he's on the field. So you'd have thought if he was on, he would probably bowl fairly soon. Or there are all kinds of very complicated rules and regulations about when you can and you can't bowl. Carson. Right arm off spinner from the C end of the ground. He's in over the wicket and bowls, and driving fluently is Libby into the offside. He does pick out the fielder, who is Tom Clark, and there is no run. Now, Jack Carson is sort of holding his head in his hands. Was that in the air?
I believe it was, but it was called a no ball.
Did he take the catch?
I'm not entirely sure if it was a catch or it didn't carry, but...
Well, I don't think it went so quickly from here, it was difficult to see. I don't know what Julian made of that in the top deck, whether he thought that was a chance. Either way, it has been called a no ball. Carson again bowls to Libby, who plays that. That's definitely along the floor, out into the covers, fielded out there by James Coles. So 1 more to the total. So whether that was it's irrelevant if it was a drop as Ariane or a catch, because as Ariane says it was a no ball. Ali back on strike. He's on 2. Jake Libby made 198 in the first innings. He's 42 not out in this. In comes Carson bowls. Azhar Ali is resolutely forward. Plays them all down the onside of the track. And there is no run. It's a beautiful sunny afternoon here at Hove. And it's really warm. If you're sitting out in the sun, make sure you've got a hat on, because it's that sort of a day. In comes Carson bowls, and sort of plays with a flick of the wrist as Azhar Ali. He plays to mid-on, fielded by Tom Haynes, and there is no run. We'll keep a check on how things are going in the other games in just a few moments' time. Carson bowls to Ali, who's forward, and plays that into the offside. They think about a single, it isn't there. So good tidy over from Jack Carson. It did cost 4 runs because there was a no ball in there as well. At the end of the over, a few pats on the back for Jack Carson. And Worcestershire are 83 for 1. Azhar Ali on 2. Jake Libby is on 42. 303 needed to win. And there are 61 overs remaining in the day. Elsewhere in Division 2, really good game at Chesterfield, which looked like it might be over in 2 days, but eventually Yorkshire winning their first game of the season, reaching the 215 they needed to win, with 3 wickets in hand. Very much indebted to Dom Bess, who made 41 down the order, but also in comes Carvelos, pulled away by Libby. It's actually all the way for 6, Ariana.
A bounce.
No, it's a 4.
Yes.
A bounce 4. I do apologise. I took your over there, so you carry on. But just to give that score, Yorkshire were in all sorts of trouble at one stage. 147 for 7. Dom Bess making 41. Shan Massoud, who used to play for Derbyshire, finishing 95 not out. So our first win of the season in the county championship for Yorkshire at Derbyshire today. Looking for the other scores in between balls.
As Carvelos is in from the far end, and it's punched to Point, who fields it for no run.
Glamorgan are battling away at the Riverside, but I think it's probably going to be to no avail. They're 274 for 7 in their second innings, still trailing. Oh, actually, they lead Durham now by 36. Chris Cook, 57 not out. But they're sort of running out of lower order batsman. Tim van der Hoogten is with him on 2. So it looks like Durham are going to win their 5th match of the season there.
Carvelos is in bowls, and it's just defended off the back foot there for no run.
But Bristol, we've been saying for some while, we thought it might end in a draw. Gloucestershire in their second innings, 157 for 5. Lead Leicestershire by 175. So you never know, a few quick wickets there and things could change. In the First Division, all eyes are on Canterbury, where Surrey, with this mammoth run chase, are 356 for 3, needing another 145 to win. That would be a run chase of 501 if they get there.
A lot of runs to get as Carvalhos is in, and it's just flicked off the legs there for a dot.
Essex have beaten Somerset by 196 runs at Chelmsford, and Lancashire have beaten Hampshire by 6 wickets at Southport. And the only other remaining game is at Trent Bridge, where Notts are 355 for 5 to trailing Warwickshire by 61 runs.
Nice quick update there on all the cricket. As Carvalhos is in bowls, and it's just defended again off the back foot there for no run.
Yeah, what that's done is that one winner's moved Yorkshire to 6th in the table, only momentarily, because there are, of course, other games going on. They've played a game less than both Sussex and Worcestershire, who would have played 7 games after this. Sussex and Worcestershire 2nd and 3rd. Glamorgan 4th in the table, but Durham, if they win this game, would have won 5 out of 7. A very good start for Durham.
As Carvalhos is in bowls and again defended just on the right length there, and it's the end of the over. Worcestershire 87 for 1 now.
Good over from Ari Carvalho, so we'll have a little switch around. Bradders is back from his update. He's going to replace Ariana, and it is going to be continuation of spin from Jack Carson. I thought, Bradders, that wicket of Gareth Roderick came at a really good time for Sussex, because in terms of Worcestershire, they were looking to get on with it.
Yeah.
And it's just stemmed the flow a little bit.
Jake Libby was caught off a no ball, I reckon. In the
do you think it was a catch?
I think it was.
Right. In comes Carson over the wicket bowls, clipped around to the leg side by Azza to deep mid wicket. He picks up the single. Ariana spotted it was a no ball. I didn't spot it was a no ball, to be honest, until it was done and dusted.
I think by the reaction of the fielders.
Yeah, and Carson sort of had his head in his hands, didn't he? Not too often you get an off spinner bowling a no ball. 1 to the total, 88 for 1. Worcestershire, as Carson comes in again, bowls. Pads up, does Libby. Ball bounces out onto the onside. There is no run. Very helpfully, Bradders, down the bottom right-hand corner of the scoreboard now. They're showing the runs to win. So that is helpful. 298 more needed to win in 59 overs after this one. As in comes Carson, bowls, gives it a bit of air, and Libby forward. Plays back down the track. Carson fields off his own bowling, and there is no run.
I think Carson could be the key here.
Well,
it's a 4th afternoon.
Yeah.
The sun's been on this pitch for 4 days.
Carson again. He's in bowls and clipped away by Jake Libby to mid-wicket, and there is no run. The over rate is showing as -2. I only mention it because Sussex has already been penalised this season. 4 points in the game against Yorkshire here. And in a tight division, they won't want any more deductions like that. Carson again in bowls and driven away, not where he intended, by Jake Libby. Nonetheless, he's going to pick up a couple of runs as the ball eludes the fielder at point and runs down to 3rd man. So 2 more to Libby, who goes to 48. Worcestershire 90 for 1.
You'd think there'd be a bit of rough outside the right-hander's off stump, because Ben Gibbon has been bowling left arm over during this game from that end. Bowled quite a few overs from that end.
In comes Carson, bowls, and Libby turns it on the onside. This time they pick up 1, and that's all they'll be, because running in from underneath the clock-tail scoreboard is Shipley. Guess these are overs. That is so sloppy. That's going to go for 4 overs, and that is shocking. That is really, really poor. So who do you blame for that? Henry Shipley came in, he threw the ball. I think you've got to look at the keeper there, haven't you? I mean, it wasn't a great throw, but nobody was backing up.
To be honest, my eye had gone away towards the scoreboard, so I'm not quite sure what's happened. I've got a replay on here.
Well, Shipley came in, he fielded the ball, he threw the ball in, and everybody seemed to, now, unless it was very wide of the stumps, but everybody just stood and watched the ball, and it went away for 4 overthrows.
I think he threw it in, it landed in the bowler's footmarks in front of the wicket-keeper, and nobody was backing up.
Well, that's sloppy. And surely, therefore, that must be 50 for Jake Libby, isn't it? Because he took a single, and then it went for 4 overthrows. That's a half century for Jake Libby. The lads on the Worcester balcony have realised.
Yeah.
Well, it must be, mustn't it? So the scoreboard must be behind. The scoreboard is wrong.
Yeah.
Because it's only got the 5 balls from the over up there, but I think that's Jake Libby's 50 that it's been handed by 4 overthrows, or apparently they're called buzzers, aren't they?
Buzzers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a David Lloyd, a Bumble thing, I think. Or I think the Australians call them buzzers, don't they?
Yeah, well, 53, Jake Libby.
Yeah, it's come up now.
95 for 1, and that is a gimme. Now, it's going to be Nathan McAndrew who's going to come in to bowl.
This is interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
If he's fit and active. He was, I know when he sat there early, he was really rubbing his hamstring a fair bit, but he's in bowls and Libby drives out on the offside, only going to get 1. Allsop goes round from mid-off to his left to field.
We've had Stuart Glover in touch, Bradders, from Laos in sort of Vietnam, that part of the world, isn't it? Thailand, Laos, yeah, LA.
Oh yes, or Laos.
Yeah, I don't know if they call it Laos or Lao.
Wow, no, I'm not sure either.
It's 8 o'clock, he says there, 30 degrees with a nice cool beer. It's been a good match, a fascinating last day, he says. Hello, Stuart.
Good lad. Enjoy your beer, mate. McAndrew in, bowls, turned away. That's a nice shot. That's flicked away. Flicked away for 4, just straying onto the leg stump, and Azhar Ali said, thank you very much. Well, I don't think he did, but wicked that way. There's a deep square leg and a fine leg on the rope, but easily split the 2 of them. Worcestershire's 100 comes up, 100 for 1. They need another 286 for victory from here.
Yeah, it's still only 4.9 and over, Bradders. They've not gone beyond 5 yet.
No. Azhar Ali, bat held, and flicks another one off his legs. Doesn't get it as fine this time, just gets it square out to the boundary. Picks up a single. Carson, I think, is the fielder out there. I'll give him that credit.
I think indeed it is Jack Clark. You know, I got a tin of lemonade for my lunch, Bradders, and I don't know what I've done with it. I had it over in the pavilion, and I must have walked out. I probably left it on the in the counter. There you go.
There you go.
Getting forgetful. Changing the field here, Bradders.
Yeah, sending another man out on the leg side. He's got to be in front of square, because if he's behind square, it's a no ball. So Hudson Prentice goes to... Well, he's a crouching down fielder, but he's forward of square, and he's probably 15 yards from the bat. And there's 2 of them stood there. Is Jake Libby trying to pierce the 2 of them. It's a favourite Libby shot through there, but they're not what they call it, the wall.
No, I've seen
4 or 5 in there, but they are 1, 2, 3, 4. They're 4 pitch widths away from the batsman. But at least Tom Allsop is thinking and trying something different. I like that in a captain.
I know that, absolutely.
101 for 1, Worcestershire. McAndrew about to... No, he isn't, because he's got 2 balls left. From the Cromwell Road end, he's in and bowls, and Libby just turn this one on the leg side. And once again, it goes straight to the fielder, who is James Coles in there. So Hudson Prentice and Coles, the 2 men. They're probably, I don't know, are they 7 or 8 metres apart? Apart from that, there's 2 slips, a cover point mid-off, mid-on, deep square, and a fine leg. Almost putting a bit of pressure on him. McAndrew can't really bowl a half volley or anything else outside the off stump, because he's only got 2 fielders in front of the bat. Although having said that, cover point is hardly in front of the bat. McAndrew in bowls. Libby is beaten by this one. Well bowled. Goes past his outside edge, through to the wicket-keeper. And Worcestershire at the end of the over are 101 for 1, having been set a total of 386 to victory, for victory, when Sussex declared on 447 for 7. Roderick the man to go. LBW to Carvallis for 33 when the total was on 74.
Julian's been in touch from the top deck of the pavilion. He fielded a ball earlier on today that nearly ended up in the scorer's half.
Very athletically.
It was. He is athletic, Julian. But actually, some sad news that John Hollins, who played for Chelsea, Arsenal and Queen's Park Rangers, amongst others, has died aged 76. Managed Crawley Town in Sussex for a period as well. So very sad news.
Yes. 76.
Yeah. So, in comes Carson and Bowles and clipped away by Azhar Ali to deep mid-wicket, fielded out there by Shipley, who gets in the throw.
Wasn't he almost unique? And he played for England, and his brother played for Wales.
I think you're right, Brad. You said he was a goalkeeper. His brother,
Dave Hollins, I think.
That's it. I think that's right, Brad.
Well, it's not many done that.
Yeah, and then it was his son who was on work for the BBC and comes Carson and played into the offside, and he was in Strictly Come Dancing, I think.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think so. I think he's either his son or related in some way.
Oh,
Chris Hollins.
Chris Hollins is a very good quiz question. Very good quiz question.
In comes Carson, a single and a dot ball to start this over. He's in and bowls, and Azhar just punches that down the ground there, and there's a collision there between Azhar Ali and Jack Carson, but no hard feelings, and they sort of touch hands briefly, as if to say, sorry about that. No harm done, Jack. Tom Haynes very quickly in from mid-on to field. 102 for one, Worcestershire. Another 284 needed to win. Carson in and bowls, and Libby drives through the covers. This is going to go away for at least one and possibly two. They're going to come back for the second. Need to get a bit of a move on, but it's good race. Very quick between the wickets is Jake Libby. And despite the fact that James Coles fielded the ball inside the boundary, picked up a couple of runs, did Libby. And if Worcestershire here could tick along at 5 and over throughout this afternoon session, they might get themselves to tea and think, right, we need, might be worth having a little dart.
Yeah.
Carson in again, bowls, Libby is forward. That's really good running. That is excellent cricket from Worcestershire. Tom Haynes is at mid-on, but he, clearly not saving the one. It was just well timed by Libby. What he did, as soon as he hit the ball, Bradders, he was on his way for the single.
Hit, call, run.
I think if I'm the bowler here, I want mid-off. You're either up on one or you're not. In comes Carson Bowles, and Azhar just plays it onto the onside, fielded by Hudson Prentice, and there is no run. So a tidy over from Jack Carson. 4 coming off of it. Worcestershire 105 for 1. You look like you're poised to say something, Bradders.
Chris Hollins on Twitter. My hero, best friend and dad left us today. He was so modest, but I will say it. He was a great player, brilliant teammate, and one hell of a person. My mum's sister and all his grandchildren will miss him so much. So you're quite right, Chris Hollins. Chris Hollins is, I'm going to give this away now. It's one of my favourite quiz questions. Name 3 winners of Strictly Come Dancing who scored centuries at New Road.
Well, Mark Rackbrook should be one.
Yeah.
Darren Gough.
And Chris Hollins.
Really?
Yeah.
Charity game? Or?
No, Oxford University. First class game.
Wow, doing me a disservice. Sorry about that.
No. Back here, back at Wayne Manor, McAndrew is bowling. Worcestershire are 105 ones. Gone a little bit cloudy.
It has, isn't it?
Might think the ball, will it start to swing? Jake Libby has a swing at that one as it goes down the leg side. And wicketkeeper Ollie Carter, he of the long hair protruding from under his cap, goes across to... Who was the wicketkeeper who really had long hair? Spade?
For
Sussex.
Oh, crumbs, you're asking.
Actually, at the interval, I'll break off because McAndrew's going to bowl from the Cromwell end to Libby, pushed away on the offside. I presume it was some of the Sussex second team players were having a bit of a warm-up and bowling. And I don't know who the wicket-keeper was, but he had a beautiful, long...
He did.
Blonde, gingery hair.
He did, and I'm not sure who that is either.
No.
It's certainly not the... because there was a bit of debate pre-season who was the key wicket for Sussex. Would it be Ollie Carter, or would it be... a young lady who kept up at Durham last year, whose name currently escapes me, and I will find it.
Ali Orr keeps wicket as well, doesn't he?
He does a bit, but there was...
McAndrew in bowls and driven by Libby. They're going to go for a single here. And with all due respect, I think he picked his fielder there. We probably wouldn't have taken one to, say, Hudson Prentice, who's very quick over the ground, but he, in his view, was the tall Ari Cavalier, so he took one to his right.
Charlie Tier, a young wicket-keeper who's had been at Seaford College, where Chris Adams, former Sussex skipper, coaches and teaches. I'm almost certain, well, it wasn't Charlie Tier, so quite who that was, I'm not too sure.
McAndrew in bowls, whipped away by Azhar Ali. Might go for four, does go for four. Splits the two fielders down there. McAndrew is annoyed with himself because he's given him the chance to play that shot. It's one that Azhar Ali plays quite successfully. He's gone to 13 and Worcestershire move on to, well, it could be 110.
It is 110 Bradders.
Okay.
And runs required 276.
I can't see the total, but I can see the 276, so I'm going to have to knock that off the total. If you wonder why we can't see it, it's the angle of the scoreboard when the sun shines on it. It's quite difficult to see the figures up there. Here's McAndrew in again, and this time forward comes Azhar Ali, pushes the ball up to mid-on. No run.
What were we talking about before then, Bradders?
Well, we talked about John Hollins, Chris Hollins.
Yes, we were. Yeah. Something else I was going to say.
So anybody can tell us any brothers who played for different countries?
Yeah. So presumably John Hollins would have qualified for Wales as well, then maybe.
I guess so. Yeah. Perhaps it was well.
He was a terrific player. He used to have my football shorts with number 4 on for him, so I was a big fan.
Yeah. It's always sad when your heroes.
It is, it is, Bradders.
And in this day and age, it's not a great age.
No.
Here's McAndrew in bowls to Azhar Ali, who covers up and immediately puts his hand up in the air. It was almost as if he was appealing, but he put his right glove up to say no run.
He did.
And that's the end of the over, and Worcestershire 110 for one. They need another 276 for victory. And the overs remaining in the day, I think that says 56.
It does, Bradders. So, it's still around about 5 and over. A very good afternoon, wherever you're listening from. Adrian Harms, Dave Bradley from BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester with you on commentary here. Ariana Dowse, the other member of our commentary team. A lot more cloud around today, pretty high level cotton wool stuff. It is very hot. As in comes Carson to bowl to Jake Libby, who's down the wicket driving. You said he couldn't hit a 6, Bradders. Well, he has now. He's just thumped Jack Carson straight back over his head for 6 runs. And I'll tell you what, I think Worcestershire fancy this. He goes to 64 of 80 deliveries. Worcestershire to 116 for 1. 270 to win. I mean, that's, in a sense, that's good news for Sussex, because if Worcestershire are going to go for it, it might well be they give the odd chance here and there. But that was a calculated shot by Jake Libby. And now Tom Haynes gets the ball and he throws it straight to the umpire, and the umpire says, no, you can have it back. Doesn't look very happy, Tom Haynes.
You bowled it. No, I said Libby wouldn't go to his century with a 6.
Yeah, you did.
Quantify my statement.
You did, yeah. I'm terribly sorry. I hope you're not going to take me to court. in comes Carson. In bright sunshine, the sun has reappeared, bowls, and Libby is forward, plays it into the offside. No run. Of course, what that does do, Brad, as we were saying, Worcester need to go along here at 5 and over. You get 6 off the first ball. It just takes any pressure out the over, doesn't it? You get your 6 for this over. Now you can, if you pick up, 2 or 3 singles, it's job done for that particular over. Oliver's been in touch, as in comes Carlston Bowles, played the offside by Libby. Oliver has been in touch now. He says, Dear Adrian, the long-haired blonde wicketkeeper was probably Oscar Jago Lewis.
Okay.
Seen him playing a couple of T20s for the second 11, says Oliver.
Nice hair, Oscar.
Thank you, Oliver, for getting in touch. In comes Carlson Bowles, played away by Libby to backward point, and there is no run. I think you are a new emailer, so thank you for getting in touch. Sussexcricket at bbc.co.uk, or you could tweet us at Bradders at BBC or at BBC Sussex Sport. You may be watching via the Sussex live stream. You'll see it's a lovely afternoon here in Hove. In comes Carson Bowles. Gave that a bit of a tweak, but it's absolutely belted away through the covers by Jake Libby. He wasn't holding back on that. It was slightly over-pitched, and he absolutely belted the ball against the spin through the covers for 4 runs, 10 off the over. Libby goes to 68. Worcestershire to 120 for 1. Lovely shot, 266 required to win for Worcestershire. Still an awful lot of runs, you've got to say, but they're in the hunt. Carson in and bowls, and Libby rocks back, and that's going to be just a single. It's a good bit of fielding by James Coles at backward point. I thought that was going to be a third boundary of the over, but Coles with a good stop nonetheless. Still 11 off the over, and Libby will be on strike. He's the danger man as far as Sussex are concerned. He's really getting into his stride. 69 off 85 balls. Worcestershire 121 for 1. 265 needed to win. Sorry, Brad.
No, it's all right.
In 55 overs.
I've got a few people in Twitter land. The superb Iceland Cricket will be able to tell you whether they have ever exploited midsummer to play a 24-hour game, says Ian. Pete Breakwell, I bought a car off your brother last week, mate, so it's probably broke down by now. Couldn't enjoy the commentary anymore. Brad has just described the current view above Hove as Simpson clouds. I thought it was only me and Mrs. Breakers who described it as that. So thank you very much. Also, what are we doing here? Oh, changing fielding positions. Interesting game in home, says Alan. Quick question, what happened to your old colleague Graham Hill? Benny Hill. Enjoyed your banter on a Sunday morning and at New Road. Benny is he's a very busy boy these days. He runs the National Conference Youth League. And I see him occasionally. He's fit and well. In fact, he looks very well. And he's very efficient at running that league as well. I do a couple of balls in this over and I might have to disappear. McAndrew in and bowls. And this is hitting the pad and racing away. Not racing away, it's bobbling away on the leg side. One more to the Worcestershire total, goes to 122 for 1. And Libby remains on 69.
I've been sent a photo from Leslie Harmer 12, who I think is sitting over on the benches up by the pavilion. You might wave in a minute if he's there. There's just sent a photograph from the benches. The ground looks fabulous.
McAndrew. One slip now, still got those. In fact, we've got 3 men on the leg side now, one backward, and this is down the leg side. This is obviously a ploy because McAndrew's just bowled it down the leg side.
Yeah, he has.
And they think that Azhar Ali hits it in the air. So we've got a mid on, 2 mid wickets, I'm going to say, a deep square on the boundary, and fine leg is up on the 45. That's your leg side field. And a slip and a cover point. And a mid-off, so pretty obvious here that McAndrew is going to employ some leg side deliveries and the occasional straight one that the batsman's not expecting. Next ball down the leg side. Now I would say here, and this is not having a go at McAndrew, if this was a spinner and we saw it the other day deliberately bowling down the leg side, it would be called...
Yes, a wide.
Yeah.
It would indeed, Bradders.
Yeah.
So what's the difference?
And umpire Debenham has just had a walk up the pitch.
Jed, he's just wondering where McAndrew is putting his front foot.
And I'm not having a go at McAndrew or at Sussex. You know,
It's an observation, Bradders.
Yeah, this is clever thinking. Clever thinking. It's something a bit different. McAndrew bowls. Azhar Ali's wrapped on the glove, I think. It's a strangled appeal. Anyway, I'm going to pop off, mate, so I better go and do something sensible.
OK, Bradders, we'll see you after you've done your updates. Ariana will whistle back into the hot seat vacated by Bradders. 121, 122 for 1 here. 264 more needed for Worcestershire to win this game. Sussex needing 9 wickets. My feeling is this is going to go fairly deep into the day. As Nathan McAndrew shines the ball in his trousers and is running in hard down the hill, bowls, and Azhar Ali plays that, as Bradders was saying, into that leg side field where it's fielded by Tom Clark. And there is no run. We'll keep an eye on some of the other games that are going on as well. Morgan still holding firm at Durham. They're now 296 for 7, leading Durham by 56. Gloucestershire are falling in a heap at Bristol. They're 176 for 8, leading by 194. So that could be a run chase down at Gloucester. 3 wickets there for Chris Wright. 3 for Matt Parkinson as in comes McAndrew over the wicket bowls. Azarali is stoutly forward. Oh, think about it. It could be a run out here if the throw comes in. Oh, my Lord. That is... Oh, crumbs almighty. That should have been a run out. It was played to backward point by Azarali. Henry Shipley fielded the ball at backward point. Someone should have been behind the stumps to collect the throw as it came in. It missed the stumps. But had there been someone behind the stump just to collect the ball, Ariana, it would have been run out by a mile. Libby was 2/3 of the way down the track. That's a missed opportunity, surely.
Yeah, definitely. He didn't even try to run us back in. I was looking at the replay.
I think he thought he was gone. I mean, had Shipley's throw hit the stumps, he was absolutely gone by yards. But surely if someone had been behind the stumps, backing up, it just whipped off the bails, I'd have thought. I think that's a missed opportunity. Anyway, it was a poor call by Azarali, but Jake Libby went for it, didn't he? I mean, in fairness, he backed up his... It was Azarali's call. Anyway, I'm going to say it was a possible run-out when he was on 69. I don't know what they made of it on the top deck there, Julian. You might give us the thumbs up. I reckon he would have been miles out. Has he got his thumb up or his thumb down?
His thumbs up.
Thumbs up. Yeah, he would have been miles out. And why was there no one backing up? There he goes. Don't know. He says.
It's a tricky one.
Yeah. No. He would have been absolutely out by a country mile.
As we have another over of spin, as Carson's in, that's driven, but fielded there at cover for no run. Libby is on 69 at the moment, and that would have been a breakthrough that Sussex would have gladly taken there, but...
Oh, definitely.
Wasn't to be. As Carson is into ball from the sea end and has just defended off the back foot there for no run.
I'm just keeping an eye on this run rate. So it's 264 needed in 53 overs after this one. So it's still, near as damn it. It's around 5 and over. It's sort of oscillating slightly between the two.
As the ball is in and he's kind of backed away from that, trying to look for a gap in the offside, punching off the back foot, but straight to the fielder. As we said before, if it's not to the fielder on that offside, whether it's a shorter boundary, it goes for 4.
4 wickets down for Chris Wright of Leicestershire. 4 for 36. He's a terrific bowler, in the second division.
As it's defended there for no run as it goes to middle wicket.
That game had draw written all over it. But a collapse from Gloucestershire. 176 for 9, only leading by 194. So I reckon Leicestershire will have a dip at that. Leicestershire, who beat Yorkshire in one of the games of the season early on.
Carson's in and strongly defended there by Jake Libby for no run.
Bradders may or may not agree with me, but I'm pleased Leicester are winning a couple of games. They've had a wretched time the last few years, and I think it would be terrific to see them having a good season. A win today, crumbs, they're only 3 points behind Worcester.
It's worked through the man in the helmet there for a single as fielders come round to collect the ball there. That's the end of a tidy over there, only one coming off it. Worcestershire 123 for 1.
And that's why I think it's so important that wins are going to be in this division, because it is so close. And with Yorkshire winning today, they'll feel they'll back in it as well. So only 2 go up from this division. I'm getting slightly worried because we haven't done our update to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex. So I'll just get you to natter away on this over from Nathan McAndrew.
Sure thing. They were just checking his guard there. There must be a few lines now. But McAndrew at the top of his mark, ready to come and hopefully take a wicket here for Sussex. From the road end, he bowls and it's just defended onto the onside for no run. Does a nice little jog, almost like a circle, I'd say. Keep the body moving and on the one.
You guys know this cricket today.
We have 1 fielder on the boundary, that's that fine leg. All the rest are on the one or catching.
We're waiting for some music in our ears, Ariana, so you carry on for a moment.
Sure thing. McAndrew is in, bowl short, and that's
all
6.
the way there. Oh, it's 1 bounce 4 there, I believe. Went aerial with it.
Well spotted.
Well cleared of the fielders, but not clear of the ropes, unfortunately. So another 4 to add to Jake Libby's total, taking him to 74.
He likes batting against Sussex, does Jake Libby. I bet he wishes he could sort of carry this ground. I mean, what did he make? 215 last year, 198 in the first innings, 74 not out here. Sussex will be glad to see the back of him, but they may not. Maybe this is just going to be his lucky ground. But he's batted very well in both innings. Really has.
Seconds.
I'll pick up actually Ariana as in comes McAndrew over the wicket bowls, and Libby's at it again. That's going to be 4 more. In fact, Shipley could he have caught that? Oh, the way the ball rolls over the rope, and it's 4 more to Jake Libby. He goes to 78, 131 for 1.
Cricket update.
Adrian Harms watching Sussex at the county ground in Hove. Some big scores around today, Adrian.
Yeah, some really big scores, and Worcestershire compiling their own here, Danny. They're 131 for 1. Jake Libby, who made 198 in the first innings, he's going along. He's on 78. He's already hit a 6-4 in this over. So Worcestershire needing another 255 to win. They've got 52 overs in which to get them, and at this stage, Danny, you would say Worcestershire are favourites. Earlier on today, Sussex declaring on 447 for 7, with Tom Alsop skippering in this match, making 100 not out. Surrey, though, a mammoth run chase, and it looks like they're going to get there. I don't want to tempt fate, but they need 501 to beat Kent at Canterbury. They're 371 for 3. Dominic Sibley has been there since the start. He's on 96. Ben Folkes is on 87. And I believe, Danny, that would be one of, if not the highest run chase in Surrey's history. If they get there, 501, what an achievement that would be.
Right, so still got about 130 runs to get.
Yeah.
7 wickets from They should make that.
Well, they ought to. I mean, they've got, 370 for 3. That's a tremendous performance, though, Danny, because they were way behind in that game. And in that innings, they lost their first wicket in the innings when it was on 4, when Rory Burns was out. So that's a great effort from Surrey. They should win. Not sure about Sussex. This could go right to the wire, Danny.
Did Sussex declare too early, do you think?
Well, good question. I mean, I thought, in fact, they might have left it a little bit late. I mean, in many ways, I think you've got to allow yourself enough time to bowl out the opposition. But this pitch, Danny, seems to be getting easier and easier to bat on. And at this stage, if Jake Libby stays in, you'd have to say Worcestershire could go very, very close. It was a good declaration for Sussex in terms of they want to allow themselves enough time, but it could backfire.
Stay with it. Thanks. We'll come back to you for an update later on in about an hour's time. Adrian Harms at the county ground, and all those matches you can get ball-by-ball commentary.
So there we are. That's our update with a bit of radio thrown in as well. So the equation is, Ariana, 255 needed in 52 overs. So as near as damn it, it's 5 and over. And it hasn't really... I mean, if this was a limited overs game now, if this was a 50-over cup game and you were chasing 255, I think if you was to, you probably fancy this, don't you?
Yeah, I'd say 5 and over isn't that much of a requirement in a one-day match. Usually you want to be posting 300 plus, and I know it's a different situation, different format, but it doesn't seem too unlikely at this point for Worcestershire to try and get the win here at sunny old Sussex home. Not what Sussex supporters want to hear, but we're just having a change of field here.
Nice email from Ben Holman has come in, which I shall read at the end of the over. Thank you, Brad. There's a nice little stat coming in. Thank you, Brad. That's very kind. Letting me know about that Surrey highest total.
As Carson is in from the sea end, he uses his feet, but no runners. He's worked that straight to the fielder at mid-on.
Surrey's highest fourth innings total to win a game is 478 for 9 against Leicestershire in 2001. Total. Oh, right, okay. Yeah, so they're going to eclipse that if they get there.
Carson in bowls, and it's strongly defended there by Azhar Ali.
If Worcester get this total, Bradders, that's going to be... But I don't know if it will get into the annals, into the record books, but it's 7th highest. There we are. So
It's a top 10 then.
a little way to go, but it's not beyond the realms of possibility.
As Carson's in bowls, and again he uses his feet as Ali, but to no avail as it's
picked up by their square leg. Not where he was aiming to hit it either.
No. I think what they are doing here is they're just putting the Sussex bowlers under pressure. Sussex will feel that if they're going for these, that possibly gives their best chance of winning the game. And a couple of 3 quick wickets. But at the minute, Worcestershire going along very nicely.
As it's defended there for no run. No foot movement on that one, but nice and solid, which has kept Sussex quiet after that delivery.
Yeah.
A few oohs and ahs after the last couple where it's not quite gone where he wants it as early. 4 dot balls so far in the over, as Carson is in from the C end, and it's defended better straight away. Does the signal where it bounced a bit more. Go on slightly quicker there.
Yeah.
Let's see if Carson can finish this over strong here. Everyone ready to walk in with him as he's just shining the ball a little bit. From the seaside end here at Sussex, and he comes, and it's just worked there for no run as the man under the lid at square leg does a little tumble, and that's the end of a maiden over there for Carson. Lovely job.
Yeah, well, that's just what Sussex needed, wasn't it? They needed someone to keep things a little quieter. 51 overs remaining, 255 needed, so I reckon that is exactly 5 and over with my dreadful maths. It started off at 4.88, it hasn't really deviated. Ben has been in touch. He says, "Hi Adrian, my brother Josh and I came down from Crowborough to watch the cricket today, and would be nice to see a Sussex win. Josh is missing school today as he is ill." In inverted commas, yeah. Yeah, I bet Brad has had a few days down at New Road watching the cricket when he was ill. In comes McAndrew, bowls, and Libby looks to play that on the leg side, gets wrapped on the pads, the ball bounces in the onside, there is no run. Great to see a positive declaration for Sussex. Yeah, I agree with that, Ben. I guess if Sussex were to lose the game, people might say, "Oh, declared too early." But I'm a big believer, and I know this is professional cricket, and I played very low-grade cricket, but I think sometimes you've got to be prepared to lose a game to win a game. And Tom Alsop could have just carried on batting for another hour and just put the game completely out of Worcestershire's reach. But I think that's good. That's my own personal view. Probably not shared by many. In comes McAndrew. The sun has gone in, bowls Libby, who drives into the covers, and there is no run.
Well, I think your viewpoint is shared. I think as it was the lunch break, I was on Instagram scrolling, and the England page came up about the test and their mindset towards the test, and it was exactly that.
Was it? Got to be prepared to lose to win. Thank you, Ariana. Me and Ben Stokes are of like mind, you know. So Josh says, great to see a positive declaration from Sussex, and Worcestershire seem to be going for it. Hopefully see an exciting finish. Josh will be opening the bowling for Linden Park 2s this Saturday. I wonder where Linden Park is. Linden Park 2s this Saturday. Kind regards, Ben. In comes McAndrew, bowls to Livy, who forces this away on the offside. There is no run. 9 deliveries without a run. Presumably somewhere over in East Sussex if you live in Crowborough.
Not to be confused with Lingfield either.
No. Sorry, brothers? Tunbridge Wells. Just over the border.
I would guess.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't Google it.
Yeah. Somewhere sort of Ashdown Forest, that sort of area. Where has the sun gone?
Hang on, I'll Google it.
Yeah, there's a bit of cloud around as in comes McAndrew over the wicket, bowls, and Libby drives to the offside. He's getting a bit of a move on here, but in the end it was a well-judged single. And this time, thank goodness, there was somebody backing up. It was Tom Clark who got in the throw. And one more to Libby. He goes to 79, 152 for one. You were coaching yesterday, Ariana, when that throw came in from Henry Shipley, and it was 4 overthrows. Do you call them overthrows or buzzers?
I still stick with overthrows.
Good, I'm glad you do.
Buzzers is used, but I prefer the old one.
Someone said buzzers a couple of, and I said, "What on earth? They are." I think they're overthrows. Buzzers. Sounds like a quiz game to me. Anyway, the sun is coming back out again. You'll be pleased to hear, reflecting off the flats at the far end of the ground that need a coat of paint. Actually, in comes McAndrew, bowls. Azar is forward, plays to mid off, and a tumbling save up there by Tom Haynes. There is no run. I thought that yesterday. That big block of flats to the left-hand side. I bet the people in there pay a lot of money for their maintenance, you know, and they need to get up there with a pot of paint, I think, to look a bit scruffy. Not so the flats which are on the eastern side of the ground. It all looked very well maintained. As McAndrew shines the ball on his trousers. They've still got this ring of 3 on the leg side and these very close positions. McAndrew in bowl, clipped away by Azza, straight to one of those men on the leg side, who is Finn Hudson-Prentice. Good tidy over by Nathan McAndrew. Sussex just stopping the flow of runs in the last couple of overs. Just the 1 run off of McAndrew's over. He has bowled 5 overs, 1 maiden, and no wicket for 20. Worcestershire are 132 for 1. Libby is on 79. Azhar Ali is on 13. The equation is that Worcestershire need 254 to win in 50 overs. So a little fraction over 5 and over to win the game. And it's going to be Jack Carson's going to bowl his 7th over in the innings. So far 7 overs and 1 made, 0 for 28. The other important stat is that Sussex are -2 on the over rate.
Yeah, so as Carson comes into bowl from our end here at the seaside, and that's just worked to the point field on the boundary for 1 run to get Libby off straight, and he moves to 80.
I'm wondering how warm the sea is, Ariana. They always say the sea is at its warmest, sort of September, October time. The plan is to get to the coast at the weekend, but I don't know. I'm a bit of a wuss, really. You know, if... when the weather's like this, you feel you ought to go in.
Yeah, one of the girls I was coaching went in the ocean and cut all her hands and knees because of the rocks and stuff like that.
Oh, whereabouts was that? At Hove or?
Yeah, in Brighton. As Carson's in, he uses feet.
Wow.
It's a slog in the air that goes, a couple
Bang.
bounces for 4 and scares a few seagulls there on the outfield.
Well, that was Azhar Ali, who Bradders will sort of correct us when he's next on comms, but I thought Azhar Ali was by nature a more traditional player, but he's absolutely come down. He belted that one away towards Cow Corner. And, for my money, I think the Worcestershire tactic is here. Let's just see where this takes us. If there's a ball that's there to be hit, let's go for it. And to a degree, I feel Worcestershire hold the cards here. They can dictate, unless Sussex can pick up a couple of wickets. But
Yeah.
I certainly think they fancy this.
Ball back in hand here for Carson as he's running into bowl, and it's just defended off the back foot there. No run scored.
Do you know? And I wouldn't, but not just because we had that sort of near calamitous run out where Jake Libby was nearly run out, but on a couple of occasions there has been a bit of yes knowing.
Yeah, the communication between these two. They take a couple steps in and they go back as it's bowled and defended again this time by Azhar Ali.
Bad from me. I missed the 50 partnership, which was about an over or so ago. Bradders wouldn't have missed it. Partnership of 37, 61 between these two.
Carson bowls and it's worked to the leg side for no runners. It's fielded by deep, not a deep square, but it's deep compared to the man with the helmet.
Yeah, and Sussex with a full complement out there. Nathan McAndrew is out there. If he had a little niggle, it's not stopped him bowling. It's in that much from Henry Shipley. He may be back in the attack shortly.
And it's defended there by Azhar Ali. Still got the 5 required off that over. And we just saw him use his feet like he wanted to in the previous over, but more successfully this time.
Yes. So, end of the over, 137 for 1. Libby on 80. Azhar Ali is on 17. Live cricket on the BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. If you've just joined us and you're wondering who on earth you're listening to, Adrian Harms, Ariana Dowse, Dave Bradley here, your commentary team. Every ball of every game of every county right throughout the season. If you're watching on the Sussex live stream, you'll see it's a lovely sunny day here at Hove. The crowd basking in the sunshine. Let's hope they've got the sun cream in the hats because it really is a warm day. A natural way between Nathan McAndrew and Tom Haynes at mid-off. I'm not entirely sure what that's about. Julian's very excited, sitting up in the top tier because Brighton and Hove Albion have signed a player. A couple of players, actually, I think, Julian, you can't get away from the football, can you? Even in the middle of summer. And the football fixtures out tomorrow. Julian will be there, as I say earlier on, with his diary and hoping not to, probably looking at when's his wife's anniversary and when's the birthday and, crumbs, how can we fit all these games in? And Jack, who operates the television, he'll be getting his map of Europe out and all these plans that people are making. All very exciting times down on the south coast. Now we're changing the field because there's now 2 men back on the leg side, because Jake Libby has shown that he likes to clip the ball over in that area. So there's a deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square. As in comes McAndrew, bowls to Libby, and instead of hitting that length, he squirts the ball off the edge. Little deflection down the leg side from Nathan McAndrew. And they were off the bat, and Jake Libby goes to 84. So you've got here, Arianna, you've got a fine leg who's fairly wide, a deep backward square and a mid-wicket, but that was just on the leg stump, and he just literally nudged the ball around the corner, Jake Libby, for 4 runs. He goes to 84. Always makes runs against Sussex. He's a good player. Played at Nottinghamshire, went to Worcestershire, and he's done really, really well. McAndrew in, bowls, Libby forward, plays onto the onside. And there is no run. Jake Libby. I'm going to look up in my little who's who here. Born in
Born in Plymouth.
Plymouth.
But he's Cornish.
Yeah.
He was born in Plymouth because it was the nearest hospital.
Is that right? Is it? Well, he's just terrific. Every time he seems to play Sussex, he scores runs. You're quite right. Jacob Daniel. In comes McAndrew, bowled, and he just, that short, he sort of stood up a little bit like a tennis ball, really, and he just deflected the ball onto the leg side and picks up a single fielded out there by Jack Carson. Total goes up by 142 for 1. Runs required down to 244. Overs left after lift 1, 48. Calculator time, still about 5 and over. Crowd absorbed in the cricket. He's 30 years of age, Jake Libby, born on the 3rd of January 1993. Does that make him 30? Yeah. In comes McAndrew, bowls, and Azhar Ali covers up, plays into the onside, and there is no run. So he began his career at Nottinghamshire, and on his debut he scored 108 against Sussex at Trent Bridge. I was probably covering that game last night. Just the one slip in place, no third man, backward point cover mid-off. 3 men saving 1 on the leg side, 2 of them quite close for Azhar Ali, in at mid-wicket, hands on knees. McAndrew in, bowls, Azhar Ali drives handsomely into the covers, but a good save by Tom Clark, who gets down on all fours, because had he let that go, he might well have raced away for a couple of runs into the offside. Total remains 142 for 1. The lady, or gentleman, why would it be a lady who's doing the washing? The gentleman, it could be, over on the far side, has got the towels on the washing line. Looks like a purple one and a lime green one over there. A drying day. The Sussex flag fluttering away on the clock tower scoreboard. And Nathan McAndrew is on his way. Bowls, and forward comes Azhar Ali. A good response here from Nathan McAndrew. Went for a boundary off the first ball of the over. He finishes it off with 3 dot balls, and he has bowled 6 overs, 1 made, no wicket for 25 for the tall Australian. Worcestershire 142 for 1. Libby on 85. Azhar Ali is on 17. Worcestershire needing 244 to win in 48 overs. For fans of Dave Bradley, we're being deluged with messages. Where is he? Well, no, he's on tenterhooks in here. He's Bradder's wedding anniversary, we've been saying today, so a happy day in the Bradley household. The flowers have been sent. They've arrived, which is all good news. And Bradder's back with us in about 10 minutes' time after his 3 o'clock update. In the meantime, it's going to be Jack Carson who's going to carry on. And Arianna will see us through the over. Oh, and now here's an interesting one. Steve Oxford's been in touch. I'll read. Go on, Arianna, you do this ball.
As that's driven there into the offside for 1 to the boundary sweeper by Azhar Ali.
We did miss this, Steve, and I apologise. Bradder's may not have missed it, but Steve has been in touch, and he says at 26.2 overs, McAndrew received an official warning for running on the pitch. The umpire clearly signalled to him and Tom Alsop. I believe this was missed by you all. Regards, Steve. I missed it. Arianna, did you?
Yep, missed it.
Bradders?
Yeah.
Sorry about that, Steve. We missed it. We didn't miss it in the first innings with Adam Finch, but we missed that, so thank you for letting us know.
As Carlson's in balls and it's driven there by Azali, but for no run as it's well fielded there at cover.
And he says here, hi Adrian, 30.2 overs, second warning given, and again missed. These are important issues. Well, I didn't see that either. I mean, we are watching the game, Steve.
It's bowled defended there nicely by Azali.
We'll come back to that in a moment because it's interesting, and apologies if we missed it, because clearly we shouldn't because we're commentating on the game. But there are three of us here. If he's had two warnings...
That's defended again by Azali off bowling of Carlson.
We haven't seen it. The boys in the press box didn't see it. Now, that's not to say it hasn't happened, because I'm sure it has, but surely there is something there in the communication. Maybe it should go on the big scoreboard, because I'm not saying that everybody's missed it.
And again, defended by Azali. And that makes it 4 dots in a row.
Yeah. Good over from Jack Carlson, keeping things nice and quiet. So I don't know if you're watching online, Steve, or whether you're at the ground. But certainly we didn't see it.
Carlson in ball, defended more firmly there by Azhar Ali to end the over.
And now Henry Shipley is going to take over at the Cromwell Road end. So if that is 2 official warnings, Bradders. Well, Steve is saying there was 2. He is saying there was one at 30.2 overs again. So if it's 2 warnings, that's your lot. I mean, that's what happened to Adam Finch. You're off. So he's got one more warning, but we didn't see it. And so my question is, Steve, and it was something we raised in the first innings with Adam Finch, and there was a good crowd here on Sunday, and we were saying if you didn't follow the game, and you'd wonder why on earth the ball was being taken out of the attack. So I think there is, I'm not defending ourselves, we should have spotted it, and we haven't. But if we haven't, and you can't spot everything, I could only assume a lot of people around the ground have missed it as well. Unless there was an official announcement, which we may not have heard here in the commentary box. Anyway, I'm very grateful for you for pointing it out, Steve Oxford, so thank you for that. But Henry Shipley is back into the attack from the Cromwell Road end. Do you know the name of the Worcestershire team coach driver, Bradders? No. Right, OK, it's a wind-up then. Simon Andrews.
Could be why.
Right, well, there's an email coming. In comes Shipley over the wicket bowls and played onside by Libby, and there is no run. So we do get a lot of emails. To Adrian and Bradders, it says, it's Simon, the Worcestershire team coach driver, on my way down to Hove to pick hopefully a winning team up. I'm just having a Nango cooler at the services. Just thought I would drop you an email to thank you for the great commentary for the long drive down. This is Simon, yeah? Well, in that case, Simon, if it isn't a wind-up for us, thank you very much for your comments. You never quite know, you know. That's very kind of you. In comes a Shipley bowls. That was a good delivery. And Libby is forward, plays it to the onside, and there is no run. I'm still thinking about these warnings for...
I'm just trying to ascertain.
Thank you, Bradders.
And then I'll find out after I've ascertained.
Thank you for ascertaining, Bradders. I do appreciate that. So we're hearing that Nathan McAndrew has had 2 warnings for running on the pitch from Ben Debenham. Henry Shipley in and bowls, and Libby hammers that one off the back foot, only as far as cover, fielded by James Coles. He didn't quite time that as well as I thought, Ariana.
No, he's just replaying the shot after that one. Not really happy with that end result. And I think we've spotted why.
Well, it was just wide of the offside. He was looking to really... He picked out the fielder on the offside at cover point, who is James Coles. Now, there are more instructions coming out. What are Sussex doing here? They're level on over rate now, which will please them, as Shipley is on his way, bowls, and Libby with a swing. That was a slightly tired shot, and I thought that with the previous shot, actually, Ariana. It looked a tired shot, and he's made 198 in the first innings. He's made 86 here, the best part of 300 runs in the match. You could excuse Jake Libby for feeling a little wary, and I thought that was just a shot that had a hint of Boy, I've been out here a long time now, and it's very hot today. And who could blame him? I mean, he's batted beautifully.
Yeah.
Has he been on the field for the whole game?
McAndrew?
No.
No.
Libby?
Oh, good question. In comes Shipley bowls to Libby, who plays to mid-off and takes a single. He would have been on the field for the whole game. You're quite right, Bradders, because he would have been on for the entirety of the Sussex innings. Then he was the last man out when Worcestershire were dismissed.
Yeah.
And he's now opening the batting, so that's a great spot. Yes. So he's been on the field for every single ball of the match, and we are halfway through the final day. Great spot. 144 for one. In comes Shipley, bowls, and he very nearly breaches Azhar Ali's defences and managed to deflect the ball down to fine leg. He picks up the single, albeit by a shot that was maybe a little fortunate, and he has a little joke there with Henry Shipley as it goes to 18. Worcestershire, 145 for one. They need 241 to win. They need them in 46 overs. So the run rate now just going slightly above 5 and over. Would that be right? Yes. So 2 would be 46, 92. 2 92s are, come on, Adrian, 184. Is that right? 184 plus 100. Yeah, just over 5 and over. You're laughing.
No. Just listening to the maths happening. And we'll see another over spin here from Carson from the seaside end as he goes into bowl. And Azhar Ali on strike uses his feet again, but works it to the mid wicket for no run.
Julian, who was watching from the top tier, said he definitely saw one warning a couple of overs ago. He says maybe missed the first warning. So thank you for Julian. Julian saw one. We didn't see any. Steve Oxford saw 2.
And it's Carson's in bowls, and again Azhar Ali using his feet, but this time gets it just past the fielder at mid wicket, and the boundary sweeper comes in to field it, and it'll just be 1 run. Yeah, surprising we didn't pick up on that, but...
Well, I have to say I didn't pick it up, and as a commentator on the game, it makes you feel a little bad that you didn't pick up something as important as that, but I don't think it could have been that obvious, but anyway, no excuse.
Carson in bowls, and it's defended there by Jake Libby for no run.
We also had an email in from Steve regarding the over rate.
Back to level now with the spinner helping out a bit.
Yes, absolutely.
That's Carson's in bowls, and it's again worked to the onside by Libby, who just gives him some room and uses that room to make it a ball to punch the offside. 1 run.
Yeah, Steve was making the point when Sussex came out to begin bowling in the second innings, the over rate showed us -1. That was a carryover from the first innings, and then it dropped to -2, and they've now clawed it back to 1. So it does fluctuate.
And that's Carson goes in bowls, and it's just worked to mid wicket again.
What I mean is that in days gone by, often that over rate didn't seem to be adjusted until the end of the session, and I think people didn't quite know where they stood. But I think we can assume now that Sussex are definitely level. When they were -2, if we'd have had a calamitous storm and the game finished, it would be -2.
Carson in bowls, and Azhar Ali works it to the backward point there, but no run called. That's the end of the over.
Good over.
2 coming from it. Worcestershire 147 for 1, with Azhar Ali on 19 and Jake Libby on 88.
Now, I do think we'll have tea today. It's one of the quirky rules of county championship cricket that tea will be at 20 to 4. So 45 overs left in the day. Worcestershire needing 239 to win. They've got 9 wickets in hand. We could be in for a terrific finish here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. Adrian Harms, Ariana Dowse, Dave Bradley back with us in a moment. email address, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, or tweet us at @BraddersBBC or at BBC Sussex Sport. In comes Shipley, bowls to Libby, who hammers that one away over the wicket for 4 runs. He's chancing his arm here, Jake Libby, but fair play to him. It was a short delivery by Henry Shipley, and he just decided he was going to belt the ball away over mid-wicket, and it's gone for 4 runs. He goes into the 90s, 92. What an innings of 115 balls. Worcestershire 150 is up 151 for 1. And I think he's just made up his mind here, Jake Libby. You know, he's been out there, as Brad has said, for every ball of this match, and he's just going to enjoy himself and see where it takes him. Another boundary. Bradders is going to come in for Ariana as he comes back in. As in comes Shipley, bowls, and he clips this one away down to deep backward square and picks up a single. He goes to 93, I think that is the total of 152 for 1. What an innings. It really is. Oh, England have laid their test match side for Friday, which I shall read out to you in a mo.
He's playing.
Yes,
Mo.
Well, yeah, you'd have thought so. Well, Paul Firebrace thought Sussex they might go in without a spinner. In comes Shipley, clipped away by Azarali to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Here we go. So, Ashes team. England had preferred Stuart Broad over Mark Woods, who joined James Anderson and Ollie Robinson in the pace attack. Off-spinner Moeen Ali is in the 11 after coming out of retirement. So it would seem as if that was the only debate as to whether Mark Wood would play or not, but Moeen will play. In comes Shipley, bowls to Azarali, who clips that through square leg. He picks up another single to Zala. He's playing a good foil here, Azarali. You know, he's picking up the ones. He's giving the strike to Jake Libby. And Libby closing in on a second 100 of the match. It really has been a wonderful performance by Jake Libby. Shipley is back to his mark, just the one slip in place. Julian, in all seriousness, was saying he saw one warning given to Nathan McAndrew, but clearly there were 2. In comes Shipley, bowls, cut away by Libby to backward point. Good bit of fielding by James Coles. Not easy on those sort of old wicket ends, but a good tumbling stop, and he sort of gets himself up and grimaces, does James Coles. The ground is probably rock hard, and he looks at his hand. Good job he stopped it, though, because that would have been 4 runs otherwise.
Well, Jake Libby doesn't play T20, so he can have a rest after this game. The T20 starts again. Well, he doesn't normally play T20. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, well, he's been really good. In comes Shipley again, bowls and plays to the onside. This is a quickly taken single. They need to hurry on here. That's really good running. Very good running indeed by Jake Libby. He played it onto the onside, and immediately he called Azarali through, and Azar had enough confidence, despite the earlier mess up between them, to take the single. Libby clearly very, very keen to get the strike, Bradders. He's on 94. Worcestershire 154 for 1, needing 232 to win in 44 overs. And Jake Libby's hit 14 fours and a 6 so far in this 94.
I was just watching Harry Carvelis walking back down here, and he looks as if he's hobbling as well.
Oh dear, Sussex don't need any more fast bowler injuries. 8 overs, 1 for 37, Carvelis.
Start of another over, and this is Jake Libby coming forward defensively, pushing the first ball from Jack Carson away on the off side. Libby on 94. Will he go to his century with a 6?
Well, as in the first innings.
He waits now, Libby, and he's just turned that one away on the leg side. Wait, wait, wait is the cry as Finn Hudson-Prentice goes to his right from mid-wicket. No run.
Ben Silk's been in touch regarding the warnings, which I'll read at the end of the over, Ben, but thank you for your email. Next ball is driven by Libby out on the offside. Once again, though, he can't pierce the field, so a little bit not frustrated, but maybe a little tied down here, Libby. But he's been around long enough. He's not going to let that get to him, you wouldn't think.
Carson. Right arm over bowls, and Libby does get a single this time. He eases it out to the sweeper on the cover point boundary. Libby goes to 95 and Worcestershire go to 155 for one. Still 231 needed for victory. Azhar Ali just waits for Carson to get ready. Now in he comes, and Azhar's going for a sweep shot here. He's got that one away, and it looks as if it's going to the boundary. It is. It skips over the rope now. Nice shot. Premeditated a little, I would have thought there.
Yes.
He was ready to go down on one knee, almost as the bowler was in his delivery stride.
Just played with the spin, didn't he?
159 for one.
Ben says, thanks for the commentary. The confusion over whether McAndrew has had a warning suggests the communication from the umpires isn't good enough. I completely agree. I know we would say that, but I completely agree. And we were confused in the first innings as well. So heaven only knows what the crowd are thinking.
Next ball is Azhar Ali coming forward, confidently pushes the ball away on the offside, and at the end of the over, Worcestershire are 159 for one. Libby has 95, Azhar Ali has 24. These two came together with the score on 74, so 15 away from a century partnership.
Ben goes on to say, why not introduce football-style yellow cards when warnings are given? Well, I think that's an excellent idea. So either that, or maybe on the big scoreboard it should come up and say, official warning given. So, someone as assiduous and as astute and as observant as Julian only saw one, and we didn't see any. Anyway, we think Nathan McAndrew has had 2 official warnings for running on the pitch. It's going to be Henry Shipley, who's now in long conversation with Tom Haynes. I don't know what all that's about. Come on, fellas. Oh, now they're going to change the field. So Tom Haynes is at mid-off. He's not the skipper in this game. James Coles is warming up, the left-arm spinner. They've moved one of those mid-wicket fielders back to deep mid-wicket. There's Finn Hudson-Prentice out there, and now it is going to be Henry Shipley. 7 overs, 0 for 29. He's running in down the hill, comes in and bowls to Libby, who eases that one to backward point, fielded by James Coles in his white sun hat, and there is no run. There's a slip at a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Then on the leg side, there's a deeper mid-wicket, a deep backward square, and a fairly wide fine leg. So there's 3 men on the boundary on that leg side. 1 just in front of square, the other 2 behind square. Clearly they think that's an area that they can exploit as Libby is on strike and clipped away by Libby, and he's going to pick up a single exactly to one of those men. That's Nathan McAndrew down there at fine leg, and it takes Jake Libby to within 4 runs of what will be a second 100 of the match. His last few innings here at Hove, 215, 198, 96 not out. It's I don't know Jake Libby, but I would imagine it's probably one of his favourite grounds.
What you'd imagine so, wouldn't you?
Shipley is on his way. Bowls, and Azhar is... Oh, I thought he'd been caught behind. Was slightly wide outside the off stump. It was a rather tentative, flat-footed drive from Azhar Ali, and a good take by Carter, diving in front of Tom Alsop at first slip. Much to ponder, Tom Alsop. He's the skipper in this game, while Cheteshwar Pujara is away on test match duty with India. Now, there's lots of waving going on towards the dressing room. I think someone wants
drinks.
Yeah, something for Nathan McAndrew, I think. Funny enough, Bradders, turning off for this delivery, in comes Shipley, running down the hill, bowls and cut away by Azhar Ali, misfielded by Tom Clark, which is a rarity. He bangs the floor in frustration. Would have been a good stop, to be fair, and Azhar goes through for a single. He goes to 25, 161 for one. Last week I was up at the first day of the India-Australia test match, and I think it was Sammy, the Indian bowler, was down at fine leg or third man. He had someone with him the whole day with a towel, a bottle of water. One of the backroom staff was there the whole time.
The whole day?
All the time he was bowling.
Yeah.
He was down there. In comes Shipley, bowls to Libby, who plays to mid-on. I should give this to you, Bradders, because Jake Libby is within 4 runs of his 100, and I think you should commentate.
Thank you. He's on 96 then, Jake Libby. Stephen Mann, thank you for your Sweet. Brad is at BBC. We're thinking of naming their Test 11. Will Worcestershire get Josh Tongue released for this weekend's T20s? I would say almost certainly not. Is waiting for this one on its toes. Jake Libby just plays it backward a square on the offside. Won't get a run there, so he stays on 96.
Yeah.
I was going to tell you Shipley's figures. I can't read them. 8 overs for 31.
Yes. And 225 needed to win in 42 overs, and the break's just slightly on here. Steve's been back in touch. Hi, Steve. He says, umpire Debenham clearly walked down the pitch and looked at the area. He then signalled 1 and 2 fingers to both the bowler and also bat slip on each occasion. At the time of the second one, you were, I believe, talking about purple towels. Yeah, I was actually drying on the balcony away to our right-hand side. He's watching on TV and looks out for no balls and warnings, etc. He said, I'm glad I was able to provide the updates. Well, thank you, Steve. We do hugely appreciate it, because were it not for you, we wouldn't know. So thank you very much. I do appreciate it.
I've been corrected. Jake Libby played 13 games in 21 and 10 in 22 in the Blast.
Right.
Not played so far this season as he's had a back injury.
James Coles is coming into the attack from the C end of the ground. 1 over for 2 runs, his figure so far. He did make one turn very sharply to D'Oliveira in the first innings. Will he be able to do the same here? He bowls to Azhar Ali, who punches out into the offside. There is no run. Azhar on 25, Libby on 96. Coles again, short run up, in and bowls. Azhar down the wicket, driving firmly. That's a lovely shot by Azhar Ali. Just used his feet and just drilled the ball beautifully through extra cover, wideish mid off for 4 runs. That was a lovely shot, got down the track. Not too much wrong with the ball, to be honest, from James Coles, but a class shot from Azhar. He goes to 29, 165 for 1, total required 221. Good shot. Beautifully played, beautifully executed. Coles again bowls to Azhar, who's coming down the track again, but this time can only defend onto the leg side. Filled it in there by, that looks like Bertie Foreman, who's back on the field again. In which case McAndrew may be off field again. So he's obviously got some sort of a niggle. Coles in, Azhar clips firmly. A good bit of, oh no, I thought he'd fielded that Bertie Foreman, but in the end the ball's escaped his grasp. He'll be annoyed with that because he's a good fielder. Here's Bertie, but 1 more to Azhar Ali, who goes to 30. And Worcestershire to 166 for 1, 220 needed to win. Coles in again, and Libby plays that into the covers. Brad, as you do this, in case it goes for 4.
I will. And 4 it is that Jake Libby needs for his 3rd consecutive century on this ground. Pushes forward, going to go through for 1. They're going to have to be quick, and they are quick. The throw comes in, but Azhar Ali's comfortably in. He answered the call very quickly. They had a mix-up earlier in the innings, these two, but no mix-up there. Straight through for pardon this. One of our brothers playing for different countries earlier, yes. Because the Hollins brothers played football, one for Wales, one for England. My friend Mark tells me that Manas Labuschagn's brother plays rugby for Japan.
Really?
Yeah. Neither of them are, neither for their own country, he says. Yeah, good point.
Very well, a terrific bit of work as well. You better keep on going here, Brad, because Jake Libby's back on strike.
He is. All right. And we got a bowl in here.
It is going to be. It's going to be Carson who's switched ends. I think we'll have spin from both ends here.
We are, yes, which should be good for the over 8.
Very good indeed.
Is not in the red, so it won't matter too much. He's going to be bowling right arm over, got a short leg and a slip. And Libby is forward, pushes away in the offside. No, is a loud shout as Foreman comes in.
Bertie is sprightly, isn't he?
He certainly is.
Mike Gavin has been in touch over in Taranaki in New Zealand, Bradders. I'll read his email at the end. He got in touch the other day, didn't he?
Yeah,
good old Mike.
Good man. Next ball, Libby waits. Plays it defensively. Back up the pitch.
It's 2 o'clock here. I'm fighting sleepy eyes because this game is so interesting in regard to all outcomes being possible. You can imagine Mike kind of lying in bed desperately trying to keep awake.
He's going to stay awake for a bit longer, yeah. Here's Carson fires in a quicker one here. Played by Libby. Back up the pitch.
He's probably had his Ovaltine or something. He said, I don't know whether would that keep you awake or make you more sleepy?
Can you get Ovaltine in New Zealand?
I don't know. Can you get Ovaltine at all now? I presume you can.
I don't know. You can't get Marmite in Belgium.
Really?
Here's the next ball, which is gone. Libby's gone. That turns. It actually was edged by Libby, came off the wicketkeeper's gloves and was taken at slip. So the breakthrough that they desperately needed here, Sussex, and Jake Libby has gone. And that certainly, from my angle, turned a fair bit.
I think it did. They've changed Jack Carson to bowl down the hill. What we'll do, we're going to turn our effects microphone up, because I think Jake Libby's going to get a really good hand here. He's walking off the field. He's on the field for every ball into this until now, every minute of the match. Let's listen to the applause. Well done, Jake Libby. Terrific effort.
Yeah.
Really, really good. 198 and then 97 in the match. I think that's tremendous.
He just looked...
we're going to see this replay.
Yeah, just see the replay. It does go. Yeah, edge off the keeper's gloves through to the wicketkeeper.
Skipper does the rest.
Another little twist in the game.
Yes, indeed.
We've had a few little twists in this game. Put on 93, Azhar Ali and Jake Libby.
Good stat, brothers. The voices you can hear are in the press box.
Yeah.
They're chattering away, and our effects mic is not far from them. So I'll have a word to the fellas in a minute, because we don't want them to say something that they shouldn't.
Surprised they're all awake at this time of day.
Well, they're in there. So Mike was saying, what a magnificent game this is. Libby batting beautifully, hosed to hit the winning runs today is my prediction. All the best, and thanks for the commentary, says Mike. All the way over in New Zealand. The wonders of the internet, Bradders.
It is amazing. Jack Haynes is the new batsman, pushes away on the back down the pitch basically, as near as damn it is to swearing.
Liking Tom Alsop's captaincy here. He's got a short leg in place straight away.
He's tried something different all afternoon.
Been impressed.
Yeah. Next ball is short, and back goes Jack Haynes. Azhar Ali thinks there's a run there, but Jack Haynes doesn't.
Yes.
And Jack Haynes is correct, because there wasn't. So they didn't take one. End of the over, 167 for 2. Worcestershire still need 219 for victory. There are officially 40 overs remaining in the game.
And the run rate is just sneaking above 5. I mean, it's still fine for Worcester, but it's they've just put the brakes on a little.
Yeah, and you could say 219 off 40 overs. If it was a one-day game, they'd do that easily.
Of course they would.
Of course, you can put your fielders in different places in this game.
You can.
There's no circles.
Simon Andrews, who's the coach driver for Worcester.
Yeah.
His sort of email address is Blue Nose, so I'm imagining he's a Birmingham City fan. Would that be right?
Yeah, and we quite liked him, didn't we?
In comes Coles, comes in and bowls to Azhar Ali, who's forward, plays down the track. There is no run. What happens here, Brad? Does Azhar Ali take over the Jake Libby role, or does Jack Haynes come in?
We've got 20 minutes to tea, and I think they'll just chug till tea.
Coles round the wicket, bowls. Azhar down the wicket, driving to mid off for no run, but he
takes down and whack it.
He did take a chance. He's on 30. It was all along the floor, to be honest. He has shown a little inkling or a little liking for getting down the pitch to Coles, whose left arm 3 or 4 paces round the wicket, comes in and bowls, and Azhar looks tucked out. Then he's so cross with himself that he's missed out. It's taken by Ollie Carter, who whipped off the bails. Graham has been in touch. Graham Barber. Hello, Graham. Lovely to have you getting in touch with us. In comes Coles, who bowls. Played into the offside, fielded by Clark, and the cover's no run. Graham says there can't be many players who have got closer to a double century and a century in a match and just missed it. Very good point. Very good point. Coles. Played into the offside by Azhar Ali, who takes a single. He pierces the infield and played out into the offside. And there is a single to Azhar, who goes to 31, 168 for 2. Runs required to win 218. T will be at 20 to 4 today. It's one of the quirks of the game. Generally, we wait for 32 overs left in the day, but for some reason on the final day we don't. Don't ask me why. Cole's in, swept by Haynes, and he's going to get runs. I don't know if he got anything on that, but it was an attempted sweep, and Tom Alsop did really well then, the skipper. Horrible throw, goes over the top of Ollie Carter, but he prevented more than one, and actually that's given as a bye. And it is indeed the end of the over. So James Coles, nice and economic, 3 overs. No maidens, no wicket for 9. Just the 2 runs coming off that over, one of them being a leg by. Haynes and Azhar have a little natter in the middle of the pitch.
I think T is set on the last day. Somebody explained this to me. Because if T was at, 10 past 4,
yeah,
and the game ended at 5 o'clock on the last day because they shook hands in a draw, the last part of the game would be pointless. Start of a new over, and this time Haynes is forward defensively, pushing this ball from Carson out on the offside. Very pleasant afternoon. The sun's just left us for a while. A bit of breeze across the... Although, so I say that, the flag on top of the scoreboard is limp.
It is.
Here's the next ball, which it's a quicker delivery. Pushed... out on the onside. I watched Coles in that last over, and he is getting it to straighten a bit. Difficult to tell what Carson's doing because the batsmen are immediately smothering the spin. Haynes waits and flicks this one away. He'll be off the mark this time. Out through just in front of the square on the leg side for a single. Worcestershire 170 for 2, another 216 needed for victory. We did say if they got to T and needed 200 to win, have a good look at it.
Yeah,
it's quite possible. Next ball swept by Azhar Ali for 4. Oh no, he hasn't got it away for 4. I thought he got
he
all
might do. Cavallis is chasing back.
Has done
he did
well. Yeah, it was going down the step. It was one of those. He was almost running alongside the ball.
He was.
I thought he got all of that, Azhar Ali, but I don't think he quite did. I think there was a bit of bottom edge in it. But he's got 2 more, and Worcestershire are 172 for 2, and Azhar Ali has 33.
As he did well to chase that down, did Harry Cavallis, and not easy when it's running down the hill.
Not for a big fella.
No.
Here's Azhar Ali coming forward. Not quite looking comfortable with that one. I thought he was looking to turn it through mid-wicket maybe, and it's gone back up the pitch. Lots of chuntering and clapping and cheering. Carson jogs in again, Cranwell Road end, quicker delivery, turn on the leg side. They're going to have to be quick, and they are quick. And
Carter was demolished.
He absolutely smashed everything there.
He's knocked all 3 stumps out of the ground. I mean, I thought the arch was to sort of whip off a bail.
Off the top, yeah. Make sure the umpire knows you got the stumps out of the ground.
Yeah.
Anyway, the sum total of all that activity is a single, and I'm going to go off and do something else. And Worcestershire are 173 for 2.
T is just around the corner. Bradders is going to do his update. I do hope that he's not going to be nipping into the press box and stealing all the cake. He's far too honest to do that sort of thing. Ariana is going to come back and join us for the 10 minutes leading up until T. No cake. No cake. Come on. Hopefully there's 10 minutes to get it here. James Coles carries on, 3 overs for 9. Around the wicket comes in and bowls, and played very nicely by Azhar Ali down towards fine leg. It's a long chase down there for Henry Shipley, and I don't think he's going to get there. No, he isn't. So a nice shot by Azhar Ali, just straying down the leg side was James Coles, and clipped away by Azza very nicely too. He goes to 38, Worcestershire 177 for 2, 209 to win in 37 overs and 5 balls. Ariana is back. Where's your 50 pence going here, Ariana? Who do you think?
Oh, it's a bit early to say.
Come on. In comes Coles around the wicket bowls, and Azza clips this one back to the square on the leg side and picks up another single. He goes to 5. I'm going to work this out on my...
Can I flip my coin and it'll land right on the edge?
Yeah, well, I think, yeah.
Tie or maybe a draw. Who knows what could happen? Could be a win for either side, could be a lose, but...
Run rate's up by my calculation at the end of this over to 5.6 and over, so it has crept up a little bit in the last 15, 20 minutes or so. Coles in bowls to Haynes, who sweeps 4 runs. Well, that's 2 boundaries off this over, so there's really 9 off the first 2 balls of the over, and Jack Haynes sweeping the balls. There is no question here of Worcestershire just settling for a draw. They are certainly going for it, and they have since the beginning. And I think Bradders was spot on. I think they'll get to tea and think, right, and even into the last hour they may well decide, but they're certainly in the hunt.
Definitely, I think it'll be...
I think they're favourites here at the minute, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, 8 wickets still to take today, Sussex.
Coles in again. Haynes is forward, plays down the onside of the track. There is no run. Stephen's been in touch. Hello, Stephen. From Birdham, down near Wittering in Sussex. Cut away to backward point, could stop by Finn Hudson-Prentice at backward point. There is no run. Steve says, hi Adrian, it looks like Messieurs Coles and Carson have become the championship spinners places. What's happened to Neil Lennon? I think, sorry, if you probably mean Archie Lennon there, Steve, but yes, in comes Coles, forward comes Haynes, plays onto the onside. There is no run. So recovered well there, did James Coles. His first 3 balls went for 9. The second 3 were all dot balls. End of the over, 182 for 2. Worcester needing 204 to win in 37 overs. Azza Ali on 39. Jack Haynes is on 5. We will have a radio update fairly shortly. I mean, the reality is, Steve, he's played very little championship cricket. Well, he hasn't played at all this season, and barely played in the championship last year. I remember him playing up at Leicestershire. I need to get back through my notes, and it's a good question to see when was the last time Archie played some championship cricket. In the meantime, it's going to be Jack Carson.
As he's bowling from the far end here at Hove, and Azza Ali uses his feet to defend it into the offside for a dot to start the over.
I'm just looking at... Oh, sorry, I've lost a wicket in that run chase at Canterbury. I'll have to give an update. Ben Folkes out for 124. I think Ben Folkes should be in the England team because he's the best wicket keeper. But anyway, what do I know?
As Carson's in and it's swept, and it's hit the man under the lid there.
Ouch, Daniel Ibrahim. That was nice, wasn't it? Because as I hit the ball, it hit Daniel Ibrahim, and he said, I'm really sorry about that. And he just goes over to check that he's okay. Brilliant. Well done, Azza Ali. Like to see that.
Sportsmanship there.
Brilliant. Really, really good.
Did sweep it straight at his leg. I'm pretty sure it's where it hit him, but still very good sportsmanship there. As Carson comes in to bowl again, feet used in the air, beat.
He went for that, didn't he?
Mid off, and there's a pursue here. It's not going to be 4. They will get a couple of runs for that shot.
Well, it could have gone anywhere, and I think Jack Carson will be quite pleased to see that Azza Ali's taking a chance. He's coming down the track to him. He's got his mid-on up and mid-off. So he's encouraging Azza Ali to hit over the top, and in so doing, it was very nearly Azza's downfall. But he goes to 41. 184 for 2. Runs required 202.
Carson in now from the far end. Azza Ali uses his feet again, but defends it this time to the offside for a dot.
Yes. Nice hush around the ground. People just really involved in the game. Barely hear a pin drop, actually.
As Carson's in again with his feet, Azza Ali finds the fielder as he drives that to the covers for no run.
Yeah, straight to Bertie. He'd be a little frustrated that he's hit the fielder there.
He's used his feet well, though.
He has. No, he has. He's not playing for tea here, is he? If the ball's there to be hit, he's having a go. Carson won't worry about that too much.
As Carson is in, he bowls, and this time he uses his feet and gets a hold of all of that as he goes over wide mid-on for 4 runs.
Good shot, wasn't it, by Azhar Ali, using his feet, getting down the track. Picks up a boundary off the last ball of the over. Just keeps the momentum going for Worcestershire. 6 off the over. It means the runs required is now down to 198. Worcestershire 188 for 2. So we're getting to that stage now, Ariana, where the total is about the same as the runs required. 188 is the total, 198 required to win. And T literally around the corner. I think we'll have one, well, maybe 2 more. Ari Cavalos is coming back into the attack, so the James Coles experiment has finished. I don't know. What's your view? I know everybody wants Johnny Bairstow in the England side, but I don't think he's the best wicket keeper. I don't think he would claim to be the best wicket keeper, but I just think you should always pick your best wicket keeper. And it's not like Ben Foakes can't bat either. But anyway, we shall see. Ben Foakes is a very, very fine keeper. I'm sure it was the subject of much debate. Is it me or you, Ariana?
I believe it's you.
Ari Cavalos running from the C end of the ground is coming into bowl to Jack Haynes, who's 5 not only bowls, and Haynes is forward, plays into the offside, and there is no run. I think we're going to do an update in a couple of moments' time. I heard the bit of sound in the headphones.
Yeah, a short little moment there.
It was.
I'm sure it was there.
Yeah. It was sort of like a in your headphones. So I don't know if you're there, Callum. In comes Cavalos. Runs away from us. Oh, and covering up is Haynes. Plays to mid-on. And there is no run. I suspect there will be one more over before tea, because the Clocktail scoreboard digital clock is showing 15:36. Cavalos turns in front of us. The sun has disappeared momentarily. I'm sure it will be momentarily. Cavalos in and bowls, and forward comes Haynes and plays very carefully into the covers, and there is no run. Cavalos in his 9th over, figures of 1 for 37. Bradders was saying that partnership between Jake Libby and Azhar Ali worth 93. The opening partnership was 74 between Roderick and Libby. So Jake Libby's done his bit for his team in this match, and some. In comes Cavalos, bowls. I thought that kept a little low, actually. Played down the onside by Haynes, and there is no run. Haynes with a Y as opposed to the Sussex Haynes with an I.
Not to be confused.
No, Haynes with an I is at mid-off with his hands on his hips. He made 91. Here comes the sunshine again. Cavalos in and bowls, and Haynes drives beautifully, 4 runs. Lovely shot past James Coles, who's in the covers. It was just beautifully timed, wasn't it, by Jack Haynes. He didn't need to belt the ball, he just leant on the ball, and the ball whizzed away through the covers for 4 runs, and what looked like it might be a maiden over for Ari Cavalos. Just the boundary off it so far, which isn't a disaster, but you just get the feeling here Worcestershire were just picking up the 1s and 2s, the occasional boundary. They're keeping this run chase within their control. That boundary might... Well, I think there will be one more over before tea. 35 overs left in the day after this one. Cavalos is in and bowls, and that did keep a little low, but Haynes nonetheless plays it into the offside. There is no run, so just 4 off the over, nice and tidy for Ari Cavalos. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 41. Worcestershire need 194 to win. They need them in 35 overs, so the run rate sneaking up towards 6, but manageable at the minute. Only 2 wickets down.
There you are, Harmsy.
Oh, I am. Yeah, I'm here, Danny. This is a good run chase from Worcestershire. They're 192 for 2. Azhar Ali is on 45. Jack Haynes is on 9. So the equation, Worcestershire need 194 to win in 35 overs. That's the best part of 6 and over, so we could be in for a really good finish here at the county ground. Meanwhile, it looks as if Surrey are going to carry off this phenomenal run chase of getting 501 to beat Kent. It will be their highest force innings total ever. They've been led the way by Dom Sibley, who's been there from the start. He's 125 not out. Ben Folkes, who's normally the England wicketkeeper but not in the Ashes squad, he's just got out for 124. So Surrey need 55 to win with 6 wickets in hand. It very much looks as if they're going to win at Canterbury, and that would, Danny, be a win and a half.
That would be quite something as well. It's finely balanced, though, the Sussex-Worcestershire game, though.
Yeah, it is. I mean, a couple of wickets for Sussex, and this could be back in the melting pot. But I think Worcestershire are pacing this reply really well. We're coming up to tea, Danny. I'm sure they'll have a little think at tea time about how they're going to play it. But if you said to me at this stage who are favourites, I would have to say it's the visitors.
OK, we will see how that plays out. Okay, you have been wrong before, not often, I'll grant you.
Well, no, I'm wrong quite a lot of the time. So Sussex might win. Let's hope so.
And in terms of who's having the toughest day in the weather, spectators or the players?
Oh, good question. Well, I think the players. I mean, it's been really hot. In fact, the sun has just gone in, actually, Danny, as I talk to you. But it was half price admittance today. There's a decent crowd, but tough for the players out there today. It's really warm.
All right, thanks. Back with you later on. Adrian Harms watching that one, and ball-by-ball commentary on all those county championship matches.
Rick Piper has been in touch. Oh, sorry, Ariane, I probably pinched your over there as I was giving the update. This will be the last over before tea. We'll get your views in a moment. As Carson and Bowles cut away by Haynes into the covers. There is no run. 1 ball to go until tea. 2 balls to go until tea. 2 balls to go until tea. Yeah.
Yep, 2 balls left.
193 to win. The score is 193. So 193 scored, 193 to win. In comes Carson Bowles, driven by Haynes. Well, that was in the air. To mid-on, and there is no run. Rick says, what to do after tea? Well, I know what Lord Ted Dexter would do. If you're going to win, you might as well lose. Good and proper, and try to sneak a win. Come on, the mighty Sussex, says Rick. I like that, and I believe in that. Sometimes it just doesn't work out for you, but Sussex need wins if they're going to get themselves into this. Well, they're in the promotion places, they're second. But I think it's good to see attacking cricket. So for me, no criticism attached to the declaration. Carson over the wicket, bowls and clipped away by Haynes. Back to the square on the leg. So they've taken 1. They might take 2 here. Need to get a bit of a move on as the throw comes in, but it's a throw from Hudson Prentice in to Ollie Carter. It is the end of the over, and it's time for the egg and cress sandwiches, or cheese and onion, or Brad is not sure.
Beetroot and golden syrup.
Beetroot and golden syrup, or my favourite will be Marmite and watercress. Ariana?
Marmite is a good shout.
Yeah, I love Marmite. Do you like Marmite, brothers?
Can't buy it in Belgium.
Yeah, I know. That's probably because you bought it all. Anyway, the players are going off for whatever they have for tea. Intriguingly poised, Ariana 195 for 2 Worcestershire. Azhar Ali on 46. Jack Haynes is on 11. So we'll do a little round robin here before we go and have a cuppa. 191 needed to win. 34 overs. That's nigh on 6 and over. 8 wickets in the bank. What do you think, Ariana? And you can't say, I don't know.
Well, if they keep batting as they are, I'm
This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. Bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously.
Welcome back to Hove. 34 overs to go in the game. James Coles is going to bowl the first over after tea with Worcestershire 195 for 2. They need a further 191 to win, and they need those in 34 overs. So it's round about 6 and over. Azhar Ali is on 46. Jack Haynes is on 11. If you're just joining us for the first time today, very good afternoon. It's been a smashing game over 4 days here at Hove. And are we going to see a dramatic conclusion? There's a slip and a short leg as Coles is on his way from the C end and bowls, and that's a loose delivery. He's rather lucky to get away with that. She was a little short and cut away by Azhar Ali for a single to the sweeper on the cover boundary, who is Finn Hudson-Prentice. So Azhar is on his way. He's on 47, 196 for 2. So slip and a short leg of the close fielders. There's a ring of 3 on the leg side, saving one as Coles is in again and cut away firmly, and he's not going to get away with this one. That was a loose delivery by James Coles. That's really too short. And Jack Haynes, very gratefully, tucked into that delivery. And the ball whistles across the outfield and the offside through the covers for 4 runs. Didn't have to hit it too hard. It was too short, and I was not going to say simple shot, nothing simple, but he was easily to put that away, driving the ball away through the covers for 4. Coles in again, and this time Haynes works this into the offside again, fielded by Clark, and there is no run. Runs required to win down to 186. After Sussex declared on 447 for 7, Tom Alsop making exactly 100. Not out. Coles in again, gives that plenty of air, driven away through the offside. Haynes is very quickly across. Good stop by Tom Haynes. Sliding stop at mid-off. Prevents anything more than a single. 6 off the over, which is what Worcestershire need. Still 2 more balls left. There's a rally on 47 as in comes Coles, and Azhar just plays that back to James Coles. There is no run. If you're tuning in for the first time, it's live cricket on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. As Coles, left arm over the wicket, in and bowls. Again gives that plenty of air, driven by Azhar Ali to mid-off, fielded by Tom Haynes, who gets in the throw. Good bit of fielding by Tom Haynes, who got in the throw, but I think Azhar Ali was pretty much home. 7 off the over. That'll do as far as Worcestershire are concerned. 200 up, 202 for 2. They need 184 to win in 33 overs. My name is Adrian Harms. Dave Bradley, familiar voice to BBC Hereford and Worcester, will be back shortly after he's done his update to the listeners. And Ariana Dowse is the 3rd member of our commentary team here at Hove today. It'll be quite interesting to see who's going to open from the far end for Sussex. It looks like it's going to be Henry Shipley. Very interesting. One of our listeners got in touch and said that Nathan McAndrew had 2 official warnings for running on the pitch. We've spoken to the powers that be at tea time, and I think it's true to say there's a good deal of confusion about whether that's actually the case. The feeling is that it is, but the signal was not at all clear from the umpires, and so me and Bradders are on the case for making these things clear, not just to us, but to the paying public as well.
Yeah, I think at the moment the umpires don't have to make it clear to anybody else but the players, which is strange.
Shipley comes in, Henry Shipley bowls to Azhar Ali, plays out into the offside, there is no run. And without wishing to sort of be on my high horse, and, there's far worse problems in the world, that is a nonsense.
It is, yeah. Yeah.
If you're a referee in football and you book someone and you just tell the player, oh yeah, you're booked, mate, and nobody knows. There has to be a responsibility here.
Yes.
A clear signal. People who've come into the ground may not have watched a game of county cricket before, may have absolutely no idea. There's this assumption that everybody knows all the rules, and they don't. And, it needs to be made clear. Rant over. Shipley in, bowls to Azhar Ali, who helps this round the corner down to fine leg. Aric Avelos is quickly in, gets in the throw. 1 more to the total. 203 for 2.
I think that as well, but I think there's a general lack of communication between officials and spectators at county cricket.
I couldn't agree.
How often do you see the umpires walk off from a pitch inspection and there's no announcement? Even if they say, it's still raining and we're not going to play.
I agree.
As long as it's raining.
No, I think it's something that the authorities need to look at. Communication. Shipley comes in, bowls. Oh! Oh, and he very nearly plays on. How did that miss the stumps? I think Jack Haynes was caught in two minds there. Initially he was looking to play the ball down to third man because there isn't a third man. And with the ball running down the hill, it could have been a boundary. But then he seemed to change his mind and go to play a forward defensive. And how on earth the ball dribbled past the stumps, I'll never know. Maybe it's Jack Haynes' day. He survives. He's on 16, 202 for 2. In the Championship so far today, in the second division, wins for Yorkshire by 3 wickets at Derbyshire. Glamorgan, what a fantastic comeback that is. In comes Shipley. Bowls, that kept low to Haynes, who keeps the ball out, plays into the offside. There is no one, because Glamorgan look like they're going to get out the northeast with a draw. They are 376 for 7. Having at one stage, and this backs up your point, Brad, as well, people back down the order being able to bat. They were at one stage 273 for 7, so a 100-run partnership between Tim van der Hoekten on 32 and Chris Cook. He's a good player, isn't he? 110 not out. Glamorgan now leading by 136 in that game, as in comes Shipley. Bowls to Haynes, who plays to mid-on. There is no run. Good over this by Henry Shipley. So Glamorgan could be getting a draw. Durham may not win their 5th game of the season. And Leicestershire look like could be on course to beat Gloucestershire down at Bristol. 53 without loss, needing 168 more to win after tea with 10 wickets remaining. So it could be some good cricket around this week, Bradders.
Yeah.
Really is.
Yeah, some good hard county cricket.
That's it, no gimmies. Shipley in over the wicket, bowls and driven away into the offside by Haynes, fielded by Clark, gets in the throw. He's a good fielder, is Tom Clark. And the feeling was, if that had hit the stumps, and I think as I knew, if that had hit the stumps, he might have been struggling.
I think you're right.
He just looked heavenward as if to say, that was close. And Tom Clark, who's probably the best fielder in this Sussex side, got in the throw. It was a scrambled single. 2 runs off the over, so a good over as far as Sussex are concerned. 32 overs remaining in the day. 182 needed to win, so it's, nigh on 6 and over, bar the shouting.
It is 5.69.
Thank you, Bradders.
Only because it says so on my screen.
Azza on 49, Haynes on 17.
And of course, we were saying actually at tea that Worcestershire in the first innings were 366 for 3, and by that basis, if they do it in this innings, they would need 20 to win, but they lost 6 wickets for 29 runs. So you never know. It is not over till it's over. We're going to get some spin when we finally decide who's going to bowl. It's going to be James Coles from the sea end.
He seems to be being advised there by a combination of Tom Clark and Tom Haynes, which neither of whom are skippering. It is the skipper, who's Tom Alsop, who's at first slip.
Bowler jogs in, and this is an attempted whip away down the leg side. Some oohs and ahs, not quite sure how close that was to Jack Haynes' leg stump, but Coles got very excited.
He did.
Jogs in again, and this time Haynes solidly forward, gets lots of bat on it. Some oohs and ahs, bit of the old kidology probably going on.
Got some news on the warnings.
Is the next ball. This Haynes goes for a reverse sweep and he gets it. Smashes it backward of square on what would have been the offside for 4 runs. A nice shot, well played by Jack Haynes. Got that pad down very quickly and whipped the bat around it.
Good shot, wasn't it?
Total goes to 208, methinks, for 2.
It is indeed.
Coles now he wants somebody in there, so there's a backward point in to stop the reverse sweep, or to attempt to stop the reverse sweep, which does leave a gap on the onside. There's no mid-wicket as such. Haynes comes forward, pushes the ball down the pitch, bowler himself does the fielding. Jack Haynes got Azhar Ali at the other end, a very experienced player. Not that Jack Haynes is not now an experienced player. He's been playing first-class cricket for a good few years now. He's picked that gap. That's really good cricket from Jack Haynes, because he played the reverse, which meant that mid-wicket went to backward point, and he spotted that gap and he's whipped it away down to mid-on, and now the backward point is going to go back to mid-wicket. So rather closing the stable door, methinks.
Yes.
212 for 2 Worcestershire. Another 174 needed for victory. And after this over, I can't see that on the board. If you paid me.
212, yeah.
31 remaining. Next ball. Oh, that turns.
Yeah, it did.
That really spat. Now he's bowling over the wicket there, so there's probably a few footmarks to work with. Haynes comes down and pats the pitch, talks to his colleague Azhar Ali, who's on 49. Haynes has 25. Worcestershire have 212 for 2. And the one man in the one-man stand is still there, and he's been there all day.
He is, and he's enjoyed it, which is fabulous.
Top marks to him.
So I won't say who sent this email, but we have a correspondent, because he may not want me to mention who he was. He said he spoke to Ben Debenham during the team pool, and he confirmed Nathan McAndrew has received 2 warnings. So we know that is official, but I stand by my original grumble.
That it needs
confirmation. Yes, indeed it does. Sussex are taking a long time to set their fields here. They're +1 on the over 8, but I'll come back to this in a minute. In comes Shipley running down the hill, bowls, and as it drives onto the onside, there is no run, one short of a half century. I think you have a captain. You have a captain for a reason. You have a captain and the bowler. I'm a bit old-fashioned, Bradders. They should set the field. It's all very well people around the field having an idea.
Yeah.
Well, don't start directing the field when you're not the captain from somewhere else on the field. If you've got a view, I think you should go to the skipper and say, Skip, how about this? I really don't like to see 3 or 4 people starting moving the field
captain
around.
And bowler, and then the wicket keeper if you're not quite in the right place.
Just one captain. In comes Shipley, bowls. Oh, that goes a bit low. Dug out a little bit by Azhar, played onto the onside, and there is no run. Ollie Carter claps his gloves together. But thank you for letting us know that the correspondence with the umpires. Been quite tidy, Shipley, hasn't he?
Yes.
Like 9 overs.
Yeah.
0 for 33. Probably a deck that hasn't really suited him, but he's...
Looks a useful acquisition.
He does. He's banged it
well.
Yeah, very well. Yeah, he made, 41 and then 28 not out. With a couple of big 6s. 28 off 16 balls he made. And he's on his way now. Shipley in and bowls and glance down the leg side. That could be 4 runs to Azhar Ali if they come off the bat. They have indeed. No, they haven't. They are leg byes. So I thought Azhar might be raising his back towards the pavilion and needing to buy a jug of beer for his teammates. But instead he's going to have to wait. And but it's 4 more runs, and as far as Worcestershire are concerned, that's all they need. 216 for 2, 6 and over roughly to win the game. What a win it would be. Sussex will still harbour hopes of a couple of quick wickets here, and you never know. Shipley is in. Bowled, driven by Azhar nicely into the covers, well fielded by Tom Clark.
I think it's from a Sussex point of view, we have 29 overs after this one. If Worcestershire did lose a clutter of wickets, they would expect to bat it out, wouldn't they?
Yes, they would. Yeah, you're right, Brad. I mean, in 3 days, we've had, 29 wickets, so to pick up 8 in a session would seem unlikely.
Yeah.
You never know, of course. I think Worcestershire favourites. In comes Shipley, bowls, penalty onside by Azhar, no run. Yes, I think in terms of if you were, if you're looking at possible scenarios, I think probably first would be a Worcester win from here. Secondly would be the draw, and thirdly a Sussex win, and probably last the tie. But pretty good to be into the last session of a 4-day game, and we're still guessing.
Excellent. Yeah, it's been a really good game of cricket, this.
Just the one slip in for Sussex. 3 men saving one on the offside in a ring. Still those 3 men on the leg saving one. Shipley comes in, bowls to Ali. Oh, that's a good delivery. Oh, it hit him on the boot. Poor old Azhar Ali sort of hobbles down the pitch. I got him right on the toe, I reckon. End of the over. Good over by Shipley, who's now bowled 10 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 33. And Worcestershire are 216 for 2. They need 170 to win in 30 overs. 3 sixes are 18, so it's a little less than 6 and over.
Thanks to Nick, who sent me a message on Twitter to say, can Worcestershire throw this away?
Well, you did say at tea time, Brad, as you thought.
Could.
Yeah, you said it was...
It's cricket. And we never know.
Paul has been in touch. He says, hi, Adrian. I'm sitting in the sun having a beer with Big Roy from Sanderstead.
Here's the next ball, which is turned away by Haynes through square leg. Picks up a single, not Big Roy.
He says, as you live in Surrey, are you a Surrey man or a Sussex man? And he's enjoying the commentary. Well, yes, I do live in Surrey. I live in Guildford.
Somebody has to.
Yeah, somebody has to. You know, that's what, that was the hand I was dealt.
217 for 2, Worcestershire. Azhar Ali is on 49 and will stay there. It's a quicker delivery which sends him back onto his stumps, pushed back down the pitch.
But of course, you know, I want Sussex to win. And I wanted them to win in the T20 as well, you know, when they play Surrey.
Next ball is floated, a bit more float to that, and that's Azhar Ali's 50 as he turns the ball through square on the leg side. His details will come up, but I reckon he's faced 85 balls. In fact, it's 86. 7 fours. Good 50 for Azhar Ali. He doesn't play T20, so... Well, he doesn't normally play T20. Let's put it that way. You never quite know who's going to turn up these days for a T20. Haynes waits. Haynes goes for the reverse, gets it, but not fine enough. No, he's got it square this time. Finn Hudson-Prentice, who is fielding almost in a little bit of shade out there, comes in to field one more to the Worcestershire total, 219 for 267 needed for victory. Next ball, and Azhar Ali goes for the reverse, and he's got it, but only just. Not an overconfident stroke from Azhar Ali, but he got it away. Cole's hands went up in the air.
It was a full toss, wasn't it, Brad? It could have gone out the ground.
Haynes to face. And this ball is driven out on the offside, but straight to Allsop at mid-off. No run, end of the over. And Worcestershire, who require 386 for victory, are 220 for 2.
Stephen's been in touch and he says, are you sure it's buzzers or buzzards? There's been some debate as to which one it was throughout the game. Well, I call them overthrows, Stephen, but I think there is a term which says they are buzzers. Is that right? Not buzzards.
I'll give you that. Ed Dog doesn't like buzzers. If buzzers come on the telly, he goes a bit stranger. Ed Dog. So we can't watch.
Right.
Can't watch University Challenge.
Bark.
No, he just goes a bit weird.
I was talking to someone actually, I forget who it was, who was actually on University Challenge, and I said, do the teams sit above each other? And the answer to that question is no.
No.
I could never get any of the questions right at University.
I got 6 right in one.
Did you?
I was so chuffed.
That's really, because some of the questions are really hard.
Yeah.
I know. I mean,
most of it was a guess, and most of the questions I didn't understand.
No, well, I think that's the other question. That's the other thing. You know, you don't know the answers, you don't understand the questions. Very few of them are about cricket, Brad,
and yet it's been on telly for years.
Yeah.
Millions watch.
Yeah. Popular programme.
Perhaps as cleverer people than you and I.
Yeah, undoubtedly. Shipley in over the wicket bowls. Forward comes Azhar Ali, plays into the onside. There is no run. Sussex have just managed to stem the run rate just a little, but they need wickets really.
They've stopped the boundaries.
They have.
So they're building up a bit of pressure, trying to force the batsman into an injudicious stroke.
Well, that's a big word, Bradders.
It is.
That might be a word that might be on University Challenge.
Yeah.
How do you spell injudicious?
By using spell check on your computer.
In comes Shipley. Over the wicket, bowls, cut away by Azza to backward point, footed by Coles, and there is no run. If you just joined us and wondering the story of the day, well, Sussex declaring on 447 for 7. Tom Alsop, his second century of the season, the 10th of his career, finishing 100 not out. Jack Castle making 75 before he was run out. Sussex setting Worcestershire 386 to win in 79 overs. Jake Glibby's made 97. He'd been on the field 4. In comes Shipley and bowls. Cut away. That's going to be 4 runs. Too much width there from Henry Shipley. And Azarali is in excellent form, and he just caressed the ball away through the covers for 4 runs. Good placement by Azarali. He goes to 55.
He tried to play that shot the last ball, didn't he? And he got it straight to the fielder, so that came on. He just got it a little bit straighter.
Good shot. 224 for 2. 162 more needed to win for Worcestershire. Yes, when he was out, Jake Libby had been on the field for every ball of the game, which was 331 overs, over 2,000 balls. He's putting his feet up. In comes Shipley, bowled. Right in behind that is Ale, plays the ball on the onside. Well, actually, I don't know he's putting his feet up. I mean, he looks like an energetic sort of fella. He deserves to put his feet up.
He's probably sat on the balcony watching his teammates.
He might be listening to us.
I doubt that.
No.
He's not going to learn much, is he, if he does?
No, he's not. No, that's true.
He's a very nice chap, Jay.
Well, he's batted really well in this match. 198 and 97. So the best part of 300 runs he's made. 295 runs in the game. Some achievement. Shipley in, bowls to Azad. The old one just has kept a little low, but Azad manages to dig that one out onto the onside. Just the 4 runs off the over so far.
It's the last session of the 4th day, isn't it? Last session of the game. So the ball is going to do 1 or 2 strange things.
Yeah. We were talking about who the Sussex wicketkeeper was on the outfield.
We find out it was Jacob.
Yes.
Somebody. Jacob Rees-Mogg.
Oh, in comes Shipley, bowls, and forward comes Azza. Plays it slightly in the air. It wasn't a chance. End of the over, so decent over by Shipley, and then just conceding the 4 runs. He has bowled 11 overs, 1 made, no wicket for 37. Worcestershire needing 162 to win in 28 overs with Azza on 55. Jack Haynes on 27. Yes, the wicket-keeper, we were told, was Oscar Jago Lewis. He's been playing second 11 cricket and is the keeper for Cookfield in the Sussex Premier League. So thank you, Martin.
I know Cookfield. Nice, lovely little ground there.
Yeah. And another email has just pinged into the inbox. If you want to keep in touch, sussexcricket at bbc.co.uk.
Discussion here between captain and bowler, and Jack Haynes goes for a little wander around while they're having a discussion. Run rate is 5.79. I'm reliably informed. So
it's on.
This is Carson jogging in, pushed away on the offside. They're going to go for a quick single here, and Azhar Ali answers the call very quickly. And on on this occasion, wicketkeeper Carter just knocks the one stump out. He went for a run out before tea and demolished the lot. Skittled it like a lumberjack. But he's just taken the one stump out there. Umpire goes to check, but it's all very good. They've repaired it between them. Azhar Ali takes guard. Once again, that single takes Worcestershire to 225 for 2. Azhar Ali facing, and he's gone for the sweep. There's a big appeal here. Not out, says the umpire. Might have got some bat on that.
What a good shout.
Indeed. There is a signal for a leg by, so he didn't get bat on it. Yeah. I think Azhar Ali just checked with the umpire as to why he was not out. I think he said going down the leg side. I've never seen the batsman check with the umpire before. 1 more to the total, 226 for 2. Next ball, Haynes goes for the reverse. He's got it this time, swept it away, down through backward point, towards third man. And that's 4 more to Jack Haynes, breaking that little stranglehold.
Yeah, it was.
Here.
Yeah, it was.
Azhar Ali hitting the 4 off the last over from Shipley, and that swept away for 4. Worcestershire 226 for 2. Still 156 away from victory. Here's an X-ball, which is, I think that's come off the wicketkeeper's gloves. We may never find out because there's no run, so there's no signal from the umpire. We can conjecture.
We can. The former Sussex chief exec, Zach Tamazi's been in touch. He says, greetings from Thasos.
Lovely.
Where it's somewhat cooler than the UK, but
Is
lovely.
it?
That's what he says. Yeah. Weather forecast from Zach.
Bit of breeze off the Aegean Sea,
Oh, yeah, that's that.
Mediterranean.
Well,
Don't know. One of them seas.
yeah. It's not the English Channel, that's for sure.
No. Here's Carson. Jogs in, bowls. Forward comes Jack Haynes, and the ball lands about a foot away from his pad. And the wicketkeeper comes from behind the stumps, Coles to pick it up. Carter, rather, to pick it up. One of my wicketkeeper Coles. Carson in again and bowls, and this is forward from batsman Haynes, and we'll see 6 off the over, 5 off the bat, 1 leg by, so that keeps you up
That's
the
enough.
run rate.
No, it does indeed.
Worcestershire at the end of the over are 230 for 2. Haynes 32, Azhar Ali 55.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC. If you've just joined us, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. If you didn't know already, the BBC covers every game through the domestic calendar, both County Championship, 50 over and T20. And so you can follow your side right through the season until the end of September, when we'll finish for another season, another 3 months to go. So if we get many more games like this, that'll be great news. It's going to be Henry Shipley, the New Zealander, running down the hill in his 12th over, comes in and bowls to Haynes, who's down. Oh, sorry, Azhar Ali, who's down the track, clips the ball to square leg, and there's a misfield, and that's unusual from Jack Carson, who looks suitably despondent as Ali takes a single. He goes to 56, 231 for 2. I think the way I see this, Brad, is unless Sussex gets some wickets here, Worcestershire are going to win this game.
Yeah.
I know that sounds an obvious thing to say, but if Sussex could get some wickets, it's going to slow the run rate down, and Sussex might be able to salvage a draw. But
Best
at the minute,
best way to slow the run rate down.
Yeah,
is
for
knock
sure.
A couple of people over.
yeah. In comes Shipley, bowls to Haynes, who cuts to point. No, he doesn't. He cuts to cover, fielded by Clark, and there is no run.
A bit disappointed he didn't get that through there, Jack Haynes.
Yeah, he's only got. There's those 3 men on the offside, but there's a big gap between all of them. And we were saying, weren't we, Brad, as earlier in the game, that the class players find the gap. And I'm not saying Jack Haynes isn't a class player because he's a county cricketer, and by virtue of that, you're a good player. But the top-notch players, the Pujaras, find the gap.
Yeah.
Comes Shipley, bowls to Haynes, who's forward, plays to mid-wicket. There is no run, fielded by Ibrahim. Tony's been in touch. He says, thank you for the commentary. I'm hoping for a historic win. Think that part of executives and umpires' contract should be all on-field decisions should be communicated via public announcements within 10 minutes of being made. That would pertaining to timing of lunch, tea, warnings, etc. Cheers, and hope to see you at New Road again soon, says Tony. I couldn't agree more.
Oh, spot on, mate, spot on.
Right to whoever it is. In comes Shipley bowls, and that was wide and cut away, and that was an excellent shot by Jack Haynes. It's also a no ball, and on this occasion Haynes did find the gap, a lovely shot. So not just a 4, but 2 extra runs for the no ball. Bradders is going to disappear to update the listeners. But I think that's a great point, Tony. Ariana's going to come back and join us. But it's a great point, and maybe we should write to, I forget who's in charge now at the ECB, and say that perhaps this should be part of the rules, that the crowd need to be updated. And we do as well, let's be honest. But thank you for your email, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. In comes Shipley bowls, driven nicely by Haynes, to mid off, fielded by Haynes. That's all very confusing. There are 2 Haynes playing in the game, one with a Y, one with an I. Haynes with a Y goes to 37, and the total to 200 and... Can you see that? It says runs to win 148. That's the most important thing.
Yeah, that's a bit tricky to see there with the sun.
It is very tricky, and I'm glad you said that, because it is tricky. We've had an email for you, Ariana.
Ooh.
As in comes Shipley over the wicket, bowls, and played to the offside. Wants to single there, as that would have been absolute suicide to take a single to Tom Clark there, who's a very fine fielder. I thought that was the end of the over, but it isn't, because there was the no ball, of course. it's very difficult to see that scoreboard. 238 or 235. The sun is shining brightly on it. 236 for 2. In comes Shipley bowls and driven down the ground by Azhar Ali, and there is no run. It is the end of the over. Shipley has bowled 12 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 45. Worcestershire on 200, and pretty certain that's 238 for 2, which means they need 148 to win. That is exactly it. Yes, so Steve Oxford got in touch, Ariana. And he noticed a picture of a young Ariana in a Hampshire top.
Oh, I don't think that is me.
Oh, there we are then.
No.
So Steve has sent a picture and said, "Oh, for a young Ariana, could you ask her what she won?" And we don't think that is Ariana, Steve.
Unfortunately, no. I did my county cricket at Sussex growing up, so that's
not a young Ariana.
Not me, no.
After you, Jack Carson.
Jack Carson bowls from the seaside end and works it for a single there to square leg.
Did you win some competitions for Sussex during your junior days?
I think the main competition was when we were Sussex under-17s. I got us through to the Royal London One Day Cup, and after a rain-affected final, we came runners-up.
Oh, that's a shame when it's rain. Did you get the wrong end of the rain effect?
Yes.
Yeah, it's rotten when that happens.
Carson into bowl, and it's worked to the mid-wicket for no run there.
That is frustrating.
Yes, always is.
Where was the final?
Oh, I can't remember. It was a few years ago now.
Right.
But it was at the same time as another competition was happening. They clashed it with our final, so most annoying. As Carson's in bowls, and it's driven straight back to him for no run.
Well, you said at tea you fancied Worcestershire to win this. Brad has felt it was Worcestershire's to lose. I think they are favourites, but a couple of wickets. Sussex just need that to slow this run rate. It's very sensible batting so far by these two.
As Carson bowls, and it's driven back straight to him again for another dot ball.
But no one's going around the park here,
No.
Ariana. They're picking 5s and 6s up and over, but no one's going for, at this stage anyway, for 10 or 15 and over that will make a big difference.
Yeah, and Sussex have to adapt when they do push the gears up and start trying a bit harder for those boundaries. As he bowls and defended, straight back to him again for a dot ball.
Keep going, Ariana. I think we're going to be a couple of minutes until we get to this update.
Sure thing. These two going well at the crease.
No, really well.
Just need a breakthrough here, Sussex, just to start things going in their favour here. As Carson goes into bowl from the seaside end, and it's worked again just backwards of square straight to the fielder there for a dot. Nice tidy over there by Carson.
Well, here we go. Hopefully.
With Adrian Harms at the county ground in Hove. Adrian.
Yes, thank you, Danny. Worcestershire are favourites here, Danny, because they are 239 for 2 in their second innings. They need 147 more to win in 25 overs, so it should be a terrific finish. Azhar Ali is there on 58, Jack Haynes on 38. Earlier on in the day, Tom Alsop making 100 not out. Sussex declared on 447 for 7, setting Worcestershire 386 to win in 79 overs, and it very much looks as if the visitors might do that. Meanwhile, it looks like it's going to be a terrific win for Surrey down at Canterbury. They're 496 for 5. They need 5 more runs to win and chase down 501 to win. It will be an extraordinary achievement. Ben Folkes made 124, but Dominic Sibley, very much the man of the hour from Ashtead, he's 138 not out. What a win that'll be for Surrey. They're the county champions, and there's a reason for that, Danny. They're the best team.
Well over 1,000 runs in that game.
Unbelievable. And Surrey looked completely out of it. It just goes to show you never know with 4-day cricket, and that's what we love. It ebbs and flows, and that's just an amazing win for Surrey. It really is.
And it looks like the ground that the county ground is favouring the batters, right?
Yeah, it does. I mean, I think the longer the game has gone on, the more difficult it's become from the bowlers. No question about that. It's got quite flat. You know, I think Tom Allsott's been really brave here for Sussex. Sussex need to win games if they're going to make it out of the second division. It was a calculated gamble. He's dangled the carrot for Worcestershire. They've taken it on this occasion. I think it's not going to work for Sussex, but I think it's good, positive captaincy, and I think that's really good looking to the future for Sussex.
And the commentary continues on the BBC Sport website and app. Thanks, Adrian.
Thank you, Danny. Nathan McAndrew into the attack from the Cromwell Road end, bowls to Haynes, who nudges that onto the onside, picks up a single. You pick up the commentary here, Ariana, because I rather pinched your over.
No problemo. I think the first ball went for 4 byes. Is that what it said?
Yes, it did.
Yeah,
down the leg side, it was a wayward delivery, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And Sussex can't really afford that. You know, when you're defending 6, 7 and over, it needs a bit more than that.
No, you're not wrong there. They just need to back their bowlers here, but the bowlers need to do their job first.
They do.
So McAndrew is bowling from the far end, the Cromwell Road end.
Roy has been in touch. He says, "Hi Adrian, do you think McAndrew is below par? T20 seems to have exhausted him."
As he's in bowls, and it's all edged away there past a vacant 4 slip, I'd say maybe even gully area. There's no third man, so that raced away for 4 runs.
Fielded down below us by Steve Finn. He's having a walk around the outfield with, is that Alan Richardson? I think it is, the Worcestershire coach. I think that's Steve Finn down below us. It went through the slip cordon there, didn't it? Raced away for 4, and that's 9 off the over. Worcestershire needing 138 to win.
Not in favour of Sussex there.
No, not at all.
Lucky edge.
Yeah, I think he is carrying some sort of an injury here, Nathan McAndrew, which is clearly not helping him.
As McAndrew's in bowls, and it's just defended to mid-wicket. No run.
We'll find out the exact nature of that after the game, but the fact he didn't bat in his normal position, he's been on and off the field throughout. He hasn't played an awful lot of T20 cricket, to be honest, Roy, because he was involved in this really nasty collision in the first game of the season in the T20 where he collided with Shadab Khan. He actually carried on in that game, but then missed the next 3, maybe 4 games. I forget which it was. I need to check my records. So he's had a tricky time in the opening 3 months, and that was a really nasty collision with Shadab.
And he's in bowling, and it's just lovely diving stop down leg by Ollie Carter there.
Well, I think might have hurt himself. No, he's okay.
We'll see when he gets up what he...
He's all right. Made of stern stuff, our wicket keepers. Bradders will come in for me at the end of this over, because Worcestershire... well, Brad has said it at tea time, it was Worcester's to lose. I think that was a very good assessment, to be fair, but Sussex desperately need a couple of wickets here just to stem the flow of runs. There's been 9 off this over.
As McAndrew is in from the far end, and it's strongly defended there by Azhar Ali, who remains on 60 as that's the end of the over. Worcestershire are 248 for 2 with 138 required to win.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. I'm Adrian Harms. I'm going to leave you with Dave Bradley and with Ariana Dowse.
These two playing on quite a partnership here. Not too many runs off. Needing 50 partnership here.
Turn that up. Useful runs coming in here again. That's the wicket. They built partnerships today. Have Worcestershire opening partnership was 74, then 92, and these two sticking together. Start of another over. And a sweep shot played here by Haynes. A genuine sweep shot, a proper sweep shot, not a reverse sweep, that goes down to the boundary for the first ball of Carson's new over. So Haynes goes to, I can't read that board, so I'm guessing the 43. I'm guessing these off my phone at the moment. No disrespect to the scorers or anybody else here at Sussex, but just the angle we're at and the sun on the scoreboard, it might as well be There could be anything on there. Here's the next ball. Haynes is down. But I think that maybe the bowler saw him coming or guessed that he was going to come and just dropped it a little bit shorter. Haynes pushes it away. 134 needed for Worcestershire to win this game. And still 8 wickets needed for Sussex to win the game. Next ball played back down the pitch. Oh, smell a banana. Adrian Arms is eating a banana, folks, which is a great intent within this game. Great knowledge that Adrian Arms is eating a banana at a crucial stage in the game. I have no idea why I told you that. Here's the next ball, which is short, and back goes Haynes, punches it through the offside. Finn Hudson-Prentice has been patrolling that boundary in front of the grandstand since late March, I think. Gets the ball back in. One more to the Worcestershire total, which is 253 for 2. Here's the next ball, and Azhar Ali sweeps. This time it's gone up in the air, and he's gone, caught at slip. But no, he's not moving. It's come off the pad, says the umpire. Azhar Ali, his arm, is he going to rub his arm? Yeah, he's showing them his arm, his elbow, I think, came off there. If it come off the glove, of course, he's out. But it's come off his elbow, he says. In fact, he's flexing his left arm, and he's actually pointed to the spot where it came to the Sussex fielders. So, good umpiring by umpire Newell, one would think. Not if you're a Sussex fielder, you probably think it's not good umpiring, but...
All about perspective there.
Yeah. Next ball, Azhar Ali waits, plays defensively, pushes back down the pitch. End of the over. At the end of it, Worcestershire 253 for 2. They need 133 to win in 23 overs. Current run rate is 4.51. I could divide 23 by 133, but it's under 6 and over, I can tell you that. Because 6 and over would be 138. So a tad under 6 and over, with 8 wickets in hand. And I think if Worcestershire don't win this, I don't know if our coach driver has got here yet. He's been emailing us, but if they don't win this, you'll have a very quiet coach home. Coach, yeah, make them catch the train. They'll just get home in time for the T20 game on Friday. Yeah.
McAndrew bowling from the Cromwell Road end again as he comes in towards us here in the box. It wrapped on the pads, given out OBW. Lovely start to the over there by McAndrew. That sees Haynes out for 44 of 54 deliveries.
Got the impression that didn't bounce a bit, scuttled onto him. Actually looked fairly out from here, I thought.
Well, just what Sussex needed, wasn't it?
Certainly was.
The only way to stem this flow of runs and get back in this game is to take wickets. So well done, McAndrew.
So Adam Hose coming out. Hose, who batted very well in the first innings for 85, although his dismissal started the Worcestershire slump. Not a bad man to have coming in at this stage of the game. Does his little ritual before coming onto the field. Adam Hose on the boundary rope. So many cricketers do. Some just stop on the boundary rope and then kind of leap over it as if it's a huge chasm that they've got to go over. And then some, like Steve Smith, do all sorts of weird things.
Well, twists and turns.
Twists and turns. This has been a twists and turns game. Yeah, you could quite see, in terms of the way this game's been going, you could quite see another couple of wickets go down very quickly. It's been that sort of a game. Clusters.
So 253.
86. Yeah, 86. Yeah. 47 and no, it's not 86. 33 and 53 is 86.
Yes, you're right.
Yeah.
You shouldn't have doubted yourself.
No, I know, but
partnerships all the way through, 74, 93, and 86.
Yeah, just saying that.
Very good.
And they need another one here.
There's hose sets up here. McAndrew just tying his shoelace ready for a second delivery in this over, the first one being the wicket. That breaks through this partnership. Can he recreate another one here as he's in bowls? And not quite sure what that's hit, but that's not nice, whatever that hit.
Well, when he was coming forward there, Hose, it may have been thigh pad. He's not rubbing anything. But there, as we were saying, I mean, it's the last afternoon of the game, the last session, so there's going to be a bit of indifferent bounce on a pitch that's had a lot of wear on it. Get another slip coming in here, or a gully?
Well, we'll find out as soon as he's finished making his way there. More of a gully area. As McAndrew is coming in down the hill here at Sussex, and it's whizzed past the edge of the bat there, but not out. No contact made. Another good dot ball.
Yeah, suddenly he's bowling with a different ball on a different wicket.
I'm sure the umpires haven't expected the ball.
Yeah. We haven't had a ball change for at least 20 overs.
Makes me question it.
What's going on?
Bit more buzz around the field now here for Sussex. They've got that breakthrough. Just need to capitalise on it as McAndrew is running into bowl. And it's down the leg side. Half a peel there from the fielding side, but nothing.
Came off the pad.
Made
that dull thud as it went through. So still 133 away from victory here, Worcestershire. Overs just ticking away. As we've said, 6 and over doesn't sound a lot if it's a one-day game, but in this game you can put your fielders anywhere you want to. So if you want 5 fielders on the leg side boundary, you can do exactly that.
Try to explain that to a non-cricketer.
Oh yeah, try explaining cricket to a non-cricketer.
And he's in bowls and it's just clipped off the legs there. Again, an excited ooh from the fielding side, but just one to get Hose off the mark and not the other end as Azhar Ali comes back on strike for the final ball of the over.
Splendid evening. I might get home in daylight, you know. And get dark till 9:30.
Yeah, it's about 10 time, Bradley.
Yeah. Zoom up over the Cotswolds.
Scenic route?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Don't go on the M25.
As McAndrew's in bowls and again flicked off the leg to the boundary fielder there at deep square for a single to end the over. Well, a very good over there for Sussex with the breakthrough. Worcestershire 200 and I believe it says 35?
Hang on, I've got somewhere on my phone now. I'd say 255 for 3.
131 needed.
131, quite right. Armsy.
That's the only bit I can see at the bottom.
22 overs remain.
Yeah, so it's 6 and 1.
It is 6. Yeah. Yeah. Well, as we said, best way to slow down a run rate in any form of cricket is to get a batsman out. Although John Barclay tells the wonderful story as start of another over, turned on the onside, no run. And when he went down to Somerset and he was captain, said Viv Richards was in his pomp and they came up with this plan not to get the openers out. Just keep them in as long as you can. Which they did for about 20 overs in a 40 over game. Richards came in and scored 100. Here's the next ball, which is whipped away down to mid-on. No run.
This is what Sussex need, just dot balls, feeling that pressure, and more importantly, increasing that required run rate.
Yeah. So is Azhar Ali going to go after Carson here? He waits, and he's not, because he's dabbed it out on the offside. They want to go for a single. Well, Azhar Ali wanted to go for a single, and Adam Hose just said no, and then turned his back and walked back into the crease. He was having none of that. Great batsman, Azhar Ali, but I'm not sure he's the greatest runner between the wickets. He waits again. Oh, this dot ball's going to build up pressure. in Hazard's mind. He's down the pitch. He's gone high and mighty down the ground, and that has gone for 4, couple of bounces. And just as we were saying, apply a bit of pressure, and the batsman will take the risk. Certainly got plenty of that. Hazard only never had a chance of it being caught.
Yeah.
But
one of those shots where I think that's quite low risk for him.
yeah, breaks
his
that little
feet.
stranglehold as well.
Yeah, releases all the pressure.
He goes to 65 and Worcestershire to 259 for 3. Next ball, Azhar Ali drives on the onside. He's only going to get 1 because Allsop from mid-on makes his way across to a wide-ish mid-wicket to field. That's 5 so far off this over, all 5 to Azhar Ali. Adam Hose takes guard. He's going to face Carson for the first time. Still got mid-on and mid-off up as also kind of inviting the hit over the top. Hose waits forward defensively, pushes away on the offside. End of the over, and I reckon that Carson has bowled 18 overs, 1 for 70. Nathan McAndrew, 8 overs, 1 for 32. Looks as if he's going to continue as well. I'd be surprised if he didn't, really. There's 1 or 2 people just coming into the ground, I noticed. The one man in the one-man stand now has 2 other people with him. And there's just a few just came round the corner of the stand there, so perhaps they realise what's going on. Could be a good finish here. Or maybe they've been to the other side of the ground and they've gone round the sun. Personally, I'd be getting out of the sun, but there you go. Each to his own, or her own.
As McAndrew is in from the far end, and Bolson's just defended there by Azhar Ali.
I think he's getting a bit of indifferent bounce, McAndrew, because Azhar Ali forward to that seemed to skid onto him a bit.
I'm going to have to agree with you there. That didn't look like the most comfortable defensive shot.
No. Unfortunately, the stream has disappeared off my machine. I'll get it back in a minute. How are we doing for time? Oh, no, it's all right. I don't think I missed an update this match, which is most unusual for me. I shall make a note of it in my diary.
As McAndrew's in bowls, and it's worked off the legs there. Just as single as it will be fielded by the boundary fielders on the square leg there. Just 1 run coming from it. That brings a very new batter who's on strike. Fielder moves into gully region to apply some added pressure, which Sussex fans were very keen on having.
There's a big gap through extra cover, if Adam Hose can find it. Still got those 2 in fairly close on the onside.
McAndrew bowls. It's flicked off the legs there to a very wide, fine leg that fields it for 1 run.
Yeah, he's still going for this, not leg theory, because that leg could sound as if he's trying to bounce it, the batsman said. But with this leg side field, well, they've now got 4 on the offside. And for Azhar Ali, they've got an extra cover in.
Just talking there about field as well, you can see. Captain and bowler.
Is this a change in personnel or a change in field positions? Extra cover is going across. That's Clark is going to a leg gully position. He likes that shot, Azhar Ali, that flick off the pads.
Just setting him up there. Rotating the keeper there as he's put in leg slip. And McAndrew coming down the hill here, bowls, and it's just defended to the fielder at the with no run. A few cheers of his nickname. Macca being picked up by the mic.
That's highly original.
Yeah.
Cricketers' nicknames these days are awful. You just put a Y on the end of it. Whether, come up with something cricketers' nicknames in the past were quite good.
Can you give an example?
Bumble.
Bumble.
Bumble, yeah. Great nickname.
That's McAndrews in bowls, and it's flicked nicely off the legs there, and that's beaten both the fielders out there, split them perfectly, and goes for 4. 4 added to Worcestershire's total, and more importantly, 4 less runs to get today.
Yeah. Jack Russell, whose name wasn't Jack at all, but he was called Jack Russell because his surname was Russell. So one of my favourites was a bloke called Romains. What was his first name? Who used to play for Gloucestershire. He was called Human Remains.
Very good.
Yeah, it could have been, yeah.
As McAndrews at the top of his run-up, comes in bowls. It's defended nicely there by Azhar Ali. Just waiting for that bad ball to be punished. That is the end of the over.
Yeah, we used to have a lad in our team some years ago who we called Chernobyl because he was a very slow reactor. Which, unless you were around at the time, and that was a huge disaster. So, probably, but you know, that's cricket humour, isn't it?
The coach driver has been back on, Bradders.
Good lad, is he here?
Bradders, Simon the coach driver says, get the kettle on, mate, I'm 10 minutes away.
Well, good lad.
Yeah, so Simon the coach driver.
I'll race him back home.
Yeah. So it could be a very happy coach on the way home.
Could be.
So what they need, exactly, Bradders, 6 and over.
Yeah.
Over 8's +1 as well, so they have time to think about their tactics if they need to towards the end.
Carson to continue. Right arm over to the go. Ooh. That's a good bit of work by Allslop with slip, because he worked it out that O's was going to try the reverse sweep there and went across quickly.
That was well fielded there.
Carson to Hose, Hose waits. Looks as if he's going to come down to that one, and a quicker delivery, fired it in. Guessed what the batsman was trying to do. Good thinking by the bowler. Hose looking as if he wants to get on with this. He does like to give it a whack. And this ball is whacked, but straight into the ground, and then it bounces up into the wicketkeeper's gloves. I was just looking through extra cover there and just caught it out the corner of my eye, thinking, oh, that's not gone over there. And that's where he was trying to smash it. So building that little bit of pressure up here again, Carson. I'll disappear at the end of this over. This is got away by Hose, but Hudson Prentice is the sweeper out on the boundary. Somebody tells me that Fitzhall was a footballer with Crystal Palace and QPR. It was called One Size Fitzhall. One more to the total. Which is creeping along. Here's Azhar Ali coming down, driving through the offside. Hudson Prentice quick over the ground, has to be this time. In fact, he keeps it down to 1. Good fielding out there.
Very good fielding to keep that down to 1.
I've lost it on my phone. Is that 268? 268, thank you. 118 needed for a Worcestershire victory. Carson jogs in again. Off the back foot this time, Hose plays the ball away. Hudson Prentice got some work to do here. Could be 2. They will settle for 2 as well. Guided away down towards third man. That completes the over. There are 19 remaining, and Worcestershire need 116 to win, and Sussex, of course, needs 7 wickets to win.
Yeah, that run rate just creeped up there with the wicket breaking through for Sussex.
So Bradders is going to go and do his update, then he will return straight away, and because Worcestershire looking in a good position here. Live cricket on the BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. Thank you for listening. It could be a really exciting end to this game. 116 needed in 19 overs. If it was a T20, I think you would say that this is pretty straightforward, Ariana, with 7 wickets in the bank. The only difference is it isn't, and Sussex have the ability to put the fielders where they like. Which is making it an interesting contest. Worcester are still favourites, but if a couple of wickets were to go down here, everything could change. Nathan McAndrew, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 38. Elsewhere in the county championship today, a win for Yorkshire at Chesterfield. Their first win of the season. Glamorgan look like they're hanging on for a draw. In fact, they're going to secure the draw at Durham. So Durham will be just 4 wins out of 7. A very good start for Durham, but they looked like they were going to win that game. Leicestershire 116 for 2, need another 105 to beat Gloucestershire. All those games in Division 2. In Division 1, Surrey have chased down a massive score at Canterbury to win. In comes McAndrew, bowls to Azarali, plays out into the offside, fielded by Carson, who's in very quickly to field. And there is no run. John Holden's been in touch. Thank you, John. He says, some of the information, such as lunch and tea times, are shown on the scoreboard every so often, and why not other relevant information? If there was an additional screen in the commentary box, it would help you. Also, from my usual seat behind Julian, I noticed that quite often the umpire signals to the scorer, particularly no balls, would not be visible to you as they are side on to you. Thanks for the entertaining commentary, says John, not Tim. Thank you, John. No, and it's a good point. And I think the more we can relay the information and get it correct, the better. In comes McAndrew, clipped away. There's a fielder there at deep backward square, who's Hudson Prince, who gets in the throw and throws at the bowler's end. And it just gave Azarali the hurry up. Azar goes through for a single. Total goes to 271 for 3. Runs required 115. Azar just comes down the pitch and has a little word. My feeling is here, Ariana, he's played a lovely innings there, Azarali. He's on 73, but I think that maybe the attack is going to come here from Adam Hose, who batted very well in the first innings. I just wonder whether that might be the Worcestershire tactic here. Yes, he made 85. But don't forget, in the first innings, to give Sussex supporters some hope, Worcester lost 7 for 44. I'm not saying that's going to happen again, and who knows? That's the beauty of the game. McAndrew. There's a slip and a gully in place, or a slip and fourth slip. As in comes McAndrew, over the wicket bowls and driven away by Hose, backward of square on the leg side. Again, it's just a single. Hudson Prentice has probably fielded half a dozen of the last 10 balls, I would imagine, out onto that leg side. He's racing up and down the boundary. Hasn't bowled very much in this innings. Hudson Prentice looked like he was slightly struggling with an injury. I'll give you the bowling figures in a moment. Who's bowled? Hudson Prentice just bowled 4 overs. 4 overs for 20. Shipley, 12 overs for 45. Cavallis, 9 overs for 41, 1 wicket. Cole, 7 overs for 37. Carson, the majority of the work, 19 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 73. And Nathan McAndrew now in his 10th over. He's running down the hill from the Cromwell Road and bowls to Azarali down the leg side. That's a terrific take. Excellent take by Ollie Carter down the leg side. And had he not stopped that, Ariana, that was 4 byes. You're a wicket keeper. How good was that?
Yeah, that was a perfect take down leg. One that he'd be happy with. He is holding his hand there in pain.
He is. Is that kind of take, Ariana, is that as much about moving your feet as well? Is that what you're taught as a keeper? It's not just about diving around like a goalkeeper?
No, definitely not. There would have been an initial footwork movement, whether that's a step and a push off or a little shuffle, then a dive. It is more about that key movement than the dive itself.
Of the feet?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
Interesting. But that was way down the leg side, and that could so easily have gone for 4 byes. 2 balls to go in the over, just the 2 runs off it so far. In comes McAndrew, bowls to Azar, who plays to mid-on, and there is no run. A couple of emails have come in from John Curtis. Hello, John. Lovely to hear from you. He was talking about Bradders, who sent the bouquet to his wife today. It's Bradders' wedding anniversary, so he did the right thing and sent some flowers. But John just lives down the road from Bradders, and he was saying that he seemed to have some flowers missing in his garden this morning, which I'm sure isn't true. And we were talking about Alan Richardson and Steve Finn walking around the outfield, and John's saying that they would have been teammates at Middlesex. That's a nice bit of information a few years ago. In comes McAndrew bowls and then clipped to mid-wicket by Azarani. Really good bit of fielding by Tom Clark, who's in there very close at mid-wicket. So good over by Nathan McAndrew, who's bowled 10 overs, 1 maiden, has taken 1 for 40. Just the 2 off the over, 18 overs left. Still 114 needed to win. Bradders is back. Ariana's going to have a breather for 20 minutes or so. So run rate, I was saying to Ariana Bradders when you come back on commentary, if this was a T20 game, Worcestershire needed 114 to win in 18 overs with 7 wickets remaining. You would think that would be reasonably straightforward.
Yes.
But it isn't.
But it isn't, because you can put your fielders wherever you like and your bowlers can bowl forever.
Indeed. It's going to be Jack Carson who's going to bowl the first of those 18. He's coming in to bowl to the tall figure of Adam Hose. He's in and bowls, and Hose is down the wicket and he thrashes that one away straight down the ground. That's gone many a mile. That's gone for 6 runs, and that kind of relieves just a bit of pressure. I was just saying to Ariana, I felt that the attack would probably come from Adam Hose. Batted very well in the first innings. And just down the track to the off-spin of Carson. I think if I'm Jack Carson, I'm thinking, OK, I've got my mid-off and mid-on up, and I'm going to keep them there and see if you can do it again.
Yeah, he hits it a long way.
He does hit it a long way, and that would have been 6 on bigger grounds than this. Carson in again, bowls, Hose. Oh, just waits in the crease. I thought I kept it a little low. Played into the onside, no run.
They need 6 and over, and he's got 6 off the first ball.
He has, and that's exactly it. So he sort of released any pressure that might have been building. But I'm pleased to see Sussex still attacking here.
Oh, yes.
No point going into a shell here.
Yeah.
In comes Carlson. Reverse swept, and that's going to be more runs, and it could well be 4 runs. It is going to be 4 runs. Reverse swept, and it rolls down towards the players' pavilion. So 10 off the over. So far, 2 balls to go. I was impressed with Adam Hose, Bradders, in the game down at New Road earlier this season, where he batted very well, and you know, with Robinson in absolutely full cry. Ollie Robinson was steaming in. Yeah. And Adam Hose batted extremely well at New Road.
Yeah. An on-Hose-like innings, you could say.
Yes. Yeah.
And he got his head down.
This is a different kettle of fish. In comes Carson. Hose clips this onto the onside. You probably heard the cry of wait there in our effects microphone, fielded by James Coles at mid-wicket. There is no run. So what does Tom Alsop do here? Does he bring back another seamer? Does he keep his spinners going up? He's got all sorts going around in his mind at the moment. 104 needed to win. Carson in bowls. Swept, and that's going to be 4 more. And this is turning into an expensive over. Swept away by Adam Hose through square leg. He goes...
Oh, excuse me.
That's quite all right, Brandon. He goes to 20. Very high pollen count today.
Suddenly crept up on me, that one.
And that is 14 off the over, so... At some stage, you felt that one of these Worcestershire players would just attempt just to relieve a little bit of the pressure. You know, at 6 and over, you'd say, what pressure, really? But it's, you know, you get a couple of overs with no runs, and it's soon the run rate goes up. In comes Carson bowls, that's short and tucked away by Adam Hose. So it's 15 off the over. And Jack Carson takes his cap from umpire Newell. Adam Hose is very quickly on to 21 off 18 balls. He's retained the strike, which is important as far as Worcestershire concerned. 287 for 3 are Worcestershire, and the runs required are now into double instead of treble figures. 99 needed to win in 17 overs. So what's that, Bradders? 17 fives are 85, about 5.5 and over, with 7 wickets in the bank.
Yeah.
The Sussex again getting to the stage where they're desperate. Just a couple of wickets here would keep it interesting.
We're almost down to the old 16 overs in the last hour fiasco, aren't we? Which is another part of cricket that not many people understand.
No, least of all us.
So, as far as I'm aware, after this over, we get another hour's cricket, whatever happens. As far as I'm aware,
right.
Every umpire in the country is going, no, but that's as I understand it. So, don't shout at me, folks. Start of a new over. McAndrew is coming down the slope bowling to Adam Hose. Hose forward, plays the ball back into the pitch. Bowler himself does the fielding. A fella just come into the ground over there pushing a pram. I wondered if he was just going by or if he lives nearby and he thought, says to his wife, I'll take the baby out for a walk. Not telling her he was heading for the cricket. There's a mass of pigeons down in front of us. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. At least a dozen pigeons down in front of us, pecking away at the outfield. Can't imagine there's too much in that for them. Perhaps just a few little, pigeons eat corn, don't they? Here's the next ball from McAndrew. Hose drives away on the offside, won't get a run there. Allsop it is from mid-off, who comes across the field. Yeah, I think, you're saying that this is Tom Allsop's first game as captain. I think he's done pretty well.
I agree.
The declaration decision was always going to be difficult, and he would have been guided by somebody else, I'm sure. But I think I've quite liked his fielding placings. He's still got those 2 men in at short mid-wicket, which is good for Azhar Ali because he likes to play it through there. I think he's, even if Sussex do lose the game, I think he's done pretty well.
I would agree.
McAndrew in bowls to Hose. Hose turns this away to one of those 2 mid-wickets, and he won't get a run. So dots so far in this over from McAndrew. 386, remember, Worcestershire needed to win. They're 287 for 3. So I reckon that's 99 to win. And after this over, there will be 16 remaining. Most of the crowd have stayed. Of course you would. The one man in the one-man stand is on his own. He'll be delighted with that. McAndrew in bowls. Hose gets the ball away. Down back with the square. He might well get 4 here. He has. He's played that beautifully. A leg glance there by Hose. Just clipped it away off the pads. And McAndrew's got his hands on his head. I think he's feeling that if he'd still got that leg gully in there,
I agree,
he might have been, or a leg slip, might have been in with it. But Tom Allsop's in that situation here. You can't put 4 slips in because he's trying to stop Worcestershire scoring runs. So it's a difficult conundrum for the skipper.
Yes, it is. No, I think he's done well. I think it was a positive declaration as well.
McAndrew to Hose. Hose flicks this one away through square leg. Hudson Prentice is after it. McAndrew has gone a real flyer on his follow through there. He's got up and he's covered in dust and dirt and muck and grit. But Worcestershire have 1 more run. That's 5 off the over so far. And all 5 have gone to Adam Hose, who's gone to 26. Actually, 26 off 23 balls, I think he is.
And it's just a little cameo that Worcestershire needed, just to tweeze any nerves.
Oh, we got the ball's gone out of shape. Of course it has.
Every time it goes out of shape, it seems to me it's Tom Haynes who shows it to the umpire. I don't know whether he's the sort of ball checker. It hasn't it been every single time?
Yeah. Anyway, umpire Debenham has got the gauge by the look of it, so we haven't got to go walking across to the other umpire. One of them normally has the gauge, and he's putting it through the gauge, and he's saying, nah, it's going through the gauge, mate, so get on with it. What a fine game this has been.
It's been an excellent game of cricket, isn't it?
Yeah, fine game, super weather, apart from the one little blip that we had, and it's been... As McAndrew is in bowls and Azhar Ali turns this on the onside, and there will not be a run. 12th man are coming rumbling on. 12 men are coming rumbling onto the field, or 12th and 13th men. I think they're both Worcestershire.
Yes.
12 men, which will be Ed Pollock and he's not a Worcestershire 12th man because he's. Where's he going, that fella?
Very good knock here by Azhar Ali.
The 12th man has come out here with nothing. Oh, he's come to take the helmet off. I was going to say. That's pretty obvious that you're coming on with with something to say to the captain, but no, he's come on to take the helmet off, which is fair enough, and we're going back to some medium pace from the sea end.
No, we had the Worcestershire bus driver on a little bit earlier on, Bradders.
Yeah.
Well, you never know who's listening. So we've had Mark, who's the Sussex team bus driver, on. Hello, Mark. Good afternoon, Julie. He says, hi, Adrian, Bradders and Ariana. Just thought I'd say hi, as I was feeling left out with all the team bus chat. Hi to the Worcester driver, too. I've been listening in sunny Chichester today, here till late, so we'll listen to the climax of this great game. Come on, Sussex, says Mark. Hello, Mark. Lovely to hear from you. Who drives the Sussex players all over the country. There's going to be a lot of driving over the next few weeks as well when the 50 over gets going. And anyway, thank you, Mark. In lovely Chichester. In comes Henry Shipley from the CN, bowls to Adam Hose, who plays out into the offside, and there is no run. So the Coach Drivers Union.
Yeah, got a message from somebody, I'm not quite sure who it was, working on the Isle of Wight. We had a player called Matty Royce, and he was fondly known as Baz. Don't get that?
No, nor do I.
Baz Royce. Matty Baz, Baz Matty. Ah, Baz Matty.
Oh, Baz Matty Rice. Very good. Very good.
Royce, very good.
In comes Shipley, over the wicket. Bowls, Hose, plays this straight down the ground. Good bit of filling by Cov Hagnos, who dived full length. He made sure he absolutely got everything behind that no run. Teddy's been in touch. Hello, Teddy. Lots of emails today. It's great, isn't it?
Yeah,
Sussex,
very good.
Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk, and tweets to Bradders. Hi, gents. Irrespective of the result, Sussex have proved themselves as a good competitive side, and they're fighting to the last ball. In comes Shipley, cut away, no third man, 4 runs. Well, when you're wide outside the off stump, there's no third man. That was a bit of a gimme, really, for Adam Hose. I don't think he intended to play it there.
Poor ball.
Yeah, and it's gone away for 4 runs down towards the players' pavilion. There's a big gap between second slip and the fielder at deep backward point, who's Finn Hudson-Prentice, who looks like he's limbering up. I think the debate there is, should you have a third man, Henry? Is he going to get one? Tom Haynes is chatting away to him.
Well, if you've not got a third man, you can't bowl it there, can you?
Teddy said he's had a good 4 days at home. Brilliant weather and good company, so I'm glad you enjoyed yourself. Teddy. In comes Shipley, in and bowls. Oh, that kept low. That really did keep low. And Adam Hose did pretty well to keep that out, to be fair. Played onto the onside, and there is no run.
Navid Arif, who played here, was known as Barry Arif.
Very good.
Yeah. And welcome to 5 Live Sports Extra, who've just joined us on a glorious evening at Hove, watching a fascinating cricket match.
Henry Shipley running away from us, comes into bowl to Adam Hose, who drives forcefully into the covers, fielded by Tom Clark, who's sort of backing back into the covers, making sure the ball doesn't get through. It's a dot ball, just 4 off the over so far, Bradders.
We better tell them what's happening, didn't we, on Sports Extra? 386 to win, Worcestershire 79 overs, Roderick 33, Libby 97, Haynes 44 have gone, and Worcestershire are now... I can't read that scoreboard, mate. You'll have to do that.
I shall do it after this delivery from Henry Shipley, who's running into bowl over the wicket. He's in and bowls and hoses forward very correctly, plays into the offside, fielded by the eager Tom Clark at extra cover, and there is no run. So good over by the New Zealander Henry Shipley, making his debut in this game. Worcestershire are 296 for 3. We've got 15 overs remaining in the game. Worcestershire need exactly 90 to win, which may sound straightforward, but in their first innings, Worcestershire lost 7 for 44 at the end of the innings, and that will give Sussex some hope. Adam Hose is playing very nicely. He's on 30, and Azhar Ali has made 73. Earlier on, Jake Libby made 97 to add to the 198 he made in the first innings. And today, Sussex declaring on 447 for 7. Tom Alsop not out 100, his 2nd century of the season and 10th of his career. Jack Carson made 75. Sussex set Worcestershire 386 to win in 79 overs after 4 days of terrific cricket.
Yeah.
Terrific cricket day, Bradley.
It's
come down to this.
It's gone this way and that way, this game. Now, Finn Hudson-Prentice is coming on, and it was he who started the collapse in the first innings when he got Adam... No, I got that wrong. Dan Abraham got Adam Hose out for 85. They were 366 for 3, Worcestershire, and they collapsed miserably. So that's what Sussex are hoping for here. Is Hudson-Prentice comes in bowls to Azhar Ali, turns it on the leg side. No run to be had on this occasion. Got the two mid wickets in for the lofted drive, a mid on a square leg on the boundary, a fine leg on the boundary, a slip, cover point, extra cover, and mid-off. Hudson Prentice, who's not bowled that much in this innings. In fact, this is only his 5th over. Comes down the slope and bowls. Azhar Ali pushes forward. There's a little bit of a mix-up here, and that has been a feature of the... Now they're going to get a run. And you've got to say, I can quite understand why Jack Carson threw at the stumps, but there was nobody there, and the ball hit the stumps, and they pick up a single, which always seems, we've had this argument many times.
We have.
Always seems a bit unfair. You hit the stumps, the ball ricochets away, and Worcestershire get a single. But Azhar Ali's running has been a feature today. He and Jake Libby made a complete dog's breakfast of one, and Libby would have been run out by a country mile. But the throw missed the stumps. That hit the stumps and conceded a run. So Worcestershire 298 for 3. Next ball, and Hose is pulling this one away. Another misfield. That's another bit of poor fielding.
Very poor.
Yeah, got down to it, didn't stop it. So Hose picks up a single. Was that Danny Abraham in there?
Yeah.
One of those 2 short mid wickets. So Worcestershire move on to 298 for 3. 386 they need to win. But as my very good friend Adrian Harms, pictured here, was saying, this has been a tremendous game of cricket. One team's on top, the other team's on top. And we thought the declaration was spot on. Here's the next ball, which is Hose coming forward, drives away through the onside. He's not going to get 4. A tumbling Cavalis, I think that is, manages to stop it. But it was a difficult conundrum for Sussex skipper Tom Alsop, because historically, teams have got a lot of runs in the 4th innings here. Middlesex chased down, how many was it last year? You were here.
Yeah, 377 in 70-odd overs.
So
did it comfortably.
Yeah, and this is not over by any means. A couple of wickets here for Sussex, and Worcestershire might be struggling. Hose smashes it way into the grandstand. In fact, it's one bounce into the grandstand. And Adam Hose, who's a big man, and generally when he hits it, it don't come back too quickly. So 4 more to the Worcestershire total, and Hose is beginning to open up here. He's gone to, I think he's got 35.
He has, Brad, as in 31 balls.
Yeah. And the Worcestershire 300 comes up. Takes him to 303 for 3. Hudson Prentice. Down the slope, bowls. Hose goes again for this one, but doesn't get it. He's trying to smash it once again over mid-wicket, but this time from a shorter length delivery, so trying to play the pull shot over there. Gets a bottom edge. It rolls out to deep square leg, where he picks up a single. That completes Finn Hudson Prentice's over, and Worcestershire have moved on to 304 for 3. They need another 82 to win.
They do indeed, on the most glorious summer's evening down at Hove. Blue sky pretty much as far as you can see, just a couple of cotton wool clouds to the west of the ground, and we've been blessed with glorious weather throughout. It's been a fabulous game of cricket. Worcestershire with their noses in front here, but as Dave Bradley was saying, a couple of wickets could change all of that. One of the ground staff has just come out. Brad is looking, he's filling in some footholes. There he goes.
Yeah, it's the footholes, I think.
Yeah, and he's gone running off again, so he's sorting out the footholes at the Cromwell Road end. So we've got 14 overs left. As Dave was saying, 82 needed to win here on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. Every ball of every game in the County Championship T20 and 50 over competitions here on the BBC. And if all games of County Championship cricket were like this,
yes,
it would be a treat. There's been some terrific games around the country. Just to reiterate, Surrey chasing down 500 at Canterbury to beat Kent. They're the top of the County Championship, 501 for 5 centuries for Dom Sibley. Wonderful win for Surrey by 5 wickets. Ben Foakes scoring 100 as well. But this is all about Henry Shipley on his debut, the New Zealander for Sussex, in up the hill. Bowl's clipped away through mid-wicket. That's a lovely shot by Adam Hose. It was in the air momentarily, but it's Adam Hose who's taking the attack to Sussex here. Clipped away, lovely shot. He goes to 40 of 33 balls. And the runs required now down to 78 of 13 overs on 5 balls. This has been beautifully paced by Adam Hose, Dave.
Yeah, and he came to Worcestershire because he wanted to play red ball cricket. He didn't get the opportunity at Edgbaston, and he certainly proved his worth. And a really good man to have coming in this situation, because he won't mess about.
And he's picked the right balls to hit as well.
Yeah, it's not slogging, it's proper cricket shots.
It is indeed. Just the one slip in place. There's a deep cover point, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg, deep backward square and a fine leg. As in comes Shipley, bowls past the outside edge. There's a stifled appeal from wicket-keeper and bowler, but it kind of lacked any conviction, really. But it's a dot ball, and that's important for Sussex. Wins in the Championship today for Essex, who have beaten Somerset by 196 runs. Surrey, who have beaten Kent by 5 wickets, chasing down that mammoth score. Lancashire beating Hampshire by 6 wickets at Southport. A draw at Trent Bridge between Nottinghamshire and Warwickshire. In comes Shipley, bowls to Hose, who doesn't time that, plays the ball to mid-off, fielded by Carvelos in his white sun hat, and there is no run. Terrific game at Chesterfield, where Yorkshire eventually won by 3 wickets. 215 for 7 they finished, Yorkshire's first win of the season. And a wonderful rearguard action by Glamorgan, led by Chris Cook at Durham. That game drawn. Durham still top of Division 2 of the County Championship, still playing in Bristol. As Shipley is in, bowls, and Hose is rather tucked up, but he manages to get the ball down towards 3rd man, fielded out there by the 12th man, Bertie Ford. It's Hudson Prentice. 1 more to the total.
Do you know they had a delay yesterday at Bristol because they had a fire?
Really?
Yeah, in the pavilion. All the alarms went off, so the scorers and everybody else had to evacuate the pavilion. So I'm told by my very good friend, the scorer.
Right.
And I think they were off for about 10 minutes.
Nobody hurt, I hope?
No, I don't think so. They've not had great luck with the weather, have they, at Bristol this year? So that almost puts the tin hat on it for them, I think, getting a fire in the pavilion.
In comes Henry Shipley from the C end, in and bowls to Azarali. Takes a couple of steps down the wicket, flicks the ball down towards fine leg. They've taken one, they're going to come back for 2. They need to get a move on, and in fact, eventually Azar decided not to come back for the second. It wasn't a great throw, to be fair, from all the way down in the distance by Nathan McAndrew, but in the end, just the one to Azar. He goes to 76, 310 for 3. Worcestershire, they need 76 to win. There's 13 overs and 1 ball remaining. Meanwhile, down at Bristol, Leicestershire are 150 for 2, needing 71 to beat Gloucestershire. What a round of matches. In comes Shipley, driven down the ground by Hose. Haynes comes in, throws at the stumps. That was a good run. The throw comes in. Is there going to be an overthrow here? Wasn't backed up. Eventually it is by Hudson Prentice. So a single only to Adam Hose. It was a good run, actually, Dave, because he played it to Haynes. As soon as he hit the ball, he was on the move. And Tom Haynes threw at the non-striker's end, but in reality, Hose was easily home. He goes to 42 of 37 deliveries. And Worcestershire, 311 for 3. Needs 75 more runs to win. And they have got another 13 overs in which to get them. And so my pretty shocking maths tells me that's
5.77.
I was going to say a bit more than 5 and a bit less than 6.
It's up on a screen in front of me.
Oh,
I can't work that out.
Right.
I failed everything at school, me. I failed geography because I couldn't find my way to the classroom. It's Finn Hudson Prentice. He's going to bowl from the Cromwell Road end. I think the crowd has built up here since tea.
I think you're right.
People have worked out what's going on. Hose waits, goes down the ground, smashes it high in the air, but it's not quite where he wanted it to go. And in the end, it goes about 3 bounces down to backward square leg, and they pick up a single. But he was going for that shot over mid-wicket again.
No, he was. And he's played it very effectively. It's been a good little cameo here, hasn't it?
Yeah, Azar Ali has played that more solid innings. And he is about to face Finn Hudson Prentice. And Azar Ali comes forward, plays the ball to one of the short mid-wickets.
We should mention Jake Libby, Dave, 198 in the first innings, 97 in the second innings. He was on the field for, when he was out, he'd been on the field for every ball of the game. That was 331 overs.
Yeah, scored 215 here last year.
Yeah, this is, and when he made his debut for Nottinghamshire, he scored 100, and he was that against Sussex as well. So he likes playing Sussex.
Hudson Prentice in bowls. Azhar Ali's got a couple of steps down. He's going to pick up a single here as he works it through square leg. One more to the Worcestershire total goes to 313 for 3. Target 386.
I mean, you'd have thought from here on in, Dave, that provided Worcester are sensible, this ought to be fairly, I'm not saying routine, but what could put the cat amongst the pigeons would just be a couple of wickets here.
Yeah. If you want to slow the run rate down, take a couple of wickets. Hudson Prentice into Hose. Hose gets this one away over mid-wicket. Is he going to get 4? He is indeed. Cracks that one away. I think it's Danny Abraham that's way out there. Couldn't get round to cut that one off. So 4 more to Adam Hose. He goes to 47. Worcestershire go to 317 for 3.
That's all it needs, isn't it? You know, a 4 every over, a couple of singles here and there, and Worcestershire ought to see this through.
You must excuse our hesitation when we read the score out, but the sun is shining on the scoreboard. It's quite difficult to see. Finn Hudson Prentice in bowls. Goes for it again, and he's edged through to the wicket-keeper. Hose chasing a wide ball. Finn Hudson Prentice takes the wicket. Maybe a little twist in the end here. Adam Hose goes. He's gone the way he's played, really. Going after it. He's gone for 47. Caught behind off Hudson Prentice, and Worcestershire are now
they are
317 for 3. 4.
Yes, we can't see onto, but you're right. 317 for Adam Hose.
Should get the wickets right, shouldn't we? I've got to pop off and do something else.
Okay, 47 in 40 balls for Adam Hose. Just the acceleration that was required as far as Worcestershire were concerned. But it was Adam Hose's demise in the first innings when he was out for. Let me double check my notes here. He was out for 85. He was out on 366 for 4, and that brought about a collapse of 7 for 44. So Sussex will maybe hoping for more of the same. It's Brett D'Oliveira who's the new man who's coming out. The Worcestershire skipper here on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. 69 needed to win, and 12 overs remaining. So, you know, it is just, I say just, about 6 and over. But another wicket has gone down. For those of you just joining us, I know people joining 5 Sports Extra all the time. Sussex declaring this morning on 447 for 7. Tom Alsop, 100 not out, skippering Sussex for the very first time in the absence of Cheteshwar Pujara. Jack Carson making 75. So Worcestershire set 386 to win in 79 overs, and they've gone about it in a very professional way. Indeed, just an update to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex.
Latest with Adrian Harms at the county ground in Hove.
Yes, thank you, Danny. And Worcestershire needs 69 to win in 12 overs and 1 ball, but they've just lost a wicket, the wicket of Adam Hose, who was caught behind by Ollie Carter for 47 off the bowling of Finn Hudson Prentice. So some hope here for Sussex. Earlier on in the day, Tom Alsop making 100 for Sussex. His first game as skipper of the club in the absence of Cheteshwar Pujara, as Sussex declared on 447 for 7, setting Worcestershire 386 to win in 79 overs. It could be a thrilling finish here. They are finished though, Danny, at Canterbury, where Surrey chased down a record 501 to win the game against Kent. They're county champions for a reason, and they've won again today. A century from Dom Sibley, who batted through from the beginning. A century for Ben Folkes. Terrific win for Surrey here at Hove in the sunshine, while Worcestershire favourites, but maybe only just.
Anybody leaving yet?
No, everybody's staying put. There's not a huge crowd here. No, but those that are here are staying put, Danny.
Good. Okay, Adrian. He continues on the BBC Sport.
So there we are, just 12 overs remaining. Ariana Dowse is going to come and have a quick natter to us here on commentary. Ariana's been with us for a couple of days here at Hove. Really, Ariana, 69 needed in 12 overs. You would think, I mean, if this was a T20 game, you would think, well, this would be fairly straightforward for Worcester. But as we've been saying throughout, it isn't T20. And the fact that you can put fielders where you like them means that the pressure is on. Having said that, Sussex have now got no slips. There's been a big debate about where the field is going to be. Henry Shipley runs away from us, comes into bowl to Azhar Ali, who punches that to mid-on. There is no run, fielded carefully by Tom Haynes. The tension is palpable around the ground, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is a results kind of day, unfortunately, so everyone's very invested in Sussex and what their result will be.
Well, they are. So the field, just to relay it to you, there's a third man way down in the distance. There's a deep point, extra cover saving one, mid-off saving one, mid-on, mid-wicket and square leg saving one. Two men back on the leg side. And in comes Henry Shipley, the tall New Zealander, making his debut for Sussex in this match. And again, it's a dot ball played to mid-on by Azhar Ali, who's on 77. He's faced 134 balls, 317 for 4 are Sussex. As I say, in the Championship today, wins for Essex, Surrey, Lancashire, and a draw between Nottinghamshire and Warwickshire. Yorkshire, their first win of the season in Division 2, a draw between Durham and Glamorgan. In comes Shipley, over the wicket bowls, driven by Ali. It's another dot ball, good over by Henry Shipley. And after 4 days of highly competitive cricket, it's come down to the last 11 overs of the game. It's been a remarkable game, a game that's ebbed and flowed throughout. A declaration for Sussex, I think, seemed about right. Tom Alsop's done a good job here for Sussex in his first game as skipper, just dangling the carrot for Worcestershire. And Worcestershire have taken it on as in comes Shipley up the hill from the sea end, bowls to Azhar Ali. That's a beautiful shot. That's an absolutely textbook extra cover drive, beautifully played, foot right to the pitch of the ball. He thumped the ball through extra cover for 4 runs. Tom Clark's a very fine fielder in that position, had no chance of cutting that off, and Azhar goes to 81 and Worcestershire to 321 for 4. They need 65 to win. So 3 dot balls and a boundary. That was a quality shot by Azhar Ali.
That was a stunning cover drive. That is one everyone wants to aspire to be like, isn't it?
Well, if you had a coaching manual, that would be in the coaching manual. As in comes Shipley in again, bowls, and Azhar is forward, and he almost got a leading edge. The ball made its way to mid-off. Ari Carvelos momentarily would have thought, oh, that might be coming towards me.
Yeah, it was just trying to look to work that onto the onside, but it was too straight and almost caught leading edge. But luckily for him, it was along the ground.
Dave Bradley will be back with us in a couple of moments here from BBC Hereford and Worcester. Just the 4 off the over so far as Shipley runs away from us. He's in and bowls, and forward comes Azhar Ali. There's never a single there because Tom Clark is in very quickly, and that's a good over by Henry Shipley. Just the 4 runs coming off of it. So 11 overs left in the match. Worcestershire are 321 for 4. It means they need 85 to win. There are 11 overs. Sorry, they need 65 to win. I'm sorry, 11 overs left, so they need to score at 6 and over here on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. And for the next 2 or 3 overs, it's going to be Dave Bradley who's going to be joining Ariana Douse in the commentary box here at Hove. Or I can tell you there is barely a cloud in the sky, blue sky all around. The ground looks magnificent, and it's going to be Finn Hudson-Prentice who's going to come into bowl from the Cromwell Road end.
As he's in now, bowls, and it's a full toss but driven, but not put away there as mid-off, cuts that off for no run.
Blue skies, all of them, and God, nothing but blue skies from now on. That's a very old song, Ariana, which was around, I suspect your mother wouldn't remember it, it's that old. But I am that old, so I remember it. We've had a great 4 days here, weather-wise, cricket-wise, everything-wise, cake-wise, excellent cake. Sadly.
As Hudson-Prentice in bowls, and it's driven nicely this time, well fielded there by mid-on, and prevents the single being taken. They were looking interested there, but no communication.
Was there one there? A long way to go, didn't he? Tall man getting down to cut that one off. I thought Brett D'Oliveira, who's a real scamperer between the wickets, might have taken the fielder on there, but he didn't. Brett D'Oliveira got a duck in the first innings. Doesn't want to get a pair.
As he bowls and defends straight back to him for no run. Might be playing on his mind as he's still on 0.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much it does prey on your mind, does it? Shadows from the floodlights just beginning to make their way towards the middle.
Only 10 overs left after this over as Hudson Preston is in from the far end, and it's a drive. And this time they will take on the fielder at mid-on quite easily there for a single.
So D'Oliveira's not going to get a pair. I should explain to our 5 Live Sports Extra listeners that we have a man in the one-man stand. There's a big bank of seats, and he's been sat there since the first day, mostly on his own. Other people enter his stand every now and then, but he's been sat in the same seat since the first over of the first day, and I think he should get a small medal because it's hot.
There's no shade over there as Hudson Prentice is in, bowls, flicked off legs just for a dot as the fielder cleanly takes that.
Good over this from Hudson Prentice, not giving the batsman any width, keeping the ball up to him, up to Azhar Ali and to Brett D'Oliveira.
And more importantly, keeping the stumps in play, making the batter play at every single ball here.
Yeah.
Trying to create something, an opportunity, but we will find out soon. There's Hudson Prentice is in, bowls. It's defended for no run there.
Good over.
Only 1 run coming off it. Worcestershire 322 for 4. Very tidy over there from Sussex, which is good to see.
10 overs remain and 64 needed for victory.
Yeah.
Yes, 10 overs left, 64 needed for victory. I reckon, I'm going out on a limb here. I reckon that's 6.4 and over. I'm just edging me bets really. And as we've said throughout this game, all of a sudden, the game of cricket, you think you're winning. I mean, Worcestershire were in a great position yesterday. The day before, 366 for 3, in front with 7 wickets left. And here we are, last session of the last day. D'Oliveira forward, plays out on the offside, and there is no run. So every now and then it comes back to bite you in the rear end. I won't say that word because we are on national radio, so you can't say words like that unless you're a late night comedian. This is exhausting, this cricket. Do something else, I think. Shipley is in, bowls to D'Oliveira. D'Oliveira gets a short ball, cuts it away through the offside. Doesn't really time it. Hudson Prentice shies at the stumps. My impression was if he'd have hit D'Oliveira, might have been struggling. But he didn't. Good piece of fielding, picked it up, wanged it at the stumps at the non-striker's end. D'Oliveira might have been in, but it was his call, so we can't blame Azhar Ali for that one. He has created some tense moments in this game, Azhar Ali, with his running between the wickets. He's got 81, and Shipley races away. Bowls to him. Azhar Ali drives, but straight to mid-off. The score does not move. It's funny, isn't it? Because very often in a county championship game, there's probably 2 or 3 people on the balcony watching the game. The players' balcony, that is. I think every Worcestershire player. And the bus driver, who's here as well, will be watching. We had correspondence from the bus driver, talked to all sorts of people. Shipley, right arm over to the right-handed Azhar Ali, tucks this one away on the leg side. As he come off a pad, it doesn't really matter because Worcestershire are going to get a run. Azhar Ali scampers to the non-striker's end, came off the bat, I think, no indication from umpire Newell. He hurtled towards the non-striker's end, and lucky for him, or not lucky for him, but he wouldn't have been run out, but Ollie Carter, the wicketkeeper, couldn't pick it up cleanly as it trickled away on the leg side. One more to the Worcestershire total, which I think now is 324 for 4.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you, young eyes. Here's the next ball. D'Oliveira whips that one away. He's only going to get a single down to fine leg. A loud shit. We heard that up here. D'Oliveira shouting no, making sure that Azhar Ali wasn't going to come back. 325 for 4 Worcestershire. 9 overs remain after the current over. We were saying earlier, we do have this funny 16 overs in the last hour rule, but I'm not going to go into that because I'm not going to go into it. Can't be messing with all that. Shipley in, bowls. Azhar Ali drives, can't pierce the field though. Nice shot. He got one through in the last over. That's another good over, so putting a bit of pressure on here. What have we had? We've had 1, 2, 3. Since Azhar Ali's boundary, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think we've had 3 runs in 13 balls.
You have a change around, so Ariana's going to come off.
Okay.
And you come on us, you go off at 6 maybe, Brad.
I do. I'll pop into that seat. You pop into this seat. This is the new Olympic sport, folks.
So wherever you're listening, you may be on your way home from work or listening in the garden, or who knows what you're doing if you're listening to 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. It's come down to this after 4 days of terrific cricket. 9 overs remaining. Worcestershire needing 61 to win. They're 325 for 4. Azhar Ali is on 82, but D'Oliveira is on 3. It's going to be Nathan McAndrew, the tall Australian, who we think struggling with an injury. He certainly didn't come into bat today, but he's running in down the hill from the Cromwell Road. And those of you who don't know Hove, he's in and bowls, and forward comes D'Oliveira, plays out into the offside. It's fielded there by Bertie Foreman, who is the Sussex 12th man. In terms of the day's cricket, it's been a wonderful day. Sussex declaring on 447 for 7. Tom Alsop, the stand-in Sussex skipper as a replacement for Cheteshwar Pujara, made exactly 100. Jack Carson 75. Worcestershire set 386 to win in 79 overs, and really set on their way by Jake Libby, who batted beautifully. He made 97, which added to the 198 he made in the first innings. But he's now gone. It's down to these final 9 overs. McAndrew in. Bowled to D'Oliveira, who clips that straight to mid-wicket. And another wicket goes down. Daniel Ibrahim takes the catch. D'Oliveira looks to the skies as if to say, why on earth did I play that shot? And this game, which has been full of twists and turns for the last 4 days, it's just been a brilliant game of county championship cricket. Takes yet another turn. D'Oliveira is on his way for 3. Worcestershire are 325 for 5. D'Oliveira out for 3. He was in for 15 minutes. And I'm sure at the back of the Worcestershire minds, we were saying earlier on, Brad, as how they lost 7 for 44. They went in the first innings, Worcestershire, from 366 for 3, bowled out for 410. Couldn't happen again, could it?
Dafter things have happened in cricket, as we all know, and that was pressure that was put on Brett D'Oliveira, because Worcestershire hadn't hit a boundary for several balls, several overs, and that was just pressure. He was trying to whip it away through mid-wicket, and he wanders off somewhat dejectedly. Matthew Waite is on his way towards the middle. Well,
I think you were saying he was around the top of the batting averages for Worcester going into this game.
Top of the batting averages going into this game.
Just to let you know, down in Bristol, Leicestershire look as if they're going to beat Gloucestershire. They're 197 for 3, needing another 24 to win. So that would be a good win for Leicestershire. A second win of the season. Good to see the Foxes back on the rise this season. And elsewhere in the Championship today, wins in the First Division for Essex, Surrey, who chased down 500 to beat Kent. Lancashire beating Hampshire at Southport. Notts and Warwickshire drawing at Trent Bridge. Yorkshire, their first win of the season, won at Chesterfield against Derbyshire. Durham and Glamorgan drew. I'll give you the tables in a moment, but this is compelling cricket. Still those 2 men in close on the leg side, as in comes McAndrew, just the one slip in place to bowl to Matthew Waite, who's forward and plays on the onside, and every ball is greeted with a howl or a groan.
He's done well here, Tom, also, because he's kept those 2 lads in there at mid-wicket, and it's worked. They took the catch.
Yeah.
Pressure here is on Azhar Ali, isn't it? because he's been in for a long time. He's been in for 143 balls. And the rate up over 7 and over now for Worcestershire.
Yeah, it started off at 4.88, but it's steadily risen. Nathan McAndrew, 4th ball of the over. So far it's a wicket maiden. He's in and bowls and driven by Waite. Not a maiden over anymore, fielded at mid-off by Hudson Prentice in his pink-heeled boots. So Waite is on his way with a single. Total goes to 326 for 5. The important statistic is in yellow at the bottom of the scoreboard. It says 60 needed to win and 8 overs are required remaining after this. In the Championship, Surrey, top of the table, played 7. They've got 123 points. They are, what's 9 and 23, Brad? It's 32. 32 points clear of Warwickshire, who are in second, but Warwickshire do have a game in hand. In the Championship, so Surrey defending champions and making a good defence of their title. In Division 2, McAndrew over the wicket, bowls, and that's nicked down the leg side by Azhar Ali. Let's wait for the umpire's signal. We've got a bit of bat on that, so you have to say it's a good shot by Azhar Ali. It was just down the leg side by Nathan McAndrew, who's got his hands to his head, a little flick down the leg side. Azhar goes to 86 off 144 balls. 330 for 5, runs required 56 for Worcestershire. Just got a little nick on that. Brad, it's a good shot. Just inside the line.
He was trying to play the shot because square leg is fairly square. There's a fine leg down there, but I mean, once it goes away down the slope, as we all know here at Hove, it takes a bit of stopping. Allsop's gone down to 3rd man. He's put himself down there. Yeah. So he's got a fairly defensive field, as you would expect now for Azhar Ali. Wants to attack the other end. Welcome back to listeners to 5 Sports Extra. It's all happening here at Hove. In comes McAndrew, bowls to Matthew Waite, whose forward plays onto the onside. It's the end of an over that cost 5 runs for Sussex, but also the important wicket of Brett D'Oliveira, who clipped the second ball of the over straight to Daniel Ibrahim at mid-wicket. D'Oliveira out for 3. So 8 overs remaining in the day. Worcestershire are 330 for 5. They need 56 to win in 8 overs, and much depending on Azhar Ali, who's batted beautifully. He's made 86. Matthew Waite is on 1. I'm Adrian Harms. Dave Bradley from BBC Hereford and Worcester with me. And you wouldn't want to call this, Bradders. What a game. How about a tie? Although you can't have a tie unless the team batting last are all out. It would be a draw.
Right, OK. But we did say this morning that all results were possible.
Yeah. And it looks as if Farry Covalis is coming back into the attack to me. Indeed, he is.
It is coming back, yeah.
He hasn't bowled much today either. 9 overs he's bowled so far, 1 for 41. Matthew Waite is going to face him. He's still got those 2 close in on the onside. Waite goes back and across, and he's going to get runs here a bit streakily off an outside edge. Finn Hudson Prentice is chasing it down. They might come back for a 3rd here. Azhar Ali says no. Probably a good call as well. 2 vital runs here for Worcestershire. It's really tense. Adrian would say it's really quiet around the ground.
No, I don't think anybody's left, have they? I mean, it's not a huge crowd. But
we think people have come in.
Yeah, we do.
Since tea. And it was half price to get in here today. Got to say, well, we've got Sports Extra people with us. Well done to Sussex this game. Free entry on Sunday. A summer Sunday, first ever county championship game, and half price today. So, good effort.
Yeah.
Get people in. And those that came on Sunday, I think we had 3,500 in. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Here's Carvelis into bowl to Waite. Waite flicks this one away down through backward square leg. It looks as if he's only going to get 1. He is only going to get 1. 1 more to the total.
What's that? 53 needed to win now, Dave. And there's 7 overs and 4 balls remaining. 5 wickets left in the bank for Worcestershire. Now Sussex would love to get Azhar Ali now.
Yeah, he's the key, isn't he?
He is the key. I think if he stays in, Worcestershire win the game.
Carvelis in to Azhar Ali, who pushes gently on the leg side. Dan Ibrahim is there now. The 2 mid-wickets, or short of mid-wickets, have disappeared to 1 short mid-wicket. And Finn Hudson Prentice is now Had a proper mid-wicket, but Abraham is still there for the mistimed drive. We'll go on the fence. 1, 2, 3, 4 out on the fence. On the rope, Carvalhais in and bowls. Azarali's a couple of steps down here, drives it to mid-off. Won't get a run there though. Showing a bit of intent.
Over this by Harry Carvalhais. He does bowl a very sort of nagging line and length, Brad, as he pitches up round about middle and off.
First time I've seen him in action in this game live, and I've been impressed.
Yes,
he's tall lad, nice action. Puts it in the right place most of the time. What's Azhar Ali going to do here? He waits and he takes a big drive down. Oh, the wicketkeeper's dropped it. They could get through for a bye here. A mistake there. It was a difficult take for Ollie Carter. It was low down, leg side, but he will be really disappointed that he didn't hang on to that one. One more to the Worcestershire total goes to 334 for 5.
52 needed, 7 overs and 1 ball left. So what's that, Brad? Is it 7 and over for Worcester from here?
Yeah. 5 wickets in hand. Usama Mir, the next man in, making his county championship debut. Next ball, driven, but immediately he played it, Matthew Waite. He came forward and immediately shouted no, straight to mid-off. Another good over there, putting a bit of pressure on. Harry Carvalhais, what did he go for? 3 off the over?
Yeah.
4 with the bye, which wasn't his fault.
Yes.
334 for 5, Worcestershire. Balls remaining. We're down to balls remaining now, matey. 42.
And 52 needed to win.
Yeah.
And if you just joined us on BBC Hereford and Worcester, BBC Radio Sussex, or 5 Sports Extra live cricket here at Hove, tremendous day's cricket. Sussex declaring on 447 for 7, a century for Tom Alsop, 75 from Jack Carson, a declaration leaving Worcestershire to score 386 in 79 overs. Jake Libby led the way with a magnificent 97 to add to the 198 he made in the first innings. But it's all come down after 4 days cricket to the last 7 overs. Magnificent stuff. In comes Nathan McAndrew, bowls to Azhar Ali, who just clips this onto the leg side to deep backward square, fielded out there by who's that all the way out there? It is Nathan McAndrew, I think, who gets in the throw.
It is.
It can't be Nathan McAndrew because he's bowling.
He's bowling.
Who's that all the way out there? Is that Finn?
It's Shipley.
It is Henry Shipley. Well spotted, Brad, as the New Zealander.
He's in the shadow of the stand.
He is. 1 more to the total. Azhar Ali goes to 87. 51 needed in 6 overs and 5 balls. Just the 1 slip in place. 2 men in catching positions at mid-wicket. In comes McAndrew. Bowls pulled away by Waite, and a terrific effort to try and catch that at mid-wicket by Tom Clark, but it's flashed away from him and it's gone away for 4 runs. Good shot by Matthew Waite. Too short really from Nathan McAndrew, and Waite, who's a good player, absolutely belted that over mid-wicket. No real chance of a catch. It would have been spectacular had he got a hand on that, but the ball races away for 4 runs. 47 needed. McAndrew looks as if to think, should I reorganise the field? But they're going to stay as it is for the time being. McAndrew in lovely evening sunshine, not a cloud in the sky, runs down the hill from the Cromwell Road end, bowls and Waite's at it again, and that's gone many a mile. That's a big blow, and it's gone into the stand. Let's wait for the umpire's signal.
Oh, that's 6.
It's gone to 6. Well, that's a lovely shot by Matthew Waite. He's literally just picked that off of about middling leg, and he smashed the ball backward of a square on the leg side. That sailed away for 6 runs, and that's relieved a lot of the pressure. 11 off the first 3 balls of the over, and Matthew Waite goes to 14 off just 7 deliveries.
Could be we need a different ball. Somebody's gone to look for it, and it may have hit the wall at the back there. There's a few cars parked down there, not mine, thankfully, and it may have cracked into one of those. I've got to say, we had a tremendous game at New Road earlier in the season against Sussex, which Sussex looked as they were going to win, and Worcestershire's batting got them out of the hole, of which Matthew Waite was one of those.
He was.
And so these 2 teams have produced some cracking county championship cricket, and this is where you test players come from, and people want to reduce this competition. Well, they should have been here for 4 days.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, that game down at Worcester earlier in the season was the game where Ollie Robinson took, 14 wickets in the match. That was a magnificent game. And this has been a magnificent game as well. However, this over may have swung the game decisively Worcestershire's way. Brenda Lowes, who's people who are listening on 5 Sports Extra won't know Brenda. She's the first person in the queue for every Sussex game. She's into her 80s now, and she sits over in the Spen Karma Pavilion, and when the ball goes out of the ground, she comes out to the middle with a box of balls, which she's just done, and the umpires have selected a ball, but the equation is 41 now needed for Worcestershire, and there's 6 overs and 3 balls remaining, and the balance has spread the way of Worcester. Now, there's a deep mid-wicket in place, Bradders, a deep backward square.
Yeah, but they've had a chat, and one of those short mid-wickets has come, Tom Alsop's come into slip now, because he's pretty aware that they need to take a wicket here.
Yeah. Nathan McAndrew, figures of 2 for 61, comes in over the wicket, bowls, and Waite drives through the offside, and that's going to be, it could well be 4 more. It's a lovely shot. That's a beautiful cricket shot from Matthew Waite. He just drilled the ball away through extra cover, and it's sped away across the outfield for 4 runs. So this is a really good over for Worcestershire. 15 coming off of it. 1, 4, 6, 4. Waite goes to 18. You said, Dave, that he's way up the Worcestershire batting averages, and you can see why. Beautifully played. 37 needed to win. 6 overs and 2 balls remaining.
Yeah, 37 off 38, I think it is now, so it's a runner ball.
Yeah. McAndrew, the Australian all-rounder, pauses at the end of his run. He's in over the wicket, bowls, and Waite cuts away, but straight to backward point, fielded there by James Coles in his white sun hat. And there is no run. Still playing down at Bristol, where Leicestershire need 15 to win, with 6 wickets remaining. That'll be a second win of the season for the Foxes. Elsewhere, rings today in the second division for Yorkshire, and the game between Durham and Glamorgan ended in a draw. Durham remain top of the table. Now we've got...
I've got the original ball back.
I think we have got the original ball back. So umpire Newell is saying the original ball has been returned, which was hit out of the ground by Matthew Waite at the beginning of the over. I think they're just examining that ball to make sure there's no damage to it. And it's been decided they are going to go back to the original ball. So a slight delay. Waite just surveys that leg side field, and he will see there's a deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square. 37 needed to win. 37 balls remaining, as Bradders was saying. Dave Bradley, a runner ball here at Hove, and it is Nathan McAndrew who's on his way in and bowls. Oh, that's a good appeal. Let's wait. Is the umpire Debenham going to confirm that's out? No, he's not. That was a really, really good shout. And Nathan McAndrew finishing off the over with a dot ball. So 6 overs remaining here at Hove. 37 Worcestershire need to win. They've got 5 wickets in hand. Dave Bradley's going to nip off just for a moment and to give his update to the listeners on BBC Hereford and Worcester. And Ariana Dowse is to come back and join us for a couple of overs here. Well, Ariana, that was a big over. 15 coming off of it. Matthew Waite chancing his arm, but, proper cricket shots, and particularly that extra cover drive, which I thought was a super shot.
Yeah, definitely. Well, it's needed now with the run rate creeping up. They needed that good over, and they need a few more, I believe. So,
well, Ari Carvelos is running in up the hill to bowl to Azhar Ali, who's on 87. He's in. Ali takes a step down the wicket, and the ball has come off the pad, dribbles out into the offside. Azhar Ali is hobbling down the pitch. Let's wait for the umpire's signal, and it is needed a leg by. That hit him flush on the foot, Ariana, and he's hobbled down the trackers. Azhar Ali, nonetheless, it's a single.
No one looking too worried other than Azhar.
No, they're not. No one's going to say, how are you, but he's hobbling around, isn't he? That looked particularly painful. And he's just waiting. He might need a runner the way he's hobbling. Looks like he can barely walk. Importantly for Worcestershire, though, he's got Matthew Waite on strike, who's the 18 off 10 balls here for Worcestershire. Carvelos has a slip back in place, that shortish mid-wicket. 2 men back on the leg side. They've got a fine leg. They've now got a deep backward square and a deep mid-wicket as Carvelos runs away from us up the hill here at Hove. In and bowls to Matthew Waite, who pulls onto the leg side. Is he going to be caught? He is caught. James Coles at deep mid-wicket. Matthew Waite can't believe he's done that. It was a short delivery from Eric Avelos. And Matthew Waite just chipped the ball to James Coles at deep mid-wicket. A sixth wicket goes down. What an extraordinary game of cricket this is. Worcestershire still leading 36 to win. There are 5 overs and 4 balls remaining. Eric Avelos picks up his second wicket of the innings. He and Matthew Waite is on his way. I can scarcely believe that Matthew Waite has done that.
Yeah, that's quite a shocking outcome after the previous over.
Well, Sussex had arranged the field, and Matthew Waite took a really long time when he took guard at the beginning of the over just to survey where that leg side field was. He's made 18 in 11 balls, including one huge 6. But another wicket goes down, and still 35. Now, Joe Leach is the new man coming in. Maybe he's the man for the crisis. Well, it's not yet a crisis. Azhar Ali is still there, and Dave Bradley and I have been saying when Big Brad is back in a couple of moments' time that Azhar is really the key to us. He's on 87, and I firmly believe, Ariana, if Azhar Ali stays, you would think that Worcestershire would get over the line. But there's only 4 wickets left now.
Yeah, it's as you said previously, a balancing act. Do they get these runs? Do they keep the wickets? Well, now's the time for Leach to take the lead here, I'd say.
Well, he bowled beautifully, Joe Leach, in the first innings where he took 6 wickets. That seems a long time ago, back in day 1 here at Hove. Eric Avelos is coming in to bowl to Joe Leach, running up the hill. He's in and bowls, and Leach drives firmly into the covers. They think about a singlet, isn't there? Azhar Ali was halfway down the wicket. His foot seems to be okay now, but it's a dot ball as far as Sussex are concerned. So off this over, there's been a bye, a wicket, and a dot ball. 36 needed off of 5 overs and 3 balls. So 36 off of 33 balls after 4 days of just magnificent county cricket. Worcestershire set here today, 386 to win in 79 overs. Carvelos runs in, bowls down the leg side. There's an appeal from Eric Carvelos. It hit the pad. Ollie Carter runs from behind the stumps, whips off his wicket-keeping glove and gets in the throw, but not before Worcestershire have gone through for a leg bye. 351 for 6, 35 needed to win, 32 balls remaining. Tremendous climax to the game. Just keeping an eye on the other game in Division 2. Leicestershire needing 10 to beat Gloucestershire at Bristol with 5 wickets remaining. Carvelos in and bowls, clipped away by Azhar Ali to deep backward square. Jack Carson comes running in from deep backward square and fields. It's just a single, but that's all Worcestershire need to do now, Ariana, is to pick up these ones. But that's easier said than done.
Yeah, definitely in this kind of format, it's just balancing act.
34 needed to win, and there are 31 balls remaining. Harry Carvelos coming to bowl to the right-handed Joe Leach. A slip and a short mid-wicket of the close fielders in bowls. And he's worked that one down towards third man. That could well race away for 4 runs. Tom Alsop is in hot pursuit, but that's a good shot by Joe Leach. It was right up in the block hole from Harry Carvelos, and Joe Leach knew that there was a slip in there, but no third man. He's edged the ball away down to third man. He picks up a boundary. He's on 4. Worcestershire 356 for 6. It means Worcestershire need 30 to win. There are 5 overs remaining here on 5 Sports Extra. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. Dave Bradley, Ariana Dowse, Adrian Harms on commentary for you. I think the pendulum has just swung, Dave, back towards Worcestershire, but another wicket might change all that.
Oh yeah, especially if Azhar Ali went. It's a long time since I counted down balls and runs in county championship matches.
I agree.
But credit to both teams here. Credit to both teams. Right, here we go. McAndrew to bowl, 2 for 65 off 13 so far. Azhar Ali to face. What's he going to do here, Azhar Ali? What's he going to do? He's going to play the ball back up the pitch. So 30 off 29. We're going to count these down now. He will think. I mean, if you're talking a one-day game here, and you count him down to run a ball, you think that's going to be pretty straightforward, but it's not, because, as we were saying earlier, the bowler can pretty much bowl where he wants to. He's probably not going to be a wide down the leg side. You can set the field where you want to. Tom Alsop has put himself down at third man. He's probably happy for Azhar Ali to get a single here, and he's not going to get one there as he plays it to mid-wicket. Good bowling by McAndrew. Saw the batsman Azhar Ali coming forward and probably dropped it a little bit short, a little bit more leg side. But Joe Leach, who likes to clobber it has to be said, and if he connects a couple of times, the pressure will be off for Worcestershire. I bet there's a few hearts are pumping out there.
Oh, definitely. There are in the commentary box as well.
Yeah. Well, I hope they are anyway. We're in trouble if they're not. Here's the next ball, which is turned away by Azhar Ali. What's he going to get here? Is he going to get one? Is he going to get two? He's not going to get two. It was to the backward of square on the leg side.
That was Henry Shipley. Good bit of fielding, actually, for the big man, getting around very quickly.
There's a couple of big men down there. Carvelos is down there as well.
Yeah.
So one more to the total. So where have we got to?
29 needed
29
to win.
of 27. Ooh-wee. Good stuff, this.
Now Leach, I wonder what he's going to do, Bradley. Is he going to try to hit the boundary?
I think he might give it a couple more overs. Not that they've got that many overs to play with. McAndrew in bowls. Leach flicks this one away, down again to backward square. Going to pick up a single here, 28 off 26 for Worcestershire to win. I say give it a couple of overs. They've only got 4 overs and 2 balls to go, so...
Just looking at Tom Alsop, who's the Sussex captain here for this game. Cheshire Pujara is the normal county skipper. And Tom will do this game and 3 more while Cheshire is away on Indian Test duty. I think he's done really well today.
Well, he's done really well, and he batted brilliantly. He came in, wickets were falling around him yesterday, and he managed to order the tail end around. And got some runs. Here's McAndrew in bowls to Azhar Ali, a lovely cover drive, but he picks out the fielder Clark at extra cover either side of him, and that was for Penrith, but it wasn't. I think he's been really good in this game. Also, his innings yesterday, he really dogged it out, I think is probably the phrase, and let others like Finn Hudson-Prentice, when they really were in trouble at one time. They were 178 for 5, only 112 in front at the time, and he got some. Carson got some. Shipley got some at the end as well. And here's McAndrew in bowls, a little nervous twitch almost there from. He's got 4 runs. He's got it down to fine leg. It was a little twitch of the feet there by Azhar Ali. Flicked that one away off his pads, away for 4. So that completes the over, and Worcestershire need 24 off 24, I reckon.
You are absolutely right, Dave. What a game of cricket this. Ari Carvelos was sprinting around the boundary edge. He just couldn't. He dived full length. He just couldn't stop the ball going over the boundary. And you have to say, it could be a match-winning innings here from Azhar Ali. He's batted really beautifully. He's on to 93. Worcestershire, as Dave was saying, 24 to win off of 4 overs.
If he'd have played that the other end, he probably wouldn't have got 4. But down, as we all know, once he gets down the slope at home, by Jove, it takes a bit of stopping. This outfield is lightning.
Joe Leach is going to be facing Ari Carvelos. 4 overs to go here at home on 5 Sports Extra. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. Adrian Harms, Dave Bradley through the final 4 overs of a magnificent contest. In comes Carvelos, bowls to Leach, who clips this one out to deep mid-wicket, fielded up there by Finn Hudson-Prentice. 1 more to Leach. He goes to 6. 23 needed to win of 23 balls. Worcestershire with 4 wickets in hand, having been set 386 to win in 79 overs. Tom Alsop making 100 not out for Sussex. Jack Carson 75. And this wonderful run chase by Worcestershire, 97 from Jake Libby to add to the 198 he made in the first innings. In comes Carvelos over the wicket, bowls, and that goes straight through as a rally taken by Ollie Carter. It's a dot ball.
See, as we were saying, in one-day cricket, that might have been called a wide.
Yeah.
But he's doing a little twitch now, Azhar Ali, as the bowler's coming in. 23 off 22 is the equation.
The field, there's a third man, a deep cover point, a cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and 3 men sat back on the leg side. As in comes Cavelos, bowls to Azarali, who clips this one down to fine leg. There's a fielder down there, and they're going to pick up a single, fielded all the way down in the distance by, I think that's Nathan McAndrew, in front of the blue temporary seating that's here for the T20 matches. We probably haven't seen as thrilling a finish here all season as this. I mean, you know, T20 obviously has its place and you get some great games, but this is absorbing stuff. 22 needed off of 21 deliveries. And it's Joe Leach, maybe importantly on strike here for Worcestershire, and sooner or later, I wonder whether Joe Leach just might go for it. Carvelos in short, and he ducks underneath a short delivery through to Ollie Carter. It's a dot ball, and every ball is being applauded here, Dave. No one's moved here from home in about the last 2 hours. There's probably people who are late for tea, late for...
Well, you'd miss your bus for this.
You would miss your bus. I think you'd miss getting a rollicking for getting home and having a dinner in the bin.
Well, you'd probably get one of those anyway, so
yeah, this is worth having your dinner in the dog's bowl from, really. In comes Carvelos, bowls to Leach, and Leach flicks this one down to fine leg. It's another single, fielded way down in the distance by Nathan McAndrew. Good over this from Harry Carvelos. He's just conceded the 3 runs so far, and he will be desperate to make this another dot ball. He's bowling to Azarali. What's an innings from Azarali? If Worcestershire win this game, you have to say he's paced this beautifully.
Yeah.
94 off 158 balls. Tom Haynes, who's fielding at mid-on, is making a suggestion to Harry Carvelos about maybe a potential fielding change. I think Harry just needs to concentrate on getting this delivery in the right place. He runs away from us, this approach to the wicket, straight approaches in, bowls to Azarali down the leg side. It's helped on its way down to deep mid-wicket, fielded up there by Finn Hudson-Prentice. So good over by Harry Carvelos, which gets a nice round of applause. So he has bowled 12 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 53. But the most important statistic on the scoreboard is that Worcestershire need 20 to win. They've got 4 wickets in hand, but there are only 3 overs to go. You would think Worcestershire still favourites, as they've been for much of the afternoon, but you never know.
Could be draw, 19.
You never know.
Yeah. He got a round of applause. He goes back to his fielding position as well.
He does.
The crowd are in it. So, Azarali is the key here, isn't he? A couple of boundaries, the pressure's off. And he's a man who's well used to pressure in international cricket, so he won't be panicking. No close grabbers at all. There's a shortish mid-wicket. Here's Azarali, and he's going to get something here. I think it's off the pad. He picks up a single, leg by about to be signalled by umpire Debenham. 19 runs needed, 17 balls left.
You just feel that's an important single, actually, Bradders. I think the fact that Joe Leach is on strike, because sooner or later I'm sure Joe Leach is going to... He doesn't need to take a chance. Yeah. So Tom Alsop just gestured towards Nathan McAndrew, maybe for a fielding change, but the field stays as it is. Leach will be lying up that leg side boundary, which is relatively short.
Waits, does Leach, and this he's got away off a pad. There's a loud appeal, but that was a missing leg stump by the width of another set of stumps, I think. Certainly another stump. It was never going to be a run, but it's a dot ball.
And a good bit of fielding in the midst of all that by Jack Carson, who was around very quickly to prevent a single being taken.
19 off 16.
Yes.
Joe Leach is just wandering around. You can almost see him saying, "Give me a half volley on leg stump." But McAndrew was thinking, "I won't do that."
No, I agree. Leicestershire have beaten Gloucestershire by 5 wickets.
Oh, well played, the Foxes.
2 wins in the county championship for Leicestershire, so as you say, well done.
Here's McAndrew in, bowls to Leach, and Leach gets an inside edge onto the pad. Another dot ball. Pressure building here. 19 off 15.
I thought that had got through, actually, Dave. I thought that had come off a little inside edge onto the stumps. Tom Alsop looks the coolest man out on the field, doesn't he? I bet he's not. He's fielding down here at third man, literally in front of our commentary box.
2 batsmen have a chat. I wonder if Azarali saying, "Joe, have a swat." Now, next man in is Usama Mir, making his county championship debut, so there'd be a fair bit of pressure on him if he came in next. Leach settles, has a look round the field. McAndrew in bowls. Leach swipes away through mid-wicket. He's only going to get a single, though. Sweeper fielder out on the square leg boundary. Danny Abraham out there.
Yeah.
One more to the total. 18 required. 14 balls left. 17 for a draw.
20 past 6, Dave, on the final day of a county championship match, and you can't pick the winner here.
Yeah. And I've got to get home for my wedding anniversary. Never mind all this cricket nonsense.
At least you sent some flowers.
This mistaken onion rings is going cold. Here's McAndrew in bowls. Azhar Ali gets an inside edge onto the pad. They're going to go through for... In fact, he didn't get an inside edge. He did get an inside edge. No leg bite indicated by the umpires. 17 off 13.
Azhar goes to 96. One more ball in the over.
It's good stuff, this.
So what was it? Yeah, 17 off 13. So yeah. Leach looks as if he's made... I think Leach is going to have a dart at this one.
I think he's going to have a whack at it.
I do. Just the way...
Because if he's out, Azhar Ali will be on strike at the start of the next over anyway. And Leach waits, and he does go for it, and he's smashed it. Well, actually, he played a lovely shot there all along the ground. It wasn't really a whack. So 16 needed off 12 balls as Leach picks up a single down to long off. Another round of applause. 12 balls left, 16 needed for Worcestershire to win. Joe Leach will be on strike for the start of the penultimate over.
And just mindful that people joining us all the time on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester, Adrian Harms and Dave Bradley on commentary here at Hove, which has been bathed in sunshine for the last 4 days, not a cloud in the sky. Ariana Dowse has been the other member of our commentary team over the last couple of days, and it's come down to this after Sussex declared today on 447 for 7, Tom Alsop making 100 not out, setting Worcestershire 386 to win in 79 overs. Jake Libby led the way. He made 97 to add to the 198 he made in the first innings. 47 from Adam Hose, 44 for Jack Haynes, but Azhar Ali may be steering Worcestershire to victory. He's on 96, 16 needed off 2 overs, and it's going to be Ari Carvelos who's coming into bowl to Joe Leach from the sea end of the ground. He's in, and Leach pulls onto the leg side. It dribbles onto the leg side. Let's see if he got a bat on that or if it came off the thigh pad. It's come off the thigh pad, so it is just a single, and in time-honoured fashion on our BBC commentaries, if someone gets to within a scoring shot of a century, well, the commentary takes over to the commentator of that side. So it's going to be Dave Bradley who's going to describe this delivery to Azhar Ali.
15 needed off 11 balls. I reckon Tom Alsop wants a change in the field. He's actually waving and then kind of a shrug of the shoulders as if to say, well, I'd like you to go over there, but don't worry if you don't want to. I'm sure that's not what he meant. So, what can Azhar Ali do here? Gives himself a bit of room. He's got that one away down towards fine leg. It's going to race away for 4. Azhar Ali with a lovely leg glance down for 4, and that is a century for Azhar Ali, and a great century it is. He's played some fine innings, Azhar Ali, in international cricket, but he's really carried Worcestershire along here today, and that 4 means Worcestershire need 11 off 10 balls. The Worcestershire players are up on the balcony, and the ever sporting Hove crowd give him a round of applause as well.
Well, that was magnificent, Dave. Lovely shot, wasn't it? It was just erring down the leg side, Ari Carvelos. Really good to see people standing up around the ground here at Hove to applaud Azhar Ali's 100. We said if Azhar Ali stays, Worcestershire win this game. It's going to be tight. As Dave said, they still need 11.
100 off 162 balls, Azhar Ali. 11 off 10.
So what's going to happen here? Tom Haynes has a quick word to Tom Alsop, who's fielding at mid-wicket. Ari Carvelos Back to his mark, Azarali, 100 not out. What an innings. Tom Alsop made 100 not out himself. Runs away from us, does Ari Carvelos. Into bowl to Azarali. Ali flicks that one down to fine leg. They're going to take one. I think they're going to take two. McAndrew is quickly in. And that scream was from Azarali, who said no. So it's just a single. 6 off the over. 10 needed, Dave, off of 9 balls. Joe Leach is on strike. Now, we know that Joe Leach can strike a long ball.
He hasn't really gone for it, has he, in this innings? He's played
very sensibly.
Well, yeah, he plays sensibly when he's trying to whack it, but he has played within himself, shall we say. Skipper Alsop and bowler are going to have a conversation here.
Yeah. So, what can Ari Carvelos do? Joe Leach has made 9 of 12 deliveries. 10 to win for Worcestershire, 9 balls to go. Tom Alsop has moved himself out to a deepish mid-wicket. So there's 4 men guarding that leg side fence.
Yeah.
As in comes Ari Carvelos over the wicket. Bowls to Joe Leach, who cuts that one down towards third man. They've taken 1, they'll think about 2. Really good bit of fielding, though, and a very good throw coming in all the way out in the distance. That's Dan Ibrahim. Joe Leach is off strike. He picks up a single. He goes into double figures on 10. 9 needed to win in 8 balls. Azarali has a little chat to Joe Leach in the middle of the pitch. Wins already today in the County Championship in Division 2 for Yorkshire and Leicestershire. A draw between Durham and Glamorgan. Ari Carvelos. Tall. Runs away from us, up the hill, into bowl to Azar Ali, who's bowled! Middle stump out the ground! Ari Carvelos celebrates with a pump of the fist. And it's the game that keeps giving and giving. Azar Ali can't believe it. He made room, he stepped away to the leg side, he's had his middle stump uprooted, and with 7 balls to go, Worcestershire lose their 7th wicket. A magnificent innings by Azar Ali, but he's now gone for 101. He's going to have to sit up on the balcony and chew his fingernails. 101 in 164 balls in 251 minutes, and we'll just listen to the applause from this Sporting Hove crowd. Azar Ali makes his way off. We've seen some games of cricket, Dave, you and I, down the years, but it doesn't get much better than this, you know.
It certainly doesn't. I can't remember a championship match being this tight before. 9 to win, 7 balls left. Usama Mir is coming into bat. County Championship debut, talking to Joe Leach. Well, this could still be a draw, couldn't it?
Well, I mean, I know we've only got. I mean, we've said throughout the day that we felt that. I mean, the carrot that was dangled for Worcester was that Sussex had to give Worcester a chance of winning this game. Last night, Finn Hudson-Prentice, who we spoke to, said Sussex will need to take a risk, and they did take a risk.
He can whack at Usama Mir. He's hit some 6s in the T20, but. I don't know what were the batsmen saying here. Azar Ali did give himself a lot of room didn't he? And Carvelos bowled a beautiful Yorker.
So Ari Carvelos has taken 3 for 59. He's got 1 more ball to bowl. 7 balls to be bowled. 9 runs needed here on 5 Sports Extra. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. Adrian Harms, Dave Bradley here on commentary on a truly compelling game of County Championship cricket. Ari Carvelos running away up the hill here from the sea end at Hove in lovely evening sunshine. In and bowls, and Mir plays that one down the ground. They're going to pick up a single. Usama Mir, it's fielded out mid-off by Henry Shipley. So, well bowled Ari Carvelos. It's going to go to the final over, Dave, after 4 days of cricket. What is it, nearly 6:30 on the last day? And it all comes down to Worcester needing 8 to win. They've got 6 balls to get them in. And, well, I wouldn't. Have you got Worcester? Joe Leach is still out there. He can hit a long ball, Joe Leach, but he's not on strike.
I think the umpires are just checking that is the score, which they are asked to do, just to make sure that the scoreboard is in line with the scorers. So 8 to win, 6 balls left. Usama Mir making his County Championship debut for Worcestershire, signed for 3 T20 games, And then Worcestershire, they should have a spinner in the T20 because Michael Bracewell is out for up to 8 months, we believe. So he'll be playing in that for Worcestershire.
What does he do here, Brad? He's got 4 men in on the one here.
Well, he doesn't
5 men on the one.
He doesn't want Joe Leach to be on strike, I would think. So here we go. McAndrew from the Cromwell Road end. In bowls to Usama Mir. Mir gets it away. It's high in the air. He's going to go. He's going to be caught. He is caught. Usama Mir goes. And another wicket falls. And whoever comes in next will be facing, because the batsman, even if they crossed, it's the new batsman who has to face. So we've got 5 balls left. Worcestershire still need 8 to win. Usama Mir going for the big one. High into the air.
I think it was Tom Alsop underneath it.
I think it was Alsop as well. It was a good catch as well. It was well judged in the evening sunshine. So Adam Finch is coming in. Now, Adam Finch in the T20 game a couple of weeks ago, with Worcestershire needing 19 to win off the last over, it 3 consecutive deliveries for 6. Oh, it's not good for my nerves, this, Armsy.
No, it's not. 5 balls to go.
8 wickets down.
8 needed
Sussex
to win.
could win.
Yeah.
Worcestershire could win. It could be a draw.
Without sounding too crass,
it could be a tie.
Yeah, it could be a tie.
If all wickets are down.
Yeah. I mean, who will win, whatever happens, is county championship cricket, because this is just...
Great game.
Just a magnificent game of cricket.
Yeah, the team, if somebody loses, if it's not a draw, one team will be very disappointed, but they can take heart in having taken part in a tremendous game of cricket.
Yeah. It's been a treat to be here. It really has.
All those people who want to get rid of county cricket.
Well, should have been here, really.
Should have been here for the last 4 days. So, here's Adam Finch. What has Joe Leach said to him? Can Sussex take 2 wickets in 5 balls? Can Worcestershire get 8 runs to win? Can they get 7 runs? Well, it would be a draw anyway if they didn't lose the 2 wickets. I'm arguing with myself now. Finch waits. McAndrew in, bowls. Finch drives away on the offside. They're going to pick up a single. They're going to have to take it quickly, but they do take it quickly. So Worcestershire needs 7 to win off 4 balls. Joe Leach to face.
And now there's a debate about where Sussex are going to put the field, because, well, you said Adam Finch can hit a long ball, but Sussex will know that Joe Leach can.
Yeah.
There's a relatively short leg side boundary, Dave. I just wonder, I mean, he's eyeing that up, isn't he? You can see him looking towards that leg side.
Pick up off the leg stump if he can. I'm quite pleased that I've got a long drive home, because I think my adrenaline levels will be just about right after a 3-hour drive. This is good stuff. 7 to win, 4 balls left. McAndrew bowls. Leach gets caught behind, is he? No, says the umpire. Not caught behind.
Well, he took a wild swing at
Umpire
that.
Debenham is saying it came off his thigh pad.
Yeah, Joe Leach wasn't going anywhere, and you could understand that. The Sussex lads have all got their hands on their heads. It was a pacey delivery from Nathan McAndrew.
It was. It was exactly what Joe Leach didn't want. What he wanted was a full-length ball somewhere, leg stump, off stump, but he didn't get that. 7 required off 3, or 2 wickets for Sussex to win.
Well, Ollie Carter behind the sides was imploring umpire Debenham to give that out.
He certainly indicated that it had brushed Joe Leach's pad, and Joe Leach wasn't going anywhere, as you said. 3 balls left, 7 runs for Worcestershire to win. McAndrew in, bowls. Leach gets something on this. It may be a leg by. Let's have a look what the umpire says. A leg by indeed. It's a run. 6 from 2 balls.
Jack Carson was in like a hare then from fine leg, just to prevent anything more than a single.
If you're a player in this, you're not going to sleep for 2 nights.
Oh, what a game.
6 from 2. Adam Finch, as I say, T20 game the other week, hit 3 consecutive deliveries for 6. This is a whole different scenario. If he's not out to this ball, then Worcestershire can't lose.
Well, that's very clever. You're right, yeah.
McAndrew. To Finch. He's a tall man. Adam Finch. McAndrew in. Bowles. Finch drives onto his pad. Inside edge. Just trickles away on the offside. 5 off 1 ball. Unlikely. If anybody in the Worcestershire team can hit a 6, it's probably Joe Leach, but McAndrew's not going to bowl it where he wants it.
Well, I guess what you can here, 6 to win, 1 ball to go. Joe Leach has got nothing to lose here,
no.
because Worcestershire cannot now lose the game.
No.
The umpire is having a word to Nathan McAndrew, who's already had a couple of warnings for running on the pitch, and they're not going to stop him from... Is this going to be a warning, Dave?
Well, he's had 2.
He's had 2 warnings for running on the pitch. There's a conversation between Tom Alsop and Nathan McAndrew. I just wonder whether this might be another warning.
No?
No, it's not. I thought for a moment that someone else was going to have to bowl the last ball of the match. Wouldn't that have been drama?
Maybe something was said after Joe Leach wasn't given out and the umpire's just saying,
Possibly.
Look, lads, calm yourselves down. So, everybody's on the fence. Of course they are. Every fielder, apart from the wicketkeeper, is on the rope. And Joe Leach has got to clear the rope for a Worcestershire win. If he does, he'll get the freedom of Tenbury Wells. You don't come from Tenbury Wells, I don't know. That was just a town in Worcestershire that came into my head. And it's only just in Worcestershire.
Well, he might get the freedom of the whole of Worcester if he hits this for 6.
He might do. So, McAndrew setting his field. Last ball of the game, 5 for Worcestershire to win. McAndrew bowls to Joe Leach. Leach has a big swing and it goes through to the wicketkeeper. And Joe Leach looks pretty depressed and disappointed. But the first thing that happens out there is that McAndrew goes and shakes hands with Joe Leach.
That was a magnificent way, Dave, for the game to finish. Nathan McAndrew wandered down 2 real competitors in county cricket, and they just shook hands in the middle of the pitch, because it's been, well, credit to everybody. I think credit to Worcestershire for taking on this run chase. 386 to win in 79 overs. They very nearly got there. Magnificent innings from Jake Libby, from Azhar Ali making 100, and credit to Tom Alsop, who I think skippered Sussex excellently.
Brilliantly, Tom Alsop. Well done to him. He should be very pleased with his efforts, and I'm sure it's a job he's probably going to do a few more times in the future.
Well, it's been a great game. I hope you've enjoyed our coverage here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester, and 5 Sports Extra.
I'm going for a cold shower. I don't know about you.
We all are. Big thank you to Ariana Dowse, who's been here for a couple of days, to Matt Green, who joined us, Steve Finn and Lewis Hatchett as well. Most of all,
Ali Orr came in.
Ali Orr. Most of all, though, thanks to you, Dave Bradley. It's always a pleasure having you here at Hove.
Great. It's a pleasure to come to Hove and to see a game like that. What more do you need?
Indeed. Well, thanks for listening, everybody. We'll hand you back to 5 Sports Extra at the end of what's been a tremendous game of County Championship cricket. It will show us a draw, but to be honest, that doesn't tell the drama we've had over the last 4 days.